CHAPTER XXV. Of a Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. Emanuel Bach, Haydn, the Sonata. Part I. None of the sons of Bach inherited the commanding genius of their father, although four of them showed talent above the average of musicians of their day, and one of them distinguished himself and exercised an important influence upon the subsequent course of pianoforte music. The most gifted of Bach's sons was Wilhelm Friedmann, the eldest (1710 1784), who was especially educated by his father for a musician. He turned out badly, however, his enormous talents not being able to save him from the natural consequences of a dissolute life. He died in Berlin in the greatest degradation and want. This Bach wrote comparatively few compositions, owing to his invincible repugnance to the labor of putting them upon paper. He was famous as an improviser, and certain pieces of his in the Berlin library are considered to manifest musical gifts of a high order. Johann Christian (1735 1782), the 11th son, known as the Milanese or London Bach, devoted himself to the lighter forms of music, and after having served some years as organist of the cathedral at Milan, and having distinguished himself by certain operas successfully produced in Italy, he removed to London, where he led an easy and enjoyable life. He was an elegant and fluent writer for the pianoforte. The one son of Bach who is commonly regarded as having left a mark upon the later course of music was Carl Philipp Emanuel (1714 1788), the third son, commonly known as the Berlin or Hamburg Bach. His father intended him for a philosopher, and had him educated accordingly in the Leipzig and Frankfurt universities, but his love for music and the thorough grounding in it he had at home eventually determined him in this direction. While in the Frankfurt University he conducted a singing society, which naturally led to his exercising himself in composition. Presently he gave up law for music, and going to Berlin he obtained an appointment as Kammermusiker to Frederick the Great, his especial business being that of accompanying the king in his flute concertos. The 7 Years' War having put an end to these duties, he migrated to Hamburg, where he held honorable appointments as organist and conductor until his death. He wrote in a tasteful and free but somewhat superficial style, and while his compositions bear favorable comparison with those of other musicians of his time, they are by no means of a commanding nature like those of his father. There were, however, two reasons for this, wholly aside from the question of less ability in the younger composer. One of these is to be found in the free form which Emanuel Bach began to develop. Sebastian Bach had the advantage of writing his greatest works in a form which had been prepared for him without having been exhausted. The technique of fugue had been created before his time, but its possibilities in the direction of freedom and spontaneity had never been illustrated. Bach proceeded to do this for the fugue form, and it may be added, did it with such amplitude that no composer has been able to write a free and original fugue since. The son, recognizing both that the fugue had been exhausted as a free art form, and feeling, no doubt, that something more intuitively intelligible than fugue was possible, addressed himself to composition in the free style, in which the means of producing effects had not yet been mastered. The thematic use of material had been acquired, or was easily inferable from the fugue, but the proper manner of contrasting that material with other calculated to relieve the attention and at the same time intensify the interest remained for later explorers. The missing contrast was the lyric element, but it was not until the next generation of composers that it came into pianoforte music in satisfactory form. Accordingly, the sonatas of Emanuel Bach sound dry and superficial, and while they are interesting as the remote models upon which Beethoven occasionally built, they do not repay study for the purposes of public performance. There is little heart in them. As a literary musician, Bach deserves to be remembered for his work upon the True Art of Playing the Piano. This was the first systematic instruction book for the instrument of which we have a record, and it still is the main dependence for information concerning the method of Bach's playing, and the way in which he intended the embellishments in his works to be performed. Part 2. In the little village of Rohrau in Austria was born to a master wheelwright's wife in 1732 a little son, dark-skinned, not large of frame nor handsome, but gifted with that most imperishable of endowments, a genius for melody and tonal symmetry. The baby was named Francis Joseph, and he grew to the age of about 6 in the family of his parents, in a little house which, although twice somewhat rebuilt, still stands in its original form. Hither people come from many lands in order to see the birthplace of the great composer Haydn, the indefatigable and simple-hearted tone poet of many symphonies, sonatas, and the two favorite cantatas or oratorios, The Creation and The Seasons. In his earliest childhood the boy showed a talent for music, which, as his parents both sang and played a little, he had often an opportunity of hearing. Before he was quite 6 years old he was able to stand up in the choir of the village church and lead in solos, with his sweet and true, if not strong, voice. It was his delight. At length George Reuter, the director of the music in the Cathedral of St. Stephen at Vienna, heard him and offered the boy a place in his choir. Now, indeed, his fortune seemed made, and he embraced the offer with gratitude. As a choir boy he ought to have been taught music in a thorough manner, but as Reuter was rather a careless man, this did not happen in Haydn's case, but the boy grew up in his own devices. He composed constantly without having had the slightest regular training. One day Reuter saw one of his pieces, a mass movement for 12 parts. He offered the passing advice that the composer would have done better to have taken 2 voices, and that the best exercise for him would be to write divisions, variations, upon the airs he sang in the service. But no instruction. At length the boy's voice began to break, and at the age of 14 or 15 he was turned out to shift for himself. He found an asylum in the house of a wig maker, Keller, with whom he lived for several years, earning small sums by lessons, playing the organ at one of the churches, the violin at another, singing at another, and so on, in all managing to place himself upon the road to fortune, that of industry and sobriety. This part of his career lasted from 1748, when he left the choir of the cathedral, to 1752, when he became accompanist to the Italian master Porpora, who was then living in Vienna, in the house of an Italian lady whose daughter's education he was superintending. With Porpora he learned the art of singing and the proper manner of accompanying the voice. He also got many hints in regard to the correct manner of composing. He had already produced a number of works in various styles. In 1759 he was appointed conductor of the music at the palace of Count Mortzen, where he had a small number of musicians under his direction, only 16 in all. Here he began his life work. 2 years later he was invited to assume the assistant directorship of the private orchestra and choir of Prince Esterhazy, who lived in magnificent style, and for many years had maintained a private musical chapel. Very soon the old prince died, and his son reigned in his place. The new master was the one named the Magnificent, and greatly enlarged the musical appointment of his predecessor. He built a great palace at Esterhaz, where there was a theater in which opera was given, and a smaller one where there was a marionette company, the machinery of which had been brought to great perfection. There were frequent concerts. The prince was a great amateur of the peculiar viol called the baritone, and it was one of Haydn's duties to provide new compositions for this instrument. Here for 30 years he continued in service, with few interruptions, and always on the very best of terms with his prince, and with the men under him. The players called Haydn Papa. Owing to its situation, remote from town, and to the prince's constantly increasing aversion to living in Vienna, Haydn scarcely left the vicinity for years together. Here, wholly from within his own resources, he evolved a succession of works in every style, and for almost every possible combination of instruments, from operas for the large theater to marionette music for the small place, orchestral compositions, among which the 175 symphonies form a not inconsiderable portion. There are also concertos for many kinds of instruments, and songs, masses, divertissements, and the like. In short, there is scarcely any form of music which Haydn did not have to make at some time or other in his long service in the Esterhazy establishment. Being his own orchestral director, he had the opportunity of trying and experimenting, and of realizing what would be effective and what would not. The motive mainly operative in his work necessarily was that of pleasing and amusing. Nobler intentions were not wanting, but the pleasing element had to be considered in most that he did. Thus he developed a style of his own, original, becoming, with a certain taste and symmetry, and with a melodious element which never loses its charm. Withal, he became very clever in his treatment of themes. It was a saying of his that the idea did not matter at all. Treatment is everything. From this standpoint it is impossible to deny Haydn the credit of having accomplished his ideal. He commenced his musical career as a violinist and a singer. His orchestral symphonies were 4 violins (for strings), with occasional seasoning from the brass and woodwind. The constant study of the violin led to modifications in his style, and evolved first the string quartet, in the form which has always remained standard. The symphonies are only larger string quartets, for in the order of the themes, the general manner of treating them, and the principles of contrast or relief which actuated them, the quartets are sonatas, as also are the symphonies. Haydn gave the sonata form its present shape. The insertion of a second theme in the first movement, and the principle of contrasting this second theme with the first in such a way that the second theme is generally lyric in style, or at least tending in that direction, was Haydn's. He also developed the middle part of the sonata into what is known as the elaboration (Durchführungssatz). The cantabile, slow movement, modeled somewhat after the Italian cantilena, was his. Mozart and Beethoven did wonders with it later, but the suggestion was Haydn's. The endless productivity, the constant succession of new pieces demanded, led to a somewhat systematic proceeding in their production, and so the form and the method of the sonata became stereotyped. All the instrumental movements of this time, whenever there was any serious intention, assumed the form of sonatas, i.e., of the instrumental sonatas, the symphony and the quartet. At length Haydn's master died, and he accepted an invitation from Salomon, the publisher, to London, where he produced several new symphonies, conducted many concerts, and returned to Vienna richer by about $6,000 than when he had left his home a few months before. He had become a great master, known all over the world without himself knowing it. If any man ever woke up and found himself famous, Haydn was that man. Although he had been in the way of having his compositions played and sung before most of the important personages in Europe for years, Prince Esterhazy being a royal entertainer. It was for Madrid that Haydn composed his first Passion oratorio, "The Last Seven Words." This work, by a curious chance, he made over into an instrumental piece for his London concerts, the prejudice against popery preventing its being given there in its original form. In 1794 he was again in London. Upon the first visit to London he took the journey down the Rhine, and at Bonn, in going or coming, the young Beethoven showed him a new cantata. In 1794 he was again in London, where the same success attended him as before. He produced many new works, and was royally entertained. Again he went home richer by many thousands of dollars than when he set out. With his savings he purchased a house in the suburbs of Vienna, where he lived the remainder of his life, dying in 1809. It was during these last years that he wrote his two oratorios already mentioned. That by which he is best known is the Creation, which is a masterwork indeed, if only we do not look in it for too much of the distinctly religious or sublime. It belongs to the pleasing in art, and certain of its numbers are worthy of Italian opera, so sweetly melodious are they, yet ever refined and beautiful. Of this kind are the solo arias, "O Mighty Pens," the famous "With Verdure Clad," the lovely trio, "Most Beautiful Appear." Several choruses in this work are really splendid. At the head of the list I would place the two choruses. Achieved is the glorious work, with the beautiful trio between. On thee each living soul awaits. The development of the fugue in the second chorus is masterly and effective indeed. Everybody knows "The Heavens Are Telling," which, however, has rather more reputation than it deserves. The English have made much of Haydn's descriptive music in the accompanied recitatives. This part of his work, however, was but clever when first written, and now, through the enormous development which this part of musical composition has since reached, is little more than childish. Withal, the Creation is not difficult. It can be rendered effectively with moderate resources. This fact, added to its many charming and engaging qualities, has ensured its popularity in all parts of the musical world. It bids fair to remain for amateur societies for many years yet. As a tone poet, Haydn belonged by no means to the first rank, at least in so far as the inherent weight and range of his ideas is concerned. His one claim to musical fame rests upon his graceful manner of treating a musical idea, and upon the readiness of his invention in contrasting his themes, to which may be added the sweet and genial flavor of his music, which in every line shows a pure and childlike spirit, simple, unaffected, yet deep and true. It was his good fortune to stand to Mozart and Beethoven in the rôle of master. Both were in many ways his superiors, yet both revered him, the one until his own life went out in the freshness of his youth, the other until, when an old man, having stood upon the very Pisgah tops of the tone world, full of honors, he spoke of the old master, Haydn, with affection, in his very last days. Higher testimony than this it would be impossible to quote. For in the nature of the case, the composer Haydn can never be judged again by musicians and poets who know so well his aims and the value of what he accomplished, as the two Vienna masters, Mozart and Beethoven, who were younger than he, yet not too young to understand the condition of the musical world into which Haydn had been born, and the musical world as it had become from his living in it. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Mozart and His Genius. One of the most engaging personalities, and at the same time one of the most highly gifted, versatile, and richly endowed geniuses who ever adorned the art of music, was that of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart (1756 1791). He was a son of the violin player and musician Leopold Mozart, living at Salzburg. At an extremely early age he showed his love for music by listening to the lessons of his sister. By the time he was 4, his father commenced to give him lessons, and when he was less than 5 years old he was discovered one day making marks upon music paper, which he stoutly maintained belonged to a concerto. The statement was received with incredulity, but upon carefully examining the manuscript it was found correctly written and sensible, but so difficult as to be impossible to play. Upon the boy's attention being called to this, he replied, "I call it a concerto because it is so difficult. They should practice it until they can play it." In childhood, and indeed through all his life, his ear was very sensitive. He could not bear to hear the sound of a trumpet, and upon his father seeking to overcome his nervousness by having a trumpet blown in the room, it threw him into convulsions. The boy was of a most active mind, interested in everything that went on about him, and eager to learn in every direction. Nothing came amiss. Arithmetic, grammar and language, he was immediately at home in any subject which he took up. Music was intuitive to him. So remarkable was his progress that when he was yet but 6 years old his father began to travel with him. Their first journey was to Munich, where the Elector received them kindly. The programs consisted of improvisations by the youthful Mozart upon themes assigned by the audience, pieces for violin and piano, the father taking the violin part, and the sister in turn played piano pieces. The father was a good violinist and the author of an excellent school for that instrument. He also composed many ambitious works which rise above the Kapellmeister average. Highly gratified with their reception at Munich, they went on to Vienna, where again they were cordially received, the emperor especially being highly delighted with the "little magician," as he called the promising boy. Even at this early age Mozart had a distinct idea of his own authority in music, although no one could be freer than he from the charge of self-conceit. In Vienna he asked expressly for Wagenseil, the court composer, that he might be sure of having a real connoisseur among his hearers. "I am playing a concerto of yours," he said. "You must turn over for me." The ladies of the aristocracy went wild over the fascinating young fellow, but presently he had an attack of scarlet fever, which brought the tour to an end. After the return to Salzburg, the practice went on every day, and regular lessons in books, as they had during the journey. And when he was still less than 9 years of age, the family undertook a longer tour to Paris, playing at all the important towns on the way. In several of the cities Wolfgang played the violin, and also the organ in the churches. At Paris they had a remarkable success, playing before the court at Versailles, and in many of the houses of the nobility. Here the father had 4 of the boy's sonatas for piano and violin engraved and published. The stay at Paris lasted 5 months, until November 10th, 1764, when they departed for London. Here they met a favorable reception at court, the King George III taking a great interest in the wonderful young master. He put before him pieces of Bach, Wagenseil and Handel, which he played at sight. On the 5th of June they gave a concert in Spring Gardens, where their receipts were as much as 100 guineas. His next appearance was as an organist for the benefit of a charity. The father, having taken cold, was ill for some time, during which time, as the boy was unable to play on the piano, he wrote his first symphony, and the year following 3 others. Before leaving London they visited the British Museum, and in memory of his visit Wolfgang composed a 4-part quartet and presented the autograph to the museum. Without pausing to trace the concert career of the young virtuoso, it must suffice to say that by the time he was 12 years old he had become favorably known in every court of southern Europe. His talent had been illustrated in many different ways and tested by the most severe masters. One of the most celebrated cases of this kind happened at Bologna, where the Philharmonic Academy received him as a member, after his passing the usual severe test, over which the famous master, Padre Martini, presided. The conditions of membership required the candidate to write an elaborate motet in 6 parts, founded upon a melody assigned from the Roman antiphonarium, the work to conform to the strictest rules, with double counterpoint and fugue. In consequence of the nervous feeling due to the limit of time allowed, candidates very often failed. Mozart, however, took his paper in the cheerful frame of mind which everywhere distinguished him, and was duly locked up. In less than 3/4 of an hour he rapped at his door and asked to be let out. The authorities sent him word not to be discouraged, but to keep on trying, as he had yet 3 hours and might accomplish it. They were greatly astonished on finding that he had already finished, having produced a complete masterwork, abundantly up to all requirements, the whole written in his peculiarly neat and accurate manner. His compositions had already reached the number of 80, including a number of symphonies. It was now late in the year 1771, and at Milan Wolfgang set seriously to work upon his opera, which was produced December 26th, and repeated to full houses 20 times, the author himself conducting it. This was Mithridate, Re di Ponto. The year following he composed 2 other operas for Italy, and several symphonies, so that when his new opera of Lucio Silla was performed in Milan, October 24, 1772, the number of his works had reached 135. From 1773 to 1777 Mozart remained at Salzburg, with occasional journeys to Vienna and other cities, always pursuing a life of unflagging industry. The number of his works had increased by the end of this period to upwards of 250, including an immense variety of pieces of chamber music, symphonies, 2 or 3 operas, a number of masses, and the like. He was now 21 years old, and since the age of 14 he had been assistant conductor at Salzburg in the service of the Prince Archbishop, who was a small-souled man, wholly unworthy the service which Mozart rendered him. There is at least a small satisfaction in remembering that the Archbishop himself had a distinct impression of the disesteem in which he was held by his talented young musical conductor. With the attainment of his majority, the second period in the life of this great genius began. Unable to obtain permission from the shabby prelate for father and son to go together upon an artistic tour, the father at length decided to send the young man out with his mother, and in September, 1777, the two started for Paris, traveling in their own carriage with post horses. Their plan was to give a concert at every promising town, taking whatever time might be necessary for working it up in due form. In this way their journey was considerably prolonged by delays at Munich, Mannheim and Augsburg. At Mannheim especially, the incidents of the tour were varied by Mozart's falling in love with the charming daughter of the theatrical prompter and copyist, a promising singer who afterward married happily in quite a different quarter. At Paris things did not turn out quite so favorably as the father had anticipated. Most afflicting of all, the mother fell sick there and died, so that the son left Paris in September for home with a far heavier heart than when he entered it. During most of 1779 and 1780 he remained at Salzburg, fulfilling his duties as assistant conductor. Then came his first opera in Germany, Idomeneo, Re di Creta, produced at Munich, January 29, 1781. The success of this work was so decided that it determined Mozart's career as an operatic composer. A few months later he quarreled with the archbishop, and the unpleasant connection came to an end. His second opera, Die Entführung aus dem Serail, The Elopement from the Seraglio, was produced at Vienna July 16, 1782. This was his first opera in German. In August of this year he was married to Constance Weber, younger sister of her who had first enchanted him. The marriage was congenial in many ways, but as the wife was incapable in money matters and administration, and Mozart himself careless as a business man, and in receipt of a small and irregular income, they soon found themselves in a sea of little troubles, from which the struggling artist was never more free. Only at the last moment, when indeed his life was all but extinct, did the clouds disappear and a prospect open before him which, if he had lived to enjoy it, would have placed his remaining days in easy circumstances. In 1785 the father visited his son in Vienna, and upon one of the first days of his stay there was a little dinner party at Mozart's house, with Haydn and the two barons Todi. In his letter home, Leopold Mozart says that Haydn said to him, "I declare to you before God, as a man of honor, that your son is the greatest composer that I know, either personally or by reputation. He has taste, and beyond that the most consummate knowledge of composition." In return for this compliment, Mozart dedicated to Haydn 6 string quartets, with a laudatory preface in which he says that it was but his due, for from Haydn I first learned to compose a quartet. Mozart was an enthusiastic Freemason, and through his influence his father, who had always previously opposed the order, became a member during this visit at Vienna. Soon afterward the father died. For the lodge Mozart wrote much music, both of a liturgical character and for concerts and special entertainments, and in the Magic Flute there are many reminiscences of the order. A year later he made the acquaintance of the celebrated librettist Lorenzo da Ponte, who proposed to adapt Beaumarchais' comedy, The Marriage of Figaro, which, after some difficulty in obtaining the consent of the emperor, on account of the objectionable character of the story, was done, and the work produced at Vienna May 1, 1786. The theater was crowded, and many airs were repeated, until at later performances the emperor prohibited encores. A pleasing scene took place at the last dress rehearsal. Kelly, who took the parts of Don Basilio and of Don Curzio, writes, "Never was anything more complete than the triumph of Mozart and his Marriage of Figaro, to which numerous overflowing audiences bore witness. Even at the first full band rehearsal all present were roused to enthusiasm, and when Benucci came to the fine passage Cherubino alla vittoria, alla gloria militar, which he gave with stentorian lungs, the effect was electric, for the whole of the performers on the stage and those in the orchestra, as if actuated by one feeling of delight, vociferated, 'Bravo, bravo, maestro! Viva, viva, grande Mozart!' Those in the orchestra I thought would never have ceased applauding by beating the bows of their violins against their music desks. And Mozart, I never shall forget his little animated countenance, when lighted up with glowing rays of genius. It is as impossible to describe it as it would be to paint sunbeams." Yet the success did not improve his position in money affairs. Soon afterward, however, he was invited to Prague to see the success his beautiful work was making there. He was entertained handsomely, and found the town wild with delight at the novelty, the spontaneity and charming quality of his music. He also gave 2 concerts there, which were brilliantly successful, and having been many times recalled, he sat down at the piano and improvised for half an hour, the audience resisting every effort he made to stop. After returning to Vienna, he obtained another libretto from Da Ponte, that of Don Giovanni, which was produced at Prague October 29, 1787. It is told as a characteristic incident of Mozart's method of working that the overture of this opera had not been written until the night before the performance. At every suggestion Mozart answered, tapping his forehead, "I have it all here." But not a line had been written. Late at night he set about writing it. His wife made him some punch, of which he was very fond, and sat with him, telling him fairy stories, in order to keep him awake. Early in the morning the overture was finished, and after being copied it was played prima vista at night with grand success. In response to repeated appeals for court recognition, Mozart was made chamber composer, with a salary of about $400, which he pronounced "too much for what I produce, too little for what I might produce." Don Giovanni was not given in Vienna until May, 1788. His pecuniary circumstances continued desperate, but there were certain incidents of an artistic kind which afforded the struggling genius a meager consolation. One Van Swieten, director of the Royal Library, who was a great amateur of classical chamber music, held meetings every Sunday for the rehearsal of works of this class. Mozart sat at the piano. For these occasions he arranged several of the fugues of Bach's Well Tempered Clavier for string quartet. The year following, the practices took on larger proportions, a subscription having been made to provide for giving oratorios with chorus and orchestra. Mozart conducted, and Weigl took the pianoforte. It was for performances of this club that Mozart added the wind parts to certain works of Handel. They gave Acis and Galatea, November, 1778. The Messiah, March, 1779. Ode to St. Cecilia's Day, and Alexander's Feast, July, 1790. Space forbids our following his later career beyond mentioning the chief incidents in a life where sadness had larger and larger place, when nevertheless the great master was pouring out his most noble and beautiful strains of melody and tonal delight. A visit to Berlin resulted in receptions at court. At Potsdam, where the truthful composer replied to the king's questions how he liked his band, that "it contains great virtuosi, but if the gentlemen would play together they would make a better effect," a remark which has been appropriate to many later orchestras. The king apparently laid the remark to heart, and offered Mozart the post of director, with a salary of 3,000 thalers, almost equal to the same number of our dollars. It would have been well for Mozart if he had accepted this liberal offer, but his answer was, "How can I abandon my good emperor?" Certainly an affection most misplaced. The list of the Mozart operas was closed with The Magic Flute, produced September 30th, 1783, which at first was not so successful as most of his previous works, but which continued to improve upon hearing, until at length it reached the estimation which it has ever since held as one of the most characteristic and interesting of all his works. He had already begun upon his Requiem, which had been mysteriously ordered of him by a messenger, who declined to state the object for which the work was intended. It is now ascertained that the unknown patron was a Count Walsegg, an amateur desirous of being thought a great composer. It was his intention to have performed the work as his own. Mozart was now in low spirits, worn out with work, late hours, and financial worry. The mystery of the Requiem preyed on his imagination none the less that he felt that in it he was writing something of his noblest and best thoughts. He said, "I am sure that this will be my own Requiem." Nothing could dissuade him from the idea. It returned again and again. At length he fell ill, poisoned, as he thought, by some envious rival. No one knows whether there was anything in the notion that actual poison had been administered, although there were rivals who had been heard to wish that he were out of the way. Without having quite finished the Requiem, he breathed his last December 5th, 1791. His premonition proved correct. The Requiem was given at his own funeral. This account of the life of Mozart has hardly the merit of an outline, for within the short 35 years of his earthly existence this great master produced a variety of works in every province of music, greater than that produced by any other of the great masters, scarcely excepting the indefatigable and long-lived Handel. It is extremely difficult to assign Mozart a definite place in the musical pantheon, without praising him too highly on the one hand, or of going to the other extreme and belittling his genius by pointing out the evident fact that, noble, beautiful, sprightly, sweet and charming as were his compositions, he has not left so large an influence upon the later course of music as quite a number of artists apparently his inferiors. His influence in music was largely temporary, but none the less indispensable to musical progress. To the neat and symmetrical periods of the Haydn symphony and sonata, with their fresh thematic treatment, Mozart added a tender grace and sweetness, like the conceptions of a Raphael in painting. He was the apostle of melody. If he had never written, the art of music would have remained something quite different from what we know it. And wherever there are lovers of refined, noble melody, there will the music of Mozart be loved. Moreover, in his best symphonies, such as the one in G minor and the Jupiter in C, there is a boldness and freedom of flight which Beethoven scarcely surpassed. He was at his best as a composer of operas. He was one of the fathers of the artistic song, with music for every stanza differing according to the sentiment of the words; and while the dramatic coloration is not forgotten in his operas, they are a constant flow of charming, inexhaustible melody, which sings most divinely. In short, taking his works through and through, Mozart was what, in the words of Mr. Matthew Arnold, we might call the composer of sweetness and light. His music glows with the radiance of immortal beauty. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beethoven and his Works. The labors of Haydn and Mozart in the rich field of instrumental music were followed immediately by those of Ludwig van Beethoven, who was born at the little town of Bonn on the Rhine, about 20 miles above Cologne, in 1770. He died at Vienna, 1827. The years between these dates were filled with labor and inspiration beyond those of any other master. Beethoven's place in music is at the head. Whether he or Bach ought to be reckoned the very greatest of all the great geniuses who have appeared in music is a question which might be discussed eternally without ever being settled. Considered merely as an artist capable of transforming musical material in an endless variety of ways, he would perhaps be placed somewhat lower than Bach. But considered as a tone poet gifted with the faculty of making hearers feel as he felt, and see as he saw, with the inner eyes of tonal sense, no master ought to be placed above him. This is the general opinion now of all the world. Taine, the French critic, in his work on art, names 4 great souls belonging to the highest order of genius: Dante, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, and Beethoven. The company is a good one, and Beethoven rightfully belongs in it. His early life was wholly different from that of the gifted Mozart. He was the son of a dissipated tenor singer, and his mother was rather an incapable person. When the boy was about 11 years old he began to play the viola in the orchestra. He was already a good pianist, and it was said of him that he was able to play nearly the whole of the Well-Tempered Clavier by heart. And at the age of 11 and a half he was left in charge during Neefe's absence as deputy organist. His improvisations had already attracted attention, and when he was a little past 12 he was made assistant musical conductor, cembalist, having to prepare the operas, adapt them to the orchestra and the players of the theater, and sometimes to train the whole company for several months together, while Neefe, the director, was away. All this without salary. In this practical school of adversity the boy grew up, arranging continually, training the orchestra, adapting music and composing, for he began this very soon. In fact, we have certain sonatinas of his composed while he was but 10 years old. He was direct in his speech, almost to rudeness, not like Mozart, attractive in his personal appearance, and rather awkward in society, where he was continually breaking things, upsetting the water, the ink, or whatever liquid was in his way. Nevertheless, there must have been something attractive about this young man of independent manners, for very early in life, and all the way through it, he made friends with the aristocracy. Count Waldstein, a few years his senior, to whom he afterward dedicated the so-called Waldstein Sonata, opus 53 in C, early became interested in him, hired a piano for him and sent it to his room, that he might have opportunity to practice. There was a family of von Breunings in Bonn, consisting of the mother, 3 boys and a daughter, where the young Beethoven often stayed for several days together. This was one of the most refined families in town, and it was here that the unfortunate young Beethoven got his first glimpses of a true home life, and his first realization of the refining influence of woman's society. He learned English in order that he might be able to read Shakespeare in the original. He also learned a little Italian and French. In short, the boy appears at good advantage from every point of view, except from that of mere appearance. This life of labor and responsibility was broken in upon when he was about 17, in 1787. He was sent to Vienna, and there is a tradition that he played there before Mozart, who is reported to have prophesied favorably concerning him. There is very little left us concerning his first visit to the great Austrian capital, then as ever since the home of music. He was soon back again in Bonn, and there for yet another year and a half he went on with his work. His mother dying, he had no longer any responsibility to retain him there, so when he was about 21 he set out again for Vienna, where all the remainder of his life was spent. At Vienna he immediately began to give concerts, in which his piano playing was the main feature, and his improvising upon themes presented by the audience. This art always remained one of his great distinctions, the surest proof of genius, the possession of musical fantasy in which every thought immediately suggests something else. He devoted himself to serious study of counterpoint and composition under the instruction of Haydn at first, but later with Albrechtsberger. His 2 great elements of power at this period were his playing and his improvising. Czerny says, "His improvisation was most brilliant and striking. In whatever company he might chance to be, he knew how to produce such an effect upon every hearer that frequently not an eye remained dry, while many would break out into loud sobs, for there was something wonderful about his expression, in addition to the beauty and originality of his ideas and his spirited manner of rendering them." The limits of the present work do not admit of following the career of this great master in the detail which would otherwise be desirable. It must suffice to mention the more salient features. Contrary to the precedent established by Mozart, Beethoven was in no hurry to appear as a composer of ambitious pieces. After the early practical experiences above described, and the further advantage of studies in Vienna under the best teachers at that time living, it was not until 1795 that he appeared as composer of his first concerto for pianoforte and orchestra, a Mozart-like work, but with an adagio of true Beethovenish flavor. A year later he published his first 3 sonatas for pianoforte, dedicated to Haydn. These 3 works are in styles totally unlike each other, and there is little or no doubt that each one of them was modeled after some existing work which at that time was highly esteemed in Vienna. The first, in F minor, is plainly after one by Emanuel Bach, in the same key. The adagio of this is especially interesting, not only because it shows a freedom and a pure lyric quality totally foreign to Emanuel Bach, and beyond Mozart even, but because it was taken out of a quartet which he had written when he was 15 years old. This shows that even at that early age Beethoven had arrived at the conception of his peculiar style of slow movements, which differed from those of Mozart in having a more song-like quality and a deeper and more serious expression. The impression of a deep soul is very marked in the Largo of the first concerto, and there are few of his later works which carry it more plainly. In all, some 60 works precede this opus 2, which is the modest mark affixed to these three sonatas. The third, in C, is still different from the other two, and was fashioned apparently after some composition of Clementi or Dussek. The adagio takes a direction which must have been regarded as not entirely successful, for nowhere else does the composer follow it out. Then followed a succession of pieces of every sort, not rapidly like Mozart's compositions, as if they represented the overflowing of an inexhaustible spring, but deliberately, as if the world were not ready for them too rapidly, one after another, each in succession carrying the treatment of the pianoforte to a finer point, and each different from its predecessor, whether of contemporaneous publication or of a former year, until by the end of the century he had reached the Sonata Pathétique, a work which marked a prodigious advance in expression and boldness over anything that can be shown from any other master of the period. Mention having been made of the slow movements in these works, in which point they were perhaps more strikingly differentiated from those of the composers previous, the Largo of the sonata in D major, opus 10, may be mentioned as an example of a peculiarly broad and dramatic, almost speaking, rhapsody or reverie for piano, which not only calls for true feeling in the interpreter, but also for technical qualities of touch and breadth of tone, such as must have been distinctly in advance of the instruments of the day. Meanwhile, a variety of chamber pieces had been composed, many of them of decided merit. This was a great period of activity with the young composer. He had found his voice. Within 2 years from the Sonata Pathétique he had composed all the sonatas up to the 2 numbered opus 27, in which the so-called Moonlight stands second, and between these a variety of variations, and several important chamber pieces, not forgetting the oratorio, Christ on the Mount of Olives, a work which, although not fully successful, nevertheless contained many beautiful ideas, and one chorus which must be ranked among the best which the repertory of oratorio can show: Hallelujah to the Father. The year 1800 also saw the first performance of the beautiful and romantic third concerto for pianoforte and orchestra. The first symphony had been performed in 1800, and by 1804 we have the great heroic symphony, the Kreutzer Sonata, and the Appassionata, with all that lie between. Never did tone poet give out great inspirations like these so freely. Each is an advance upon the previous, distancing all works of similar composers, and each one surpassing his own previous efforts. This activity continued with little or no interruption until 1812, after which there is quite a break, Beethoven occupying himself with pot boilers for the English market, in the way of arrangements of songs for instrumental accompaniment. Of these there are many, Scotch and other, besides masses, canons for voices, and the like. In 1814 we have the lovely Sonata in E minor for piano, opus 90, and in 1818 the great Sonata for hammer clavier, opus 106. Then in 1821 and 1822 the last of the sonatas, which carry this form of pianoforte writing to a point which it had never previously reached, if since. And then the Messe Solennelle and the Ninth Symphony, the latter having been composed in 1822 to 1823. After this came the last quartet for strings, compositions which have been much written about, but which time has shown to be among the most beautiful and understandable of all that the great master produced. Meanwhile, as a man, Beethoven had been subject to his vicissitudes, but upon the whole, while no longer the popular composer of the day, his seriousness prevented that. He was in comfortable circumstances, but annoyed by the care of a nephew of irregular habits and reprehensible character. For many years now Beethoven had been getting deaf, and for the past 10 or 12 he had been unable to hear ordinary conversation, so that communication had to be carried on with him by writing. Superficial observers inferred from this fact that the inability to hear his compositions must have reacted unfavorably upon them, and probably accounted for many passages which were unlike his early works, and unintelligible or unlovely to the critics aforesaid. It is true that between the early and the latest compositions of Beethoven there is a greater difference in intelligibility than between the early and the late compositions of any other master. But the difference is not one of judgment on his part, but purely one of different conception, different melodic structure and deeper effect. The Ninth Symphony, which the first players called impossible, has lived to be counted not simply the greatest of all of Beethoven's works, but the greatest of all instrumental music. It has been named as an impassable barrier beyond which no later composer might pass and compose an instrumental symphony. Nothing could be more unjust or mistaken. Every composition of Beethoven is a fantasia, which in his early work indeed has the form of the sonata, the accepted serious form of the day, but in the works of the middle period the limits of the sonata form were crossed in many directions, and in the latest the sonata is forsaken entirely. But this is not to say that Beethoven had gone beyond the sonata form. Beethoven was an improviser in music quite as surely as his wildest successor, Schumann, and he wrote as he felt at the time. He lost nothing in being deaf. His inner tonal sense was as acute as ever, and had been trained as the tonal sense of few composers ever was. In point of fact, the compositions of the later period are as sweet as those of any former period whatever. The last sonata for the pianoforte is one of the most advanced compositions that exist for the instrument. It is a tone poem which will outlast most other things that Beethoven wrote for this instrument. In fact, the accuracy with which the capacity of the instrument is gauged is one of the most striking peculiarities of the last sonatas and other late works of this master. Meanwhile, piano technique has advanced to a point where these great works no longer present the insurmountable difficulties that they did when first composed. Their general acceptance has been delayed by the foolish notion that there was about them something sacred and secluded from the apprehension of ordinary readers. This is not the case. They are within reach, and repay study. Beethoven's last days were not pleasant. He lived the life of a bachelor, and his nephew was a source of trouble. It is thought by many that the neglect of his nephew to order a physician in time, when requested to do so by his uncle, was the immediate occasion of the death of the great man. Beethoven died March 27, 1827, after a serious illness, in which dropsical symptoms were among the most troublesome. There was a grand funeral in which impressive exercises were held, and the body was deposited in consecrated ground in the cemetery at Waring, near Vienna. The allusions to the compositions of this composer in the preceding pages are very fragmentary, and in fact are expected merely to direct attention to those mentioned. There are many others almost equally worthy of attention, but upon the whole the reputation of Beethoven as a tone poet must rest first upon the 9 symphonies, then upon the string quartets, the other chamber music, next upon the concertos, of which the 3rd and 4th, for pleasing beauty, and the 5th, for deep poetical meaning, have never been equaled by those of any other composer. There remain the sonatas for pianoforte and for piano and violin, 3 large volumes containing a multitude of exquisite strains which the world would be poor indeed to lose. In personal appearance Beethoven was rugged rather than pleasing. He was rather short, 5 feet 5 inches, but very wide across the shoulders and strong. His ruddy face had high cheek bones and was crowned by very thick hair, which originally was brown, but in later life perfectly white. His eyes were black and rather small, but very bright and piercing. His natural expression was grave, almost severe, but his smile was extremely winning, and he was jovial in humor. He was very fond of the country, walking in the fields, where under a tree he would lie for half a day together, humming the melodies which occurred to him, and making notes in the bits of blank paper which he always carried. These pocket notebooks have been preserved, and we find in them themes in crude form which he used for some important movement or other, often several years later. Among the works produced while this habit was strongest were the 6th and 7th symphonies, than which no works in music are more charming. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven compared. The 3 masters, Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven, in relation to the symphony, stand upon a plane of substantial equality, whether we estimate their merits according to the absolute worth of the compositions they produced in this form, or in the value of the additions which each in turn made to the ideal of his predecessor. Naturally, as the latest of the 3, though so far contemporaneous with them as to form part of a single movement in the progress of art, the symphonies of Beethoven are greater in certain respects, and, as also was to have been expected from his general depth of mind and seriousness of purpose, they are perhaps somewhat more severe or elevated in style and sentiment. Nevertheless, the ideal of the 3 writers was but slightly different. All alike sought to weave tones into a succession of agreeable and beautiful combinations, related as representing a continued flight of spirit, a reverie of the beautiful. Haydn has the honor of having created the form, his fortunate innovation upon the traditions of his predecessors, by adding the second and contrasting theme, and his happy faculty of working out the middle part of the first movement thematically in a style of free fantasy based upon the various devices of counterpoint and canonic imitation, not only suggested to the later composers a way in which an endless variety of pleasing tone pictures might be created, but established and demonstrated by the clearness with which he did it, and the ever fresh variety and charm of his works, that this was the way in which symphonic material must be put together. For further particulars relating to the sonata form as such, the student is referred to my Primer of Musical Forms, Arthur P. Schmidt, Boston, 1891. The form thus established by Haydn, Mozart accepted, and followed in all his symphonies, with few and unimportant variations. His additions to the general idea of orchestral effect were in the direction of a sweeter cantilena, a vocal and song-like quality, which pervades every movement, and which in the slow movement rises to a height of refined and exquisite song never surpassed by any composer. Beethoven is often more impassioned, at times more forcible, but it is never possible to say of the pure spirit of Mozart that this refined and gentle soul might not have broken mountains and shaken the hills if he had chosen to do so. His refinement is like that of a seraph, as we see it illustrated in the feminine-looking faces of the Greek Apollos, and the St. Michaels and archangels of Guido Reni and Raphael. It is free from passion and toil, but no man dares set a limit to the strength therein concealed. In the slow movements of the pianoforte sonatas of Mozart we do not find this quality so plainly manifested. The instrument was still too imperfect and did not invite it. Moreover, the greater portion of these compositions bear the appearance of having been written for the use of amateurs. But in the string quartet and the symphonies it is different. Here the spirit of Mozart has free course, and he goes from one beauty to another with the sure instinct of a master before whom all tonal kingdoms are wide open. This can be seen even in the pianoforte arrangements of the greater symphonies. The melodies, apparently so simple and diatonic, are susceptible of being sung with heartfelt fervor under the fingers of the violinist or by the voice of the great singer, and when so sung they become transfigured with beauty, luminous from within, like lovely angel faces glowing with radiance from the higher realms of bliss. Without this idea of singing, and more than this, of a pure spirit singing, the Mozart adagios are open to the charge often made against them in these later days by the unthinking, who find in them only the external peculiarities of simplicity and diatonic quality, with the unsensationalism which technical reserve implies. Nor is it true that Beethoven is incapable of this elevated soaring in the higher realms of the merely beautiful in song. There is generally an undercurrent of deeper pathos in all his sustained slow movements, but in the early symphonies, especially in the second, there is a long slow movement of heavenly depth and quality. Indeed, without pausing to individualize, we may say once for all that the slow movements of Beethoven are nearly as sweet and as forgetful, as rapturous as those of Mozart. Even when he takes the lower key of the minor, with its implication of suffering and pain, there is still a sweetness which, once heard, can never be forgotten. Think of the lovely allegretto of the Seventh Symphony, with its persistent motive of a quarter and 2/8. Even in an arrangement for the pianoforte this is still impressive; upon the organ yet more so. But how much more so when given by the orchestra, with the lovely changing colors of Beethoven's instrumentation! The progress from Haydn's slow movement to that of Beethoven's is in the direction of depth, self forgetfulness and elevated reverie, having in it a quality distinctly churchlike, devotional, worshipful and reposeful in the heavenly sense. The finest example of this is in the slow movement of the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven, where the composer has one of those lofty moods which even in his younger times Mrs. von Breuning used to call his raptus, rapture of song. In a technical point of view, the handling of the themes becomes more masterly in Beethoven than even in Mozart, mainly perhaps because the symphonies of Beethoven represent a more mature point in his mental and artistic career than do those of Mozart. The Third Symphony of Beethoven was written in 1803, the composer being 33 years old. The fourth waited until he was 35 or 6. Mozart died at the age of 35, and whatever we have from his lofty pen came to the young Mozart not yet having reached middle life. Observe also the rapidity with which these great works followed one another from the pen of Beethoven when once he had found his voice. The Fifth Symphony was written in 1808. In the same year he wrote also the Sixth. 4 years later, in 1812, the next two symphonies, the Seventh and Eighth. Then a long pause, filled up with other works, and at length, when the composer was 53 years of age, in 1823, the mighty Ninth. If Mozart's life had been spared to enter into the more comfortable and dignified openings which his death prevented, what might we not have had from him? In one sense there is a distinct difference between the symphonies of Mozart and those of Beethoven. The passionate ideal, the picture of a deep soul tossed yet triumphant, is nearer to the latter. Whatever Mozart may have experienced in the way of "contradiction of sinners," as St. Paul calls it, he never allows the fact to find entrance into his music, and especially into his symphonies. Whether he felt that these moments did not belong to a high ideal of orchestral pieces, or whether he was glad to find in the tone world forgetfulness of sorrows and troubles, we do not know. But Beethoven came nearer to the great time of the romantic. The inherent interest of whatever belongs to the human soul was an idea of his time, and unconsciously to himself, perhaps, it entered into and colored his work. The Ninth Symphony belongs to the period when Hegel was delivering his lectures upon the deepest questions of philosophy, and laying it down as a fundamental principle that it is the place of art to represent everything whatever which sinks or swells in the human spirit, not alone all the noble and lovely, but also the ignoble, the vicious, the unworthy, and particularly the tragic, to the end that the soul may learn to know itself, and awaken to a deeper and better self-consciousness. Beethoven felt the mental movement of his day. While his acquaintance with other prominent literary men of his time made little headway, owing in part to his deafness, and in part to his very strong self-consciousness, he read and thought and felt himself akin with the whole human race. He was a socialist and a republican by instinct. Man stands upon that which he really is, was a form of self-assertiveness, which, if not actually enunciated by him, at least represents his attitude toward the conventionalities and superficialities of the courts, the social orders, and the general movement of mind into which he entered. Moreover, this was the time when the romantic poets of Germany had already set the world thinking their new ideas. Close by the great composer, in the same city in fact, worked a young man, worshipping almost the very ground upon which Beethoven walked, but for the most part unknown to him, Franz Schubert, who in the symphony was classic to the very highest degree, and a tone poet, gifted lyrically not less than Mozart himself, a composer whose ideas have equal refinement and grace with those of Mozart, together with a certain charm peculiarly their own, and an instinct for musical coloration which has never found its superior. This obscure young man, whose lofty genius was recognized only after his soul had taken its flight from earth, was the founder of the modern romantic school of music, the musical commentator upon the productions of all the best of German poets, a composer of such inexhaustible fertility and melodic inspiration that Schumann said of him that if he had lived he would have set to music the whole German literature. Thus, by the combined efforts of all these composers, of Schubert no less than the three great masters, of whom we are more particularly speaking, the symphony came to its full expression. In their relation to the sonata, these three great masters do not stand in the same position of quasi-equality. Haydn is here the first, as already in the symphony, but in his sonatas he is always rather hampered, and never attains the flow of his slow melodies for the violin. Mozart also, while a beautiful player upon the pianoforte of his day, did not possess the prescience of Beethoven, who was able to see over the pianoforte of his time and write as if he felt the assurance of the nobler and yet nobler instruments of these later times. Here he stands with Bach, who in his great chromatic fantasia and fugue requires and confidently expects the breadth of tone and the power of the modern piano. It was Beethoven's fortune to live during the early days of the modern instrument. Just after his death the era of virtuoso piano playing began, the first appearances of Thalberg having been made as early as about 1830. He was himself a great pianist, as we see in the concertos which he wrote, always intending to play them at some concert or other in near prospect. Occasionally, indeed, he overshot his mark, as notably in the fifth, which, being finished just before his concert in 1809, he found too difficult for his fingers, whereupon he was obliged to fall back on the third. Moreover, the pianists Hummel and Dussek were already before the public, and Clementi had made his concert tours and established the lines of the classical technique upon its brilliant side. All these influences find their illustration in the music of Beethoven, and especially find illustration in the last and greatest of his pianoforte sonatas. These beautiful tone poems were long regarded as impossible, but the genius of Schumann and Liszt came to their rescue by introducing a new style of touch and technique, which, when once found, proved to be the link missing for the proper interpretation of these till then obscure works. Moreover, Beethoven occupied a different attitude toward the sonata form from that which he held to the symphony. He deviated from the sonata form in every direction, and this not alone in his later works, when we might suppose he had become wearied with the repetition of his ideas in the same order, but in his works of middle life, when as yet he might apparently have gone on writing sonatas indefinitely, so fresh, so novel, and so varied were the tone pictures which he gave the world under this name. He seems to have regarded music as an improvisation, not to be held to some one fixed type of expression, but free to go wherever the fancy of the poet took him, to the end that the entire heavens of the tone world might in time be visited. He expects of his readers an element of the devotee. It is not for amateurs that he writes, still less for the votaries of fashionable society, with its emptiness and repeated insincerities. There is a suggestion of entering into the closet, of shutting the door, as a prerequisite to the full enjoyment of these ineffable pictures and images which come from his revelation. In the present full-grown faith in the doctrine of the capacity of man for a development continually progressive, it would be presumptuous to say that the three composers, Haydn, Mozart and Beethoven, have reached the limit of art so far as instrumental music goes. In the nature of the case, there is not, nor can there be, an ultima thule in art. Whatever the splendor of color, the nobility of conception, or the sincerity and loyalty of purpose, and however resplendent the works created by these exceptional talents, there is reason to hope that better works still may yet be in store. Stronger and yet stronger imaginations, more perfect technique of expression and finer inspiration may yet be the lot of fortunate individuals of the 20th century, inheriting the richly diversified musical experiences of the present time. But in one direction there is little doubt that these three great masters did carry the art of instrumental music to a pinnacle beyond which no one as yet has been able to soar. They represent the climax of classical art. In the nature of the case, the term classical itself is subject to an element of uncertainty. According to the philosopher Hegel, the classical is that art in which the form is beautiful and wholly satisfactory in symmetry, while the content exactly matches it in fullness and beauty. Or, in ordinary usage, the classical is the first class, the superior, the highly finished, the standard. And since music is a matter of sense perception, and the impressions resulting from it are in some degree dependent upon the ability of the hearer to find the principles of unity, in other words, the sense of it, every generation extends the list of the classical, and includes much which the preceding one found imperfect and strained. So far as our knowledge and experience have yet gone, however, there is a sense in which the productions of these great masters are likely to remain long unmatched in beauty and worth. Nothing has been done since that surpasses the sustained beauty of the Beethoven adagios, of which we find the most beautiful specimens naturally among the orchestral pieces and in the chamber music, where he could depend upon the long phrases and sustained tones of the violins. But in the sonatas for pianoforte he is equally at home. He seems to have foreseen the possibilities of the modern piano. In his latest sonatas there are passages which foresee the modern technique, and suggest effects which only the pianoforte of the past 30 years has been capable of attaining. This is the prophetic element in the writings of this great master. The same difference in the sweep of mind shows itself in the lighter movements. In the minuets Haydn is playful, Mozart is occasionally tender and arch. Beethoven alone is vigorous and humoristic in the modern sense. And in the finales of the sonatas there is a movement in those of Beethoven which we look for in vain in those of the older composers. It was not in Haydn, nor yet in Mozart, to play with tones in this masterly spirit. Hence, the true relation of these great masters might be summed up, without intending to be disrespectful to either, as the following: Haydn provided the form, the order of keys, and the general character of the contrasts between the two subjects. Mozart invented a myriad of tender nuances which illustrated the fine points of music and imparted to the works a sweetness and pleasing quality which everybody recognized as irresistible. Beethoven added to these ingredients of popular music a depth, a soulful quality, an earnestness and a universal intelligibility to spirits of the necessary depth, which have stood to all the world ever since as models. Such in general are the points of relation and of contrast. It is not to be overlooked, however, that the tendency of musical taste is to leave the works of Mozart behind. Haydn is gaining ground relatively, through the admiration of musicians for the cleverness with which he treats themes. Beethoven holds his own by reason of his vigorous personality, which is to be felt in every page of his music. Mozart, however, appeals less to the taste of the present time, and his pianoforte works are now cultivated chiefly for technical purposes in the earlier stages of study. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Opera in the 18th Century. Part 1. Upon the musical side, and in one instance upon the dramatic side as well, there were three great forces in opera during this century. The first of these, in order of time, was Carl Heinrich Graun (1701 1759). A native of Dresden, he was educated there, and having early a beautiful voice, became treble singer to the town council, a curious name for a position in the leading church. He profited by the instruction of the official directors of the choir and the church, Petzold and Schmidt, and very early he was an enthusiastic student of the compositions of the Hamburg director, Kaiser, whose style influenced his own in his later work. Lotti, the Italian composer, who conducted a series of performances in Dresden with a picked company of Italian singers, was another force operative in his development. He early commenced to write cantatas and motets for the seminary, of which he was a member, all of which show traces of the Italian influences. In particular, his biographer speaks of a passion cantata, in which an opening chorus, "Lasset uns aufsehen auf Jesum," is singularly forcible for the work of a boy of 15. His first entrance upon operatic work was as tenor, when he was scarcely 24 years of age. Being dissatisfied with the music of his part, written by one Schurmann, a local director, he substituted other airs of his own composition, which were so popular that he was commissioned to write an opera, and was appointed assistant director. His first opera, Poliodoro, was successful, and he was commissioned to write 5 others, some in Italian, some in German. Besides these he composed several cantatas for church use, and several instrumental pieces. In 1735 he was invited to the residence of the Crown Prince of Prussia, afterward Frederick the Great. This powerful potentate remained Graun's friend and patron until his death. Here, among other works, he composed 50 Italian cantatas, usually consisting of 2 airs with recitative. In 1740 Frederick came to the throne, and gave Graun the post of musical director, with a salary of $2,000. Selecting his singers in Italy, where his singing was very highly appreciated, he returned to Berlin and assumed the duties of his position. Here he composed no less than 27 operas, the last being in 1756, all in the Italian style, and so far as a German might master it, and all making the singer the prime person of consideration, and the listener next. The poet took whatever of opportunity these two might not have needed. His best talent, both as singer and as composer, lay in his power of expressing emotion in adagios. In this respect he had, no doubt, more influence upon the development of the lyric's slow movement than he has generally been credited with. Later in his life he turned once more to church music, and in his cantatas, and especially in his oratorio Der Tod Jesu, "The Death of Jesus," a passion oratorio, he made a distinct impression upon the practices of his successors. In Germany this work is held in nearly the same affection as the Messiah of Handel in England. Graun's influence upon the later course of opera, besides the adagio aria already mentioned, lay principally in his accompaniments, which were often strong and highly dramatic. The great operatic mind of this century, and one of the greatest of all time, was that of Christopher Willibald von Gluck (1714 1785). By the middle of the 18th century the influence of the Italian composers, helped out by the superficial German composers, such as Graun and Hasse, had reduced the Italian opera to a collection of mere show pieces of singing, the arias having indeed an excuse in the story, but the action of the drama had been lost entirely, owing to the long stretches of time needed for these elaborate arias and the recalls to which they inevitably gave rise. During these pauses the action ceased entirely, as we see at the present day in many Italian operas still current, as in the mad scene from Lucia, for instance. In that scene, where everything ought to be wild excitement, the chorus singers, representing the relatives and friends of poor Lucia, stand around while she sings long cadenzas with the flute, in such trying relationships as would test the vocal technique of a sane person. In the time of Gluck this abuse had reached about the same height, and to make the matter less bearable, the Italian composers had not yet attained the art of expressing sentiment simply and directly, but were intent upon sweet sounding trivialities, calculated to please the groundlings, but of little or no relation to the drama. Gluck sought to restore the ideal of the original inventors of opera, with such unconscious modification as had been made meanwhile. But before undertaking this he had to undergo the usual long and severe apprenticeship of reformers. In his time the rules for a composer had become well settled. Every personage must have his or her aria immediately upon their first entrance. The character of the arias had been well settled. There was the aria cantabile, a flowing melody, very lightly accompanied, affording opportunity for embellishments; the aria di portamento, introducing long swelling notes, affording the singer opportunity for illustrating his length of breath and sustaining power, and so on with several other forms of aria. The part of hero, whether male or female, was assigned to a man, an artificial soprano, although it might be a hero, like Hercules, for example. The subject had to be classical, and the dénouement happy. There were invariably 6 principal characters, 3 men and 3 women. The first woman was always a high soprano, the second or third a contralto. The first man, always the hero of the piece, an artificial soprano. The second man might be an artificial soprano or a contralto. The third man might be a bass or tenor, but it was not at all unusual to confide all the male parts to artificial sopranos. Each principal character claimed the right to sing an aria in each of the 3 acts of the drama. Each scene ended with an aria of some one of the classes already mentioned, but no 2 arias of the same class were permitted to follow each other. Gluck was the reformer destined by the fates to rectify some of these artificial traditions. He was educated at the Jesuit seminary in Komotau, and later in Prague. He was engaged in the musical forces of Prince Melzi, who took him to Italy, where he became a pupil of the famous Italian composer and teacher, Sammartini. To this fact, no doubt, is due his early attachment to the Italian opera. Here he wrote several operas, all more or less in the Italian style, as he had been taught it, and as he heard it upon every hand. His first work, Artaserse, the book by Metastasio, was produced with such success in Milan in 1741 that he presently wrote several others for other Italian theaters. For Venice, in 1741, Demetrio and Ipermestra. For Cremona, Artamene, 1743. For Turin, Alessandro nelle Indie, 1745. For Milan, Demofonte, Siface and Fedra, 1742, 1744. In all, 8 operas in 5 years. None of these works in their complete form are now in existence. Fragments alone have been preserved. If any inference is justified from these extracts, the style throughout was that of the Italian opera of the day. The fame of Gluck had now extended to England, and in 1745 he was invited to London to compose operas for the Haymarket Theater. He came and wrote, the year following, 1746, La Caduta dei Giganti, after which he produced the Cremona opera. Handel assisted at the production of these 2 operas, and is reported to have said that the author knew no more of counterpoint than a pig. Naumann thinks that Gluck learned much from hearing Handel's oratorios in England, and that his subsequent deeper and nobler dramatic style was formed upon these great models. The 2 operas produced in London made but a moderate success, and Gluck was commissioned to write a pasticcio, or medley of styles. He did so, imitating all styles according to the best of his ability, but it made no better effect than the works before it. This was the turning point in his career. The failure mortified him deeply, and led him to reflect concerning the nature of dramatic music. On his way back to Vienna he passed through Paris, where he heard certain operas of Rameau, which also influenced his style later. The declamation and the dramatic treatment of the recitative were the points upon which his attention principally dwelt. Upon reaching Vienna he wrote a number of instrumental pieces, bearing the name of symphonies, pieces which in no way differed from the conventional music of the day. The Haydn symphony had not yet been invented, and the form was wholly indeterminate. There was an opera in this year, also a love affair. Gluck was deeply in love with the beautiful and charming daughter of a rich merchant, who upon no account would consent to her marriage with a musician. So Gluck went back to Italy, and there he wrote another opera, rather better in quality than his previous ones. Early in 1750 the inexorable parent died, and late in the year Gluck married the woman of his choice, who made him a model wife, being educated above the average of her times, and entering into his ideals and aspirations with ever ready sympathy. Her wealth also placed the composer in an easy position as regarded the world, and permitted him to devote himself to study. For nearly 10 years following Gluck produced occasionally an opera, but as yet the man had not arrived. All these were early and apprentice works. At length, in 1762, was produced his first master work, Orpheus and Eurydice, the libretto having been written by the imperial counsellor Calzabigi. The novelty of this great work was not above the appreciation of the Viennese public of the day. Orpheus made a decided success. Its principal innovations consisted in its more powerful instrumentation, the introduction of a chorus having an integral part in the movement of the piece, and in the highly dramatic treatment of the second act, where Orpheus descends into the lower world to seek his lost love. Nevertheless, the composer had not reached true self-consciousness. A retrogression followed. He went back to Metastasio, and in conjunction with him produced 3 or 4 small operas, all in his earlier style. But in 1767 he returned to Calzabigi, and upon a libretto of his wrote Alceste, which was produced at the Vienna Opera House in 1767 with vastly more success than Orpheus. The story is that of the tragedy of Euripides, and the music is exclusively severe and tragic. The public was divided concerning the merit of the new work. Already the notion of a music of the future had been conceived, and the notion suggested that only in a more self-forgetful future would a work of such severity and of such lofty aim find acceptance. In the dedicatory epistle to the Duke of Tuscany, prefixed to the score, Gluck defines his intentions. He says, "I seek to put music in its true purpose, that is, to support the poem, and thus to strengthen the expression of the feelings and the interest of the situation, without interrupting the action. I have therefore refrained from interrupting the actor in the fervor of his dialogue by introducing the accustomed tedious ritournelle, nor have I broken his phrase at an opportune vowel, that the flexibility of his voice might be exhibited in a lengthy flourish, nor have I written phrases for the orchestra to afford the singer opportunity to take a long breath preparatory to the accepted flourish. Nor have I dared to hurry over the second part of an aria, when such contained the passion and the most important matter, to find myself in accord with the conventional repeat of the same phrase 4 times. As little have I permitted myself to close an aria where the sense was incomplete, solely to afford the singer an opportunity of introducing a cadenza. In short, I have striven to abolish all these bad habits, against which sound reasoning and true taste have been struggling now for so long in vain." There were several numbers in Alceste which exercised an influence upon subsequent composers, among the more notable being the Speech of the Oracle, which Mozart must have had in mind in writing the Commendatore's reply to Don Giovanni, and the Sacrificial March, which probably influenced the Priest's March in the Magic Flute. Gluck was 48 when he wrote Orpheus, and 53 when Alceste appeared. Galled by the criticisms of his countrymen, and encouraged by the friendship of the French ambassador, Gluck now went to Paris, where his operas were presently brought out, but with the same varying favor as at home. Marie Antoinette, who had been his pupil, befriended him and granted him a pension of 6,000 francs. Thus supported, he brought out still another grand opera in the French language, Iphigénie en Aulide, produced at Paris in 1774. In this work classical severity was scrupulously observed, and the opera is full of telling points of dramatic, musical coloration. In Armide, 1777, he endeavored to show that he was equally at home in richly conceived sensuous music, and succeeded so well that the famous controversy was precipitated with the Italian composer Piccini, who had just arrived in Paris preparatory to bringing out his opera of Roland. Volumes were written in praise of Italian music, and in disparagement of the roughness of that of Gluck. On the other hand, the friends of Gluck stood up for him manfully, and the contest raged fiercely, with the usual result of thoroughly advertising the music of both. Gluck's last opera for Paris was Iphigénie en Tauride, 1779, the same subject already having been treated by his rival Piccini. The superiority of Gluck's was incontestable. He died at Vienna of apoplexy, November 15, 1787. Gluck's place in art has been well summed up by Padre Martini, and the opinion is all the more worthy of attention from the general charge of Gluck's enemies that his music had overturned the traditions of pure Italian art. He says, all the finest qualities of Italian and many of those of French music with the great beauties of the German orchestra are united in his work. This is tantamount to crediting Gluck with having created a cosmopolitan music, which is precisely the position which posterity has assigned him. For the time when he wrote, his music is wonderfully fine. It still retains its vitality, as has been vividly shown in several revivals of his Orpheus within recent years, in two of which, in America and in Italy, the American prima donna, Madame Helene Hastreiter, has nobly distinguished herself. The third force, alluded to at the outset of the chapter as having been mainly influential in German opera during the 18th century, and until our own time it might be added, was Mozart, whose works have already received attention in former pages of the narrative. It must suffice here to remind the reader of the successes and qualities of his operas, in order that he may be remembered in this connection. For, like Gluck, his art was cosmopolitan, having in it the sweetness of the Italian, the richness of the German, and occasional traces of the declamation of the French. Part 2. After Lully, the next great name in the history of French opera was that of Jean-Philippe Rameau (1683 1765). This great master was one of the most versatile men of whom we have a record in music. He was a mathematician, physicist, a profound theorist, and a virtuoso upon the piano and harpsichord. He is one of the four great names in music of the period of Bach and Händel, the fourth being Scarlatti. His education in music began while he was very young, and it is said of him that such was his talent that he could improvise a fugue upon any theme assigned when he was but 14 years of age. His father wished him to be trained for the law, but music had greater charms for him, and the margins of his books were marked over with crotchets and quavers. Having become desperately in love with a fascinating young widow, whom his father was opposed to his marrying, he was sent at the age of 17 to Italy, ostensibly to study. He came therefore to Milan about 1701, a few years before Händel came there. Italian music was little to his taste. The dignified declamation of the Lully operas seemed to him better worthy of the attention of men than the tunes of the Italians. Accordingly he took service as a violinist with a traveling operatic troupe, and in this capacity visited the south of France. In Paris he became a pupil of the court organist Marchand, of whom we hear again in connection with certain tests of proficiency with Händel. Marchand was at first delighted with his new pupil, but presently dropped him when he discovered how talented he was, and liable to prove a dangerous rival. Accordingly he left Paris and took service as organist at Lille, which post he exchanged afterward for one at Clermont. In this quiet town he devoted himself to the study of harmony and to reflection upon the principles of music. He read there the works of Zarlino and other Italian theorists. In 1721 he returned to Paris and published his treatise on harmony, in which he propounded the theory of inversions. His second treatise on harmony, New System of Musical Theory, was published in 1725. These works excited a great deal of attention and brought the author renown, but his soul yearned for recognition as a composer, and in 1730 he obtained from Voltaire a libretto, Samson. This work was declined at the National Opera on the grounds that the public was not attracted by biblical subjects. 3 years later, however, he composed another, Hippolyte et Arcie, which was performed with moderate success. He had now reached the age of 50 and entered upon the second stage of his artistic career, and the second period of the French opera. The admirers of Rameau invited appreciation of the new works upon the ground of their being better than those of Lully, and all Paris was divided into two opposite camps. Rameau is entitled to having developed his operas more musically than those of Lully, and the later ones became still richer upon the orchestral side. The entire list of operas by Rameau numbers about 30. That they did not preserve their popularity so long as those of Lulli is due to their deficiency upon the dramatic side, especially to the inherent inexpressiveness of the music itself. The treatment of the orchestra is clever in many places, showing a manifest improvement over that of Lulli, especially in the freedom of thematic work. He also ventures occasionally on inharmonic changes. Contemporaneous with him was that remarkable genius, Jean-Jacques Rousseau (1712 1778), the father of the kindergarten idea and of many other humanitarian and educational novelties. Rousseau's importance in the history of music is not sufficient to justify an account of his early days. With a great fondness for music, he found it extremely difficult to read by note, as he was almost entirely self-taught. This led him to devise a simpler notation, which he did about 1740, publishing an account of it in 1743. His system was substantially that of the tonic sol fa, except that he used figures in place of letters. He presented a memorial to the Academy of Sciences upon this subject in 1742, but his plan was so vigorously opposed by Rameau that nothing came of it. Nevertheless, the idea was afterward worked out by M. Paris in the present century, and has proven very useful among the orphéonistes. In 1752 Rameau produced his first opera, Le Divin du Village, a very light affair, somewhat on the order of what Germans called a Singspiel. The most remarkable piece that he produced was his comedy Pygmalion in 1775. There is no song in this opera. The only music in it is that for orchestral interludes in the intervals between the phrases of declamation. The continuation of French opera was due to Philidor, the celebrated chess player (1726 1795). He was very talented in many directions, and from the production of his first opera in 1759 to his last, Bélisaire, finished by his friend Berton, and produced in 1796, he enjoyed an uninterrupted popularity, having brought out in that time about 21 operas, some of them comic, one or two of them serious. His music is light and pleasing, and he is credited with having been the first to produce descriptive airs, Le Maréchal, and the unaccompanied quartet, Tom Jones (1764). The great merit of his works was their clever construction for the stage. Contemporaneous with him was Pierre Alexander Monsigny (1729 1817). Not having been intended for the profession of music, he had a classical education, and upon the death of his father obtained a clerkship in Paris. He belonged to a noble family, and at first pursued music as a recreation. His first opera was produced after 5 months' tuition in harmony and theory in 1759. This was followed by about 30 other works. His greatest skill was melody and ease of treatment. In 1812 he was appointed inspector of the conservatory, and in 1813 he succeeded Grétry in the institute, and in 1816 he received the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Upon the appearance of André Ernest Modeste Grétry (1741 1813), we come to a real genius, although not of the first order. He was the son of a poor violinist of Liège, Belgium, and when about 16 years of age he composed 6 small symphonies and a mass. The latter gained him the protection of the canon of the cathedral, who sent him to Rome, where he pursued his studies with very little credit. After producing one small work in Rome, he made his way to Paris, and his first opera, Le Huron, was successfully produced in 1768. This was followed by more than 50 operas of all sorts, some of which still survive. Grétry was a very charming man, and wrote upon music and other subjects in a pleasing manner. His importance in the history of music is due more to the number of works by him than to their striking musical qualities. Another remarkable musician of this period in France was François Joseph Gossec 1733 1829, who also was a Belgian from Hainault. His early training was obtained in the cathedral at Antwerp. He came to Paris in 1751, and became a pupil of Rameau. He conceived the idea of writing orchestral symphonies, and produced some pieces of this kind in 1754, 5 years before the date of Haydn's first. In 1759 he published some quartets. In 1760 he produced his best Messe des Morts, in which he made a sensation by writing the Tuba Mirum for 2 orchestras, one of wind instruments concealed outside. Berlioz probably derived an idea from this. He wrote 12 operas which were successfully produced, 26 symphonies, and a variety of other works. He founded his amateur concerts in 1770 and his sacred concerts in 1773. In 1784 he organized his school of singing, out of which the Conservatory of Music was afterward developed. Upon the foundation of the conservatory, in 1795, he was appointed inspector, with Cherubini and Méhul. His influence upon the general development of music is local to Paris, where he did more to enrich opera on the instrumental side than any other composer of the 18th century. Étienne Henri Méhul (1763 1817) was another of these prolific composers of light operas. Son of a cook at Givet, he had passion for music and soon became a good organist. At 14 he was deputy organist, and in 1778 he arrived in Paris, and at once commenced to study and teach. The next year he was so fortunate as to listen to Gluck's Iphigénie en Tauride, which made a great impression upon him. He called upon Gluck himself in order to express his admiration, and in consequence of the encouragement received from the eminent composer, he proceeded to write 3 operas, one after another, which are now lost. His 4th was accepted at the Academy, but not performed. Finally, his Euphrosyne et Coradin was produced at the Opera Comique in 1790. The public immediately recognized a force, a sincerity of accent, a dramatic truth, and a gift of accurately expressing the meaning of words, which always remained the main characteristics of Méhul. Within the next 17 years he produced 24 operas, besides a large number of cantatas and other works. Upon the whole, this sincere master must be regarded as one of the most eminent in the history of French opera. Somewhat later in the operatic field was Jean-François Le Sueur (1763 1837). After serving as a boy chorister at Abbeville and Amiens, he came to Paris, where in 1786 he was appointed musical director at Notre Dame, and distinguished himself by giving magnificent performances of motets and solemn masses, with a large orchestra in addition to the usual forces. His first opera, La Caverne, was produced in 1793, after which he wrote 4 others, as well as 3 which were never performed. In the line of church music he was much more productive, and one might say more at home. His music is marked by grand simplicity. As a teacher in later life he was very celebrated, among his pupils being the greatest of French masters, Berlioz. The most gifted of the French composers of light opera at the end of the 18th century and in the part of the 19th was François Adrien Boileau (1775 1834). This talented musician was born at Rouen, where his father was secretary to the archbishop. The boy was educated in the ecclesiastical schools, having begun as a choir boy in the cathedral. His first little work for the stage was performed at Rouen when he was about 17, La Fille Coupable, with such success that the author was encouraged to go and seek his fortune in Paris. Here for a long time he met with little encouragement, and was obliged to make a living at first as a piano tuner. Later he was fortunate enough to have certain romances of his sung by popular singers, and thus his name became somewhat known. For these songs he received the munificent compensation of $2.50 each. Presently he secured a libretto, La Dot de Suzette, which was composed and performed at the Opéra Comique with so much encouragement that he soon after produced his one-act opera, La Famille Suisse. His popularity was not fully established, however, until Zorème et Zulnare in 1798. This work possesses a vein of tenderness, a refined orchestration, and singularly clear and pleasing forms. In 1800 his world-wide favorite, Le Caliph de Bagdad, was produced, and its taking overture was played from one end of Europe to the other, upon all possible instruments and combinations of them. His other two successful operas were Jean de Paris (1812) and La Dame Blanche (1825). Both these made as much reputation outside of France as in it, and are still produced in Germany. In 1803 Boieldieu received an appointment in St. Petersburg, and lived there 6 years, but he returned to Paris later, and in 1817 became Méhul's successor as teacher of composition at the Conservatory. Of the French stage during this epoch it is to be observed that nothing of a large and serious character was produced upon it, except the operas of Gluck, which of course were not indigenous to France. What progress was made by the composers before mentioned, and others of less importance, consisted in acquiring fluency, ease, and effective construction. The ground had been prepared from which the century following would reap a harvest. Part 3. In Italy, during the 18th century, opera continued to be cultivated by a succession of gifted and prolific composers. At the beginning of the century the great Alexander Scarlatti was at the height of his career, as also were Lotti and the younger masters mentioned in the former chapter. All these composers followed in the style established by Scarlatti and Porpora. The most talented of the Italians of this period was Giovanni Battista Pergolesi (1710 1737). This gifted genius was born at Jesine, in the Roman States, but when a mere child was admitted to the Conservatory of the Poor in Jesus Christ at Naples, where his education was completed. He commenced as a violin player, and attracted attention while a mere child by his original passages, chromatics, new harmonies, and modulations. A report of his performances of this kind being made to his teacher Mathews, he desired to hear them for himself, which he did with much surprise, and asked the boy whether he could write them down. The next day the youngster presented himself with a sonata for the violin, as a specimen of his power. This led to his receiving regular instruction in counterpoint. The first composition of his was a sacred drama called La Conversione di San Guglielmo, written while he was still a student. It was performed with comic intermezzi (SIC!) in the summer of 1731 at the cloister of St. Agnello. The dramatic element in this work is very pronounced, and the violin is treated with considerable feeling. His first opera, La Sallustia, was produced in 1731. It is notable for improvement in the orchestration. In the winter of this same year he wrote his comic intermezzo, La Serva Padrona, a sprightly operetta, which had a moderate success at the time, but afterward for nearly 100 years was played in all parts of Europe. He wrote several other operas which had but moderate success, although many of them were performed with considerable applause after his death. By general consent, the most beautiful work of Pergolesi was his Stabat Mater, which was written to order for a religious confraternity for use on Good Friday, in place of a Stabat by Scarlatti, the price paid being 10 ducats, about $9. It is for 2 voices, a soprano and contralto, and is excellently written. No sooner was he dead than his music immediately became the object of admiration, his operas and lighter pieces being played in all parts of Italy. He died at the age of 26, being the youngest master who has ever left a permanent impression in musical history. One of the most prolific composers of this period was Niccolò Jommelli (1714 1774). Jommelli represents the Neapolitan school, having been educated first at the Conservatory of San Onofrio, and later at that of La Pieta dei Turchini. His earlier inclination was church music, and in order to perfect himself he went to Rome. This was in 1740, and two of his operas were there produced. He afterward visited Vienna, where he produced several operas, and in 1749 he was appointed assistant musical director at St. Peter's in Rome, a position which he held for 5 years, after which he went to Stuttgart as musical director. While in Germany he had a very great reputation as an opera composer. In 1770 Mozart wrote from Naples: "The opera here is by Jommelli. It is beautiful, but the style is too elevated as well as too antique for the theater." His later life was spent in Naples. Besides many operas, he wrote a number of compositions for the church. It perhaps gives a good idea of the estimation in which he was held while living, that a critic highly esteemed in his day said that it would be a sorry day for the world when the operas of Jommelli were forgotten, at the same time pronouncing them superior to those of Mozart. Not a single line of Jommelli is performed at the present time, nor is likely ever to be, but the works of Mozart still retain their popularity. Another prolific composer of the Neapolitan school was Antonio Maria Gasparo Zacchini (1724 1786). This clever composer was very successful in his lifetime, his operas being produced in all parts of Europe. Nevertheless, they are monotonous in character and have little depth. He has very little importance for the history of music. Still another, also from the Neapolitan school, was Piccini (1728 1800). His first operas were produced in 1754, and from that time on, for about 40 years, he was a very popular composer, his works being produced in every theater, and in 1778 he was set up as an idol by his admirers, in opposition to Gluck. He was highly honored by Napoleon, who took pleasure in distinguishing him for the sake of humbling several much more deserving musicians. The complete list of his works in Fétis contains 80 operas. His biographer credits him with 133. Yet another composer of the Neapolitan school was Giovanni Paisiello (1741 1815). From the time of his first operas to his death he was highly esteemed as a composer. In 1776 he was invited by the Empress Catherine to St. Petersburg, where he lived for 80 years, and among other operas which he composed while there was Il Barbiere di Siviglia. In 1799 he was called to Paris, where Napoleon greatly distinguished him. Upon leaving Paris in 1803, Napoleon desired him to name his successor, when he performed the creditable act of nominating Lesueur, who was at that time unknown. The list of his works embraces 94 operas and 103 masses. His music was melodious and pleasing, but rather feeble. He is regarded, however, as the inventor of the concerted finale, which has since been so largely developed in opera. Perhaps the best of all the Neapolitan composers of this half century was Zingarelli (1752 1827). Zingarelli was not only a good musician and a good composer, but a man of ability and principle. He was an associate pupil with Cimarosa. After leaving the conservatory he took lessons upon the violin, and in 1779 produced a cantata at the San Carlo theater. 2 years later his first opera was produced at the same theater with great applause, Montezuma. He then went to Milan, where most of his later works were produced. He was an extremely rapid worker, his librettist stating it as a fact that all the music of his successful opera of Alzinda was composed in 7 days, although the composer was in ill health at the time. Another of his best works, his Giulietta e Romeo, was composed in about 8 days. It is said that this astonishing facility was acquired through the discipline of his teacher Speranza, who obliged his pupils to write the same composition many times over, with change of time and signature, but without any change in the fundamental ideas. While busily engaged as a popular opera composer, Zingarelli found time to compose much church music, his most important works being masses and cantatas. Of the former there still exist a very large number, of the latter about 20. He made a trip to France in 1789, where he brought out a new opera, L'Antigone. He was appointed musical director at the cathedral at Milan in 1792, and 2 years later at Loreto, Naples. Thence he was transferred to the Sistine Chapel at Rome, and finally in 1813 he was appointed director of the Royal College of Music at Naples, in which position he spent the remainder of his long and active life. He produced about 32 operas, 21 oratorios and cantatas, and there are about 500 manuscripts of his in the Annuale di Loreto. As a composer of comic operas, Zingarelli became popular all over Europe, but he was nevertheless a serious, even a devout composer. He was extremely abstemious, rose early, worked hard all day, and after a piece of bread and a glass of wine for supper, retired early to rest. He was never married, but found his satisfaction in the successes of his musical children, among whom were Bellini, Mercadante, Ricci, Sir Michael Costa, Florimo, etc. Part 4. In this, as in the preceding century, there was very little activity in England in the realm of opera music, beyond that of foreign composers imported for special engagements. In the last part of the 17th century, however, there was a real genius in English music, who, if he had lived longer, would in all probability have made a mark distinguishable even across the Channel, and upon the chart of the world's activity in music. That composer was Henry Purcell, 1658-1695. Born in London, of a musical family, his father having died while the boy was a mere infant, he was presently admitted as a choir boy in the Chapel Royal, the musical director being Captain Cook, and later Pelham Humphrey. In 1675, when yet only 17 years of age, Purcell composed an opera, Dido and Aeneas, which is grand opera in all respects, there being no spoken dialogue, but recitative, the first work of the kind in English. It contains some very spirited numbers. After this he composed music to a large number of dramatic pieces, many anthems, held the position of master of the Chapel Royal, and in many ways occupied an honored and distinguished position. He was one of the earliest composers to furnish music to some of Shakespeare's plays, and his Full Fathom 5 and Come Unto These Yellow Sands from The Tempest have held the stage until the present time. He was in all respects the most vigorous and original of English composers. He died in the fullness of his powers, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. The portrait here given was painted by John Closterman, and originally engraved for his Orpheus Britannicus. It is impossible not to wonder whether the future of English music might not have been better if the powerful figure of the great master Handel had not dwarfed all native effort in Britain after Purcell. In the 18th century the most notable English composer was Dr. Thomas Arne (1710–1778), who enjoyed a well-deserved reputation as an excellent dramatic composer, the author of many songs still reckoned among English classics, and the composer of the national hymn Rule Britannia, which occurred as an incident in his Masque of Alfred (1740). Dr. Arne has all the characteristics of a genuine national composer. His music was immediately popular, and held the stage for many years. His first piece was Fielding's Opera of Operas, produced in 1733. The full list of his pieces reached upwards of 41 operas and plays, to which he furnished the music, 2 oratorios, Abel and Judith, and a variety of occasional music. His style is somewhat like that of Händel, a remark which was true of all English composers for more than 100 years after Händel's death. But it is forcible, melodious and direct. His music was not known outside of England. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Piano Playing and Virtuosi. The Violin, Tartini and Spohr. Part 1. It was during the 18th century that the pianoforte definitely established itself in the estimation of musicians, artists and the common people as the handiest and most useful of domestic and solo instruments. The progress was very slow at first. The musicians such as Bach, Händel, Scarlatti and Rameau, the 4 great virtuosi of the beginning of this century, generally preferred the older forms of the instrument, the clavier or the harpsichord, both on account of their more agreeable touch and the sweetness of their tones. Nevertheless, the style of playing and of writing for these instruments underwent a gradual change at the hands of these very masters, of such a character that when the pianoforte became generally recognized as superior to its predecessors, about the middle of the century, the compositions of Bach and Scarlatti were found well adapted to the newer and more powerful instrument. The pianoforte itself underwent several modifications from the primitive forms of action devised by Cristofori in 1711, rendering it more responsive to the touch. All this, relating to the mechanical perfection of the instrument, although appropriate in part to the present moment of the narrative, is deferred until a later chapter, when the entire history of this instrument will be considered in detail. From that it will be seen, by comparing dates, that every important mechanical step in advance was followed by immediate modifications of the style of writing and playing, whereby the progress toward fullness and manifold suggestiveness of music for this instrument has been steady and great. The first of the great virtuosi was Domenico Scarlatti (1683–1757), son of the great Alessandro Scarlatti, and a pupil of his father, and of other masters whose names are now uncertain. He was a moderately successful composer of operas and works for the church, but his distinguishing merit was that of a virtuoso upon the harpsichord, the pianoforte of that time. He was the first of the writers upon the harpsichord who introduced difficulties for the pleasure of overcoming them, and who in his own country was without peer as performer until Händel came there and surpassed him in 1708. Scarlatti was also a performer upon the organ, but upon this instrument he unhesitatingly confessed Händel to be his superior. In 1715 Scarlatti succeeded Bai as chapel master at St. Peter's in Rome, where he composed much church music. His operas were successful in their own day, but were soon forgotten. His pianoforte compositions still remain as a necessary part of the education of the modern virtuoso. They are free in form, brilliant in execution, and melodious after the Italian manner. Many of them are still excessively difficult to play, in spite of the progress in technique which has been made since. There were many other composers in the early part of this century who exercised a local and temporary influence in the direction of popularizing the pianoforte and its music, through the attractiveness of their own playing, as well as by the compositions they produced. Among these must not be forgotten Mathews, the Hamburg composer of operas, who published many works for piano, including suites, sonatas and other pieces in the free style. Johann Kuhnau, predecessor of Bach as cantor at Leipsic, published a variety of sonatas and other compositions in free style about the beginning of the 18th century. Of still greater importance than the last named was Rameau, the French theorist and operatic composer. His compositions were attractive and very original, and in addition to the charm of his own playing and that of his works, he placed later musicians under lasting obligations by his treatise upon the art of accompanying upon the clavecin and organ, in which his theories of chords were applied to valuable practical use. The work of these and of many others who might be mentioned, not forgetting several English writers, such as Dr. Blow, Dr. John Bull, and the gifted artist Purcell, must be regarded as merely preparatory for the advance made during the last part of the 18th century. It was Haydn who began to demand of the pianoforte more of breadth and a certain coloration of touch, which he must have needed in his elaborative passages in the middle of the sonata piece. This kind of free fantasia upon the leading motives of the work was planned after the style of thematic discussion of leading motives by the orchestra, and the obvious cue of the player is to impart to the different sequences and changes of the motives as characteristic tone colors as possible, for the sake of rendering them more interesting to the hearers, and possibly of affording them more expression. Haydn's work was followed by that of Mozart, who gave the world the adagio upon the piano. Then, in the fullness of time, came Beethoven, who after all must be regarded as the great improver of piano playing of this century, as well as that of the next following. Beethoven improved the piano style in the surest and most influential manner possible. In his own playing he was far in advance of the virtuosi of the 18th century, and in his foresight of farther possibilities in the direction of tone, sustaining and coloration he went still farther. This is seen in all his concertos, especially in the fourth and fifth, in the piano trios and the quartet, but still more in the later pianoforte sonatas. Here the piano is treated with a boldness and at the same time a delicacy and poetic quality which taxes the great players of the present time to accomplish. The most advanced virtuoso works of Chopin, Schumann and Liszt, the three great masters of the pianoforte of the 19th century, are but slightly beyond the demands of these later sonatas of the great Vienna master. In the later part of the 18th century there were a number of pianoforte virtuosi whose merits claim our attention at this point. At the head in point of time was the great Italian master, Muzio Clementi (1752 1832). Born at about the same time as Mozart, he outlived Beethoven. His early studies were pursued at Rome with so much enthusiasm that at the age of 14 he had produced several important compositions of a contrapuntal character. These being successfully performed, attracted the attention of an English amateur living in Rome, who offered to take charge of the boy, carry him to England, and see that his career was opened under favorable auspices. Until 1770, therefore, the year of Beethoven's birth, Clementi pursued his studies near London. Then, in the full force of his remarkable virtuosity, he burst upon the town. He carried everything before him and had a most unprecedented success. His command of the instrument surpassed everything previously seen. After 3 years as cembalist and conductor at the Italian Opera in London, he set out upon a tour as virtuoso. In 1781 he appeared in Paris, and so on toward Munich, Strasbourg, and at length Vienna, where he met Haydn, and where, at the instigation of the Emperor Joseph II, he had a sort of musical contest with the young Mozart. Clementi, after a short prelude, introduced his sonata in B flat, the opening motive of which was afterward employed by Mozart in the introduction to the overture to the Magic Flute, and followed it up with a toccata abounding in runs in diatonic thirds and other double stops for the right hand, at that time esteemed very difficult. The victory was regarded as doubtful, Mozart compensating for his less brilliant execution by his beautiful singing touch, of which Clementi ever afterward spoke with admiration. Moreover, from this meeting he himself endeavored to put more music and less show into his own compositions. Clementi was soon back in England, where he remained until 1802, when he took his promising pupil, John Field, inventor of the nocturne, upon a tour of Europe, as far as St. Petersburg, where they were received with unbounded enthusiasm. In 1810 he returned to London and gave up concert playing in public. He wrote symphonies for the London Philharmonic Society, published very many sonatas for piano, about 100 in all, and in 1817 published his master work, a set of 100 studies for the piano in all styles, the Gradus ad Parnassum, upon which, to a considerable extent, the entire modern art of piano playing depends. Clementi's idea in the work was to provide for the entire training of the pupil by means of it, not alone upon the technical but upon the artistic side as well, and the majority of the pieces have artistic purpose no less than technical. The wide range taken by piano literature since Clementi's day, however, reduces the teacher to the alternative of confining the pupil to the works of one writer, in case the entire work is used, or of employing only the purely technical part of the Gradus, accomplishing the other side of the development by means of compositions of more poetic and older masters. The latter is the course now generally pursued by the great teachers, and this was the reason influencing the selection of studies from the Gradus made by the virtuoso Tausig. Clementi's compositions exercised considerable influence upon Beethoven, who esteemed his sonatas better than those of Mozart. The opinion was undoubtedly based upon the freedom with which Clementi treated the piano, as distinguished from the gentle and somewhat tame manner of Mozart. The element of manly strength was that which attracted Beethoven, himself a virtuoso. Another of the first virtuosi to gain distinction upon the pianoforte in the latter part of this century and the first part of the 19th was J. L. Dussek (1761 1812). This highly gifted musician was born in Saslau, in Bohemia, and his early musical studies were made upon the organ, upon which he attained distinction, holding one prominent position after another, his last being at Berg op Zoom. He next went to Amsterdam, and presently after to The Hague. Still later, in 1788, to London, where he lived 12 years. It was there that Haydn met him and wrote to Dussek's father in high terms of his son's talents and good qualities. Afterward he was back again upon the continent, living for some years with Prince Louis Ferdinand, and having right good times with him, both musically and festively. He died in France. He made many concert tours in different periods of his life, and his playing was highly esteemed from one end of Europe to the other. A contemporary writer says of him, "As a virtuoso he is unanimously placed in the very first rank. In rapidity and sureness of execution, in a mastery of the greatest difficulties, it would be hard to find a pianist who surpasses him. In neatness and precision of execution, possibly one, John Cramer of London. In soul, expression and delicacy, certainly none." The brilliant pianist and teacher Tomášek said of him, "There was in fact something magical in the manner in which Dussek, with all his charming grace of manner, through his wonderful touch, extorted from the instrument delicious and at the same time emphatic tones. His fingers were like a company of 10 singers endowed with equal executive powers, and able to produce with the utmost perfection whatever their director could require. I never saw the Prague public so enchanted as they were on this occasion by Dussek's splendid playing. His fine declamatory style, especially in cantabile phrases, stands as the ideal for every artistic performance, something which no other pianist has since reached. He was the first of the virtuosi who placed the piano sideways upon the platform, although the later ones may not have had an interesting profile to exhibit." The published works of this fine musician and creditable composer number nearly 100, and the sonata cuts a leading figure among them. He treated the piano with much more freedom and breadth than Mozart, though this is not so much to his credit as if he had not lived many years after Mozart died, his earliest compositions falling very near the last years of that great genius. He was distinctly a virtuoso, loving his instrument and its tonal powers. He was the first of all the players whose public performances called attention to the quality of tone and its singing power. This also points not alone to the fact of his career falling in with the increased powers of the pianoforte as a result of the inventions of Érard Collard and Broadwood, but is to his personal credit, since it was genius in him enabling him to recognize these possibilities at a time when most players were still in ignorance of them. As a composer he wrote many things of more than average excellence, and some of his lighter compositions still have vitality. It is altogether likely that Beethoven was influenced by Dussek's playing in the direction of tone color. Indeed, the third sonata of Beethoven can hardly be accounted for without recognizing Dussek as the composer upon some one of whose works its general style and form were modeled. Another pianist of considerable importance, a disciple of Mozart, yet with originality of his own, was J.B. Cramer (1771 1858). This talented and deserving musician was the son of a musician living in Mannheim, who removed to London when the young Cramer was but 1 year old. There the boy grew up, receiving his education from several reputable masters, Clementi being among them. His taste was formed by the diligent study of the works of Emanuel Bach, Haydn and Mozart. In spirit Cramer was a disciple of the last named, but from living to a good old age he naturally surpassed his ideal in the treatment of the pianoforte. In the latter part of the 18th century there were few musical compositions sold over the music counters in Vienna and the musical world generally but those of Dussek, Cramer and Pleyel, while those of Beethoven were comparatively neglected. Cramer's compositions were slight in real merit, his fame resting upon his studies for the piano, of which about 30 out of the entire 100 are very good music. The second and last book of these were published in 1810. They do not form a necessary part of the training of a virtuoso, but they have decided merits, and are generally included to this day in the list of pianistic indispensables. Cramer's style of playing was quiet and elegant. Moscheles gives an idea of it in his diary, and regrets that he should allow the snuff, which he took incessantly, to get upon the keys. Cramer's studies preceded those of Clementi, and very likely may have inspired them through a desire of illustrating a bolder and more masterly style of pianism. Among the many talented pupils of Clementi was Ludwig Berger (1777 1838), of Berlin, whose unmistakable gifts for the piano attracted the master's attention when he was in Berlin in 1802, and he took him along with him to St. Petersburg. After living some years in that city, and later in London, he returned to Berlin, where he was held in the highest esteem as teacher until his death. Among the distinguished who studied with him were Mendelssohn, Taubert, Henselt, Fanny Hensel, Herzberg, and others. He was an indefatigable composer of decided originality, but few of his works were published. A set of his studies is highly esteemed by many. In further illustration of the Mozart principles of piano playing, and with a reputation as composer which in his lifetime was curiously beyond his merits, was J. M. Hummel (1778 1837). He was born at Presburg, and had the good luck to attract the favorable notice of Mozart. He was received into the house of the master, and was regarded as the best representative of Mozart's ideas. He made his early appearances as a child pianist under the care of his father in most parts of Germany and Holland. In 1804 he succeeded Haydn as musical director to the Esterhazy establishment. He afterward held several other appointments of credit, and played much in all parts of Europe. He was a pleasant player, with a light, smooth touch, suited to the Viennese pianofortes of the time. The latest of the virtuosi representing the classical traditions of the pianoforte, uninfluenced by the new methods which came in with Thalberg and Liszt, was Ignaz Moscheles (1794–1870). He was born at Prague, his father being a cloth merchant and Israelite. He had the usual childhood of promising musicians, playing everything he could lay his hands upon, including Beethoven's Sonata Pathétique, and at the age of 7 he was taken to Dionys Weber, whose verdict is worth remembering. He said, quote, "Candidly speaking, the boy is on the wrong road, for he makes hash of great works which he does not understand and to which he is entirely unequal. But he has talent, and I could make something of him if you were to hand him over to me for 3 years and follow out my plan to the letter. The first year he must play nothing but Mozart, the second Clementi, the third Bach, but only that, not a note as yet of Beethoven, and if he persists in using the circulating musical libraries, I have done with him forever." Close quotes. Having completed his studies after this severe regime, Moscheles began his concert appearances, which were everywhere successful. He continued his studies in Vienna with Salieri, and Beethoven thought so well of him that he engaged him to make the pianoforte arrangement of Fidelio. This was in 1814. In 1815 he produced his famous variations upon the Alexander March, opus 32, from which his reputation as virtuoso dates. His active concert service began about 1820, and extended throughout Europe. In 1826 he settled in London, where he was held in the highest esteem both as man and musician. He became a fast friend of Mendelssohn, who had been his pupil in Berlin, and in 1846 joined him at Leipsic, where he continued until his death. Moscheles was originally a solid and brilliant player. Later he became famous as one of the best living representatives of the true style and interpretation of Beethoven's sonatas. He never advanced beyond the Clementi principles of piano playing, the works of Chopin and Liszt remaining sealed books to his fingers to the very last. As a teacher he was painstaking and patient, and he was honored by all who knew him. All his life he kept a diary, from which a very readable volume has been compiled with many glimpses of other eminent musicians. It is called Recent Music and Musicians. Part 2. The art of violin playing also made great progress during this century, its most eminent representative being Giuseppe Tartini (1692–1770). He was born in Pirano in Istria, and was intended for the church, but upon coming of age he fell in love with a lady somewhat above him in rank, and was secretly married to her. When this fact was discovered by her relatives, he was obliged to fly, and having taken refuge in a monastery, he remained there 2 years, during which he diligently devoted himself to music, being his own instructor upon the violin, but a pupil of the college organist in counterpoint and composition. Later, being united to his wife, he made still further studies on the violin, and by 1721 had returned to Padua, where he evermore resided, his reputation bringing him a sufficient number of pupils to assist his rather meager salary as solo violinist of the cathedral. He was a virtuoso violinist greater than any one before him. Besides employing the higher positions more freely than had previously been the case, he appears to have made great improvements in the art of bowing, and his playing was characterized by great purity and depth of sentiment, and at times with most astonishing passion. He was a composer of extraordinary merit, several of his pieces for the violin still forming part of the concert repertory of artists. His famous Trillo del Diavolo is well known. He dreamed that he had sold his soul to the devil, and on the whole was well pleased with the behavior of that gentlemanly personage. But it occurred to him to ask his strange associate to play something for him on the violin. Cheerfully Satan took the instrument, and immediately improvised a sonata of astonishing force and wild passion, concluding it with a great passage of trills of superhuman power and beauty. Tartini awoke in an ecstasy of admiration, whereupon he sought after every manner to reduce to paper the wonderful composition of his dream. Fine as was the work thus produced, Tartini always maintained that it fell far short of the glorious virtuoso piece which he had heard. Tartini was in some sort a forerunner of the modern romantic school. He was accustomed to take a poem as the basis of an instrumental piece. He wrote the words along the score, and conducted the music wherever the spirit of the words took it. He was also in the habit of affixing to his published works mottoes, indicative of their poetic intention. With this general characterization his music well agrees, for in dreamy moods it has a mystical beauty till then unknown in music. He is also entitled to lasting memory on account of his having first discovered the phenomenon of combination tones, the under resultant which is produced when two tones are sounded together upon the violin, especially in the higher parts of the compass. These tones are the roots of the consonances sounding, and Tartini directed the attention of his pupils to them as a guide to correct intonation in double stops, since they do not occur unless the intonation is pure. He made this important discovery about 1714, and in 1754 he published a treatise on the harmony, embodying the combination tones as a basis of a system of harmony. This having been violently attacked, his second work of this kind, On the Principles of Musical Harmony, contained in the Diatonic Genus, was published in 1767. Tartini, therefore, must be reckoned among the great masters who have contributed to a true doctrine of the tonal system. Copies of his theoretical writings are in the Newberry Library at Chicago. In the latter part of the 18th century and the first of the next, following the art of violin playing was best illustrated by German artist Louis Spohr (1784–1859), who was almost or quite as great as a composer as in his early career of a virtuoso. In his own specialty he was one of the most eminent masters who has ever appeared. His technique was founded upon that of his predecessors of the school of Viotti and Rode, but his own individuality was so decided that he soon found out a style original with himself. Its distinguishing quality was the singing tone. He never reconciled himself to the light bow introduced by Paganini, and all his work is distinguished by sweetness, singing quality, and a flowing melodiousness. He was fond of chromatic harmonies and double stops, which imparted great sonority to his playing. He was born at Brunswick, and early commenced to study music. At the age of 15 he played in the orchestra of the Duke of Brunswick, at a yearly salary of about $100. Later he studied and traveled with Eck, a great player of the day, and upon his return to Brunswick he became leader of the orchestra. His virtuoso career commenced about 1803. 2 years later he became musical director at Gotha, where he married a charming harp player, Dorette Scheidler, who invariably afterward appeared with him in all their concerts. They traveled in their own carriage, having suitable boxes for the harp and the violin. In 1813 he was musical director at the theater An der Wein at Vienna, where among his violinists was Moritz Hauptmann, afterward so celebrated as theorist. Soon after his arrival in Vienna, Spohr received a singular proposition from one Herr von Tost, to the effect, "that for a proportionate pecuniary consideration I would assign over to him all I might compose, or had already written, in Vienna, for the term of 3 years, to be his sole property during that time, to give him the original scores, and to keep myself even no copy of them. After the lapse of 3 years he would return the manuscript to me, and I should then be at liberty either to publish or sell them." After I had pondered for a moment over this strange and enigmatical proposition, I asked him whether the compositions were not to be played during those 3 years? Whereupon Herr von Tost replied, "Oh, yes, as often as possible, but each time upon my lending them for that purpose, and only in my presence." He desired such pieces as could be produced in private circles, and would therefore prefer quartettes and quintettes for stringed instruments, and sextettes, octettes and nonettes for stringed and wind instruments. Spohr was to consider the proposition and fix upon the sum to be paid for the different kinds of compositions. Finding on inquiry that Herr von Tost was a wealthy man very fond of music, Spohr fixed the price at 30 ducats for a quartet, 35 for a quintet, and so on, progressively higher for the different kinds of compositions. On being questioned as to his object, von Tost replied, "I have 2 objects in view. First, I desire to be invited to the musical parties where you will execute your compositions, and for that I must have them in my keeping. Secondly, possessing such treasuries of art, I hope upon my business journeys to make extensive acquaintance among the lovers of music, which may then serve me also in my manufacturing interests." This singular bargain was duly consummated and faithfully carried out, and the wealthy patron proved of great service to the Spohrs in procuring their housekeeping outfit from various tradesmen with whom he had dealings. And he would not suffer Spohr to pay for anything, saying only, "Give yourself no uneasiness, you will soon square everything with your compositions." The most important of Spohr's works is his great school for the violin, published in 1831. He left also a vast amount of chamber music, 15 concertos for violin and orchestra, 9 symphonies, 4 oratorios, of which "The Last Judgment" is perhaps the best, 10 operas, many concert overtures, etc. In all more than 200 works, many of them of large dimensions. His best operas are Gesonda (1823), Faust (1818), The Alchemist (1832), and The Crusaders (1845). His orchestral works are richly instrumented, and the coloring is sweet and mellow, yet at times extremely sonorous. During his residence in Vienna, Spohr met Beethoven many times. He was one of the first to introduce the earlier quartettes in his concerts throughout Germany, and valued them properly. But in regard to the Beethoven symphonies, he placed himself on record in a highly entertaining manner. He says of the melody of the famous "Hymn to Joy" in Beethoven's Ninth Symphony that it is so monstrous and tasteless, and its grasp of Schiller's ode so trivial, that I cannot even now understand how a genius like Beethoven could have written it. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book Fifth, The Period of the Romantic. Weber, Paganini, Schubert, Berlioz, Meyerbeer, Mendelssohn, Schumann, Chopin, Liszt, Wagner, the virtuosi, music of the future. Chapter 31. The 19th Century, the Romantic, music of the future. In ordinary speech, a distinction is made between the musical productions of the 18th century and those of the next following, the former being called classic, the latter romantic. The terms are used rather indefinitely. According to Hegel, whose teaching coincided with the last years of Beethoven's life, the classic in art embraces those productions in which the general is aimed at rather than the particular, the reposeful and completely satisfactory rather than the forced or the sensational, and the beautiful rather than the exciting. The philosopher Hegel, who was one of the first to employ this distinction in art criticism, took his departure from the famous group of Laocoon and his sons in the embrace of the destroying serpents. This group, so full of agony and irrepressible horror, belongs, he said, to a totally different concept of art than that of the gods and goddesses of Greece, in the beauty and freshness of their eternal youth. These qualities are those of the general and the eternal. The Laocoon and its nature painful was not nor could be permanently satisfactory in and of itself, but only through allowance being made by reason of interest in the story told by it. According to more recent philosophers, the romantic movement in literature and art, for they are parts of the same general movement of the latter part of the 18th century, has its essential characteristic in the doctrine that what is to be sought in art is not the pleasing and the satisfactory so much as the true. Everything, they say, belonging to life and experience is fit subject of art, to the end that thereby the soul may learn to understand itself and come to complete self-consciousness. The entire movement of the Romantic writers had for its moving principle the maxim nihil humanum alienum a me puto, I will consider nothing human to be foreign to me. Yet other writers make the romantic element to consist of the striking, the strongly contrasted, the exciting, and so at length the sensational. Whichever construction we may put upon this much used and seldom determined term, its general meaning is that of a distinction from the more moderate writings and compositions of the 18th century. Individualism, as opposed to the general, is the key to the romantic, and in music this principle has acquired great dominance throughout the century in which we are still living. Moreover, if the principle of individualism had not been discovered in its application to the other arts, it must necessarily have found its way into music, for music is the most subjective of all the arts, having indeed its general principles of form and proportion, but coming to the composer, if he be a genius, as the immediate expression of his own feelings and moods, or as the interplay of his environment and the inner faculties of musical fantasy. In this sense, there is a difference between the music of Bach and Mozart on the one hand, and that of Beethoven and Schubert on the other. Beethoven was essentially a romantic composer, especially after he had passed middle life and the period of the Moonlight Sonata. From that time on his works are more and more free in form, and their moods are more strongly marked and individual. This is true of Beethoven in spite of his having been born, as we might say, under the star of the classic. He writes freely and fantastically, in spite of his early training. The mood in the man dominated everything, and it is always this which finds its expression in the music. The romantic, therefore, represents an enlargement of the domain of music by the acquisition of provinces outside its boundaries and belonging originally to the domains of poetry and painting. And so by romantic is meant the general idea of representing in music something outside, of telling a story or painting a picture by means of music. The principle was already old, being involved in the very conception of opera, which in the nature of the case is an attempt to make music do duty as describer of the inner feelings and experiences of the dramatis personae. Nevertheless, while leading continually to innovations in musical discourse for almost 2 centuries, it was prevented from having more than momentary entrances into instrumental music until the beginnings of the 19th century, when the general movement of mind known as the Romantic was at its height. In France the writers of this group carried on war against classic tradition. The idea that every literary work should be modeled after one of those of the ancient writers, subjects of tragedy should be taken from Greek mythology or history, and the characters should think like the classics, and speak in the formal and stilted phraseology of the vernacular translations out of the ancient works. These writers also were those who upheld the rights of man and produced declarations of independence. In short, it was the principle of individualism as opposed to the merely general and conventional. For we may remember that the conventional had a large place in ancient art. Plato says that the Egyptians had patterns of the good in all forms of art, framed and displayed in their temples, and new productions were to be judged by comparing them with these, and when they contained different principles they were upon that account to be condemned and prohibited. In farther evidence of the correspondence between the musical activity in this direction and the general movement of mind at this period, including the shaking up of the dry bones in every part of the social order, the French Revolution being the most extreme and drastic illustration, we may observe that the composer through whom this element entered into the art of music in its first free development was Franz Schubert, who was born during the years when this disturbance was at its height, namely in 1797. Moreover, the manner in which his inspiration to musical creation was received corresponded exactly to the definition of the Romantic given above, for it was always through reading a poem or a story that these strange and beautiful musical combinations occurred to him, many instances of which are given in the sketch later. It is curious, furthermore, that the general methods of Schubert's musical thought is classical in its repose, save where directly associated with a text of a picture-building character, or of decided emotion. Thus, while it is not possible to separate one part of the works of this composer from another, and to say of the one that it belongs to an older dispensation, while the other part represents a different principle of art, both parts alike having the same general treatment of melody and the same refined and poetic atmosphere, it is nevertheless true that if we had only the sonatas, chamber pieces, and the symphonies of Schubert, no one would think of classing his works differently from those of Mozart as to their operative principles. But when we have the songs, the 500 or 600 of them, the operas, and other vocal works, in which music is so lovely in and of itself, yet at the same time so descriptive, so loyal to the changing moods of the text, we necessarily interpret the instrumental music in the same light, especially when we know that there are no distinct periods in the short life of this composer concerning which different principles can be predicated. Almost immediately after Schubert there come composers in whom the new tendency is more marked. Mendelssohn entered the domain of the Romantic in 1826 with his overture to the Midsummer Night's Dream, and directly after him we come to Schumann, with a luxuriant succession of deeply moved, imaginative, quasi-descriptive, or at any rate representative pianoforte pieces. Schumann, indeed, did not need to read a poem in order to find musical ideas flowing in unaccustomed channels. The ideas took these forms and channels of their own accord, as we shall see in his very first pieces, his Papillons, Intermezzi, David's Buntlertänze, and the like. So too with Chopin. There is very little of the descriptive and the picture-making element in his works. Nevertheless, they chimed in so well with the unrest, the somewhat Byronic sentiment, the vague yearning of the period, that they found a public without loss of time, and established themselves in the popular taste without having had to find a propaganda movement for explaining them as the foretokens of a music of the future. This representative work in music has been very much helped by the astonishing development of virtuosity upon the violin, the pianoforte, and other instruments, which distinguishes this century, beginning with Paganini, whose astonishing violin playing was first heard during the last years of the 18th century. We have Thalberg, Chopin, Liszt, Rubinstein, Joachim, Tausig, Leonard, and a multitude of others, through whose efforts the general appreciation of instrumental music has been wonderfully stimulated, and the appetite for overcoming difficulties and realizing great effects so much increased as to have permanently elevated the standard of complication in musical discourse and the popular average of performance. Nor has virtuosity been confined to single instruments. There have been two great virtuosi in orchestration during this century who have exercised as great an influence in this complicated and elaborate department as the others mentioned have upon their own solo instruments. The first of these was Hector Berlioz, the great French master, whose earlier compositions were produced in 1835, when the instruments of the orchestra were combined in vast masses, and with descriptive intention far beyond anything by previous writers. In his later works, such as The Damnation of Faust and the mighty Requiem, Berlioz far surpassed these efforts, every one of his effects afterward proving to have been well calculated. Directly after his early works came the first of that much discussed genius, Richard Wagner, who, besides being one of the most profound and acute intelligences ever distinguished in music, and a great master of the province of opera, in which he accomplished stupendous creations, was also an orchestral virtuoso, coloring when he chose, with true instinct for the mere sake of color, and massing and contrasting instruments in endless variety and beauty. The activity in musical production during the 19th century has been so extraordinary in amount and in the number of composers concerned in it, and so ample in the range of musical effects brought to realization, as to fully illustrate the truth of the principle enunciated at the outset of this narrative, namely, that the course of musical progress has been toward greater complication of tonal effects in every direction, implying upon the part of composers the possession of more inclusive principles of tonal unity, and upon the part of the hearers to whom these vast works have been addressed the possession of corresponding powers of tonal perception, and the persistence of impressions for a sufficient length of time in each instance for the underlying unity to be realized. As an incident in the rapidity of the progress on the part of composers, we have had what is called the music of the future, namely, productions of one generation intelligible to the finer intelligences of that generation, yet music of the future to all others. But in the generation following, these compositions have gone into the common stock through the progress of the faculties of hearing and of deeper perceptions of tonal relations. Meanwhile, there has been created another stratum of music of the future, which may be expected to occupy the attention of the generation next ensuing, to whom in turn it will become the music of the present. In the nature of the case, there is not, nor can there be, a stopping place unless we conceive the possibility of a return to the conservatism of Plato and the ancient Egyptians, and the passage of statute laws permitting the employment of chords and rhythms up to a certain specified degree of complexity, beyond which their use would constitute a grave statutory offense. It is possible that the ideal of art might again be reformed in the direction of restriction from the uncomely, the forced and the sensational, and in favor of the beautiful, the becoming, and the divine. Nevertheless, it is the inevitable consequence of a prescription of this kind to run into mere prettiness and tuneful emptiness. Protection is a failure in art. The spirit must have freedom, or it will never take its grandest flights. And it is altogether possible that the needed corrective will presently be discovered of itself, through the progress of spirit into a clearer vision, a higher aspiration, and a nobler sense of beauty. This, we may hope, will be one of the distinctions of the coming ages, which poets have foretold and seers have imagined, when truth and love will prevail and find their illustration in a civilization conformed of its own accord to the unrestricted outflowing of these deep, eternal, divine principles. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of A Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Schubert and the Romantic. The first two great figures of the 19th century were those of Carl Maria von Weber, whose work will be considered later, and the great song-writer Franz Peter Schubert (1797–1828). This remarkable man was born of poor parents in Vienna or near it, his father being a schoolmaster, earning the proverbially meager stipend of the profession in Germany at that time, amounting to no more than $100 or $200 a year. The family was musical, and the Sundays were devoted to quartet playing and other forms of music. The boy, Franz, early showed a fine ear. He was soon put to the study of the violin and the piano, while still a mere child, being furnished with a small violin, upon which he went through the motions of his father's part. He had a fine voice, and this attracted the attention of the director of the choir in the great cathedral of St. Stephen's, as it had in Haydn's case, and he was presently enrolled as chorister and a member of what was called the Convict, a school connected with the church, where the boys had schooling as well as musical instruction. Early he began to write, among his first works being certain pieces for the piano and violin, composed when he was a little more than 11. In the Convict school there was an orchestra, where they practiced symphonies and overtures of Haydn, Mozart, Kozelluch, Cherubini, Méhul, Kromer, and occasionally Beethoven. Here his playing immediately put him on a level with the older boys. One of them turned around one day to see who it was playing so cleverly, and found it a little boy in spectacles, named Franz Schubert. The two boys became intimate, and one day the little fellow, blushing deeply, admitted to the older one that he had composed much and would do so still more if he could get the music paper. Spaun saw the state of affairs, and took care thereafter that the music paper should be forthcoming. In time Franz became first violin, and when the conductor was absent took his place. The orchestral music delighted him greatly, and of the Mozart adagio in the G minor symphony he said that, "you could hear the angels singing." Among other works which particularly delighted him were the overtures to the Magic Flute and Figaro. The particular object of his reverence was Beethoven, who was then at the height of his fame. But he never met the great master more than once or twice. Once, when a few boyish songs had been sung to words by Klopstock, Schubert asked his friend whether he could ever do anything after Beethoven. His friend answered perhaps he could do a great deal, to which the boy responded, "Perhaps. I sometimes have dreams of that sort. But who can do anything after Beethoven?" The boy made but small reputation for scholarship in the school, after the thirst for composition had taken possession of him, which it did when he had been there but 1 year. One of his earliest compositions was a fantasia for four hands, having about 13 movements of different character, occupying about 32 pages of fine writing. His brother remarks that not one ends in the key in which it began. He seems to have had a passion for uncanny subjects, for the next work of his is a Lament of Hagar, of 13 movements in different keys, unconnected. After this again a corpse fantasia to the words of Schiller. This has 17 movements and is positively erratic in its changes of key. It is full of reminiscences of Haydn's Creation and other works. The musical stimulation of this boy was meager indeed. Not until he was 13 years of age did he hear an opera, and not until he was 15 a really first-class work, Spontini's Vestal, in 1812. 3 years later he probably heard Gluck's Iphigénie en Tauride, a work which in his estimation eclipsed them all. During the same year there were the Sixth and Seventh Symphonies, the choral fantasia, and portions of the Mass in C, and the overture to Coriolanus of Beethoven. He was a great admirer of Mozart, and in his diary, under date of June 13, 1816, he speaks of a quintet. "Gently, as if out of a distance, did the magic tones of Mozart's music strike my ears. With what inconceivable alternate force and tenderness did Schlesinger's magic playing impress it deep into my heart! Such lovely impressions remain on my soul, there to work for good past all power of time and circumstance. In the darkness of this life they reveal a bright, beautiful prospect, inspiring confidence and hope. Oh, Mozart, Mozart, what countless consolatory images of a bright, better world hast thou stamped on our souls!" Presently Schubert entered his father's school, in order to avoid the rigorous conscription, and remained a teacher of the elementary branches for 3 years. His first important composition was a mass, which was produced honorably October 16, 1814, and many good judges pronounced it equal to any similar work of the kind, excepting possibly Beethoven's Mass in C. By 1815 the rage of composition had fully taken possession of the soul of Schubert, and thenceforth poured out from this receptacle of inspiration a steady succession of works of all dimensions and characters, very few of which were performed in his lifetime. Among these works, in the year 1815, there are 137 songs, of which only 67 are printed as yet, and in August alone 29, of which 8 are dated the 15th and 7 the 19th. Among these 137 songs some are of such enormous length that this feature alone would have prevented their publication. Of those published, Die Burgschaft fills 22 pages of the Litolff edition. It was the length of these compositions which caused Beethoven's exclamation upon his deathbed, "Such long poems, many of them containing 10 others!" And this mass of music was produced in the interim of school drudgery. Among these songs of his boyhood years are Gretchen am Spinnrade, Der Erlkönig, Hedge Roses, Restless Love, the Schäfer's Klaglied, the Ossian songs, and many others, all falling within the production of this year. It is said that when the Erl King was tried in the evening, the listeners at the Convict thought it of questionable success. The music of the boy at the words, my father," seemed to be inexcusable, for overwhelmed with fright he sings a half tone sharp of the accompaniment. At length, after about 3 years, Schubert's services as a schoolmaster became less and less valuable. An opening was made for him by Schober, who proposed that Schubert should live with him. He was now free to devote himself to composition, and so thoroughly did he do this that in the year following, 1816, he experienced the novelty of having composed for money a cantata of his having not only been performed upon the occasion of Salieri's 50th anniversary of life in Vienna, but money was sent him for it, 100 florins, Vienna money, about $20 American. He was already composing operas, and in 1816 there was one, Die Burgschaft, in 3 acts. In the same year there were 2 symphonies, the 4th in C minor, called the Tragic, and the 5th for small orchestra. The songs of this year, however, were of more value. Among them were the Wanderer's Night Song, the Fisher, the Wanderer, and many others now known wherever melody and dramatic quality are appreciated. The rapidity with which he composed songs was incredible. October 1815 he finds the poems of Rosgarten, and between the 15th and the 19th sets 7 of them. Everything that he touched, says Schumann, turned into music. At a later date, calling upon one of his friends, he found certain poems by Wilhelm Müller and carried them off with him. A few days later, his friend, desiring the book, called Schubert for it, and found that he had already set a number of them to music. They were the songs of the Schöne Müllerin. A year or so after, returning from a day in the country, they stopped at a tavern, where he found a friend with a volume of Shakespeare open before him. Schubert took up the volume, turned a few pages, became interested in one of the pieces, took up some waste paper, and scribbling the lines proceeded to write a melody. This was the so-called Shakespeare Serenade, "Hark, Hark, the Lark." The Serenade in D minor is said to have been conceived in a similarly impromptu manner. In 1816 the great tenor Vogl made Schubert's acquaintance, having been brought by one of Schubert's admirers. At first the songs did not make much impression upon him. Later they grew upon him, and he introduced them among the best circles of the Vienna aristocracy. Vogl appreciated the value of these songs. "Nothing," said he, "so shows the want of a good school of singing as Schubert's songs. Otherwise, what an enormous and universal effect must have been produced throughout the world, wherever the German language is understood, by these truly divine inspirations, these utterances of musical clairvoyance. How many would have comprehended for the first time the meaning of such terms as speech and poetry in music, words in harmony, ideas clothed in music, and would have learned that the finest poems of our greatest poets may be enhanced and even transcended when translated into musical language. Numberless examples might be named, but I will only mention the Erlking, Gretchen, Schwager Kronos, the Mignons and Harper's songs, Schiller's Pilgrim, the Burgschaft, and the Sehnsucht. We are told that within the next 2 or 3 years Schubert made a number of friends, and the circle of his admirers was considerably extended. The same remarkable productivity continued. In the summer of 1818 he went to the country seat of Count Esterhazy, where he remained several months. This was in Hungary, and the Hungarian pieces are supposed to date from his residence there. It was not until 1819 that the first song of Schubert was sung in public. This was the Shepherd's Lament, of which the Leipzig correspondent of the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung says: "The touching and feeling composition of this talented young man was sung by Herr Jaeger in a similar spirit." The following year, among other compositions, was the oratorio of Lazarus, which was composed in 3 parts: first the sickness and death, then the burial and elegy, and finally the resurrection. The last part, unfortunately, if ever written, has been lost. He made attempts at operatic composition, producing a vast amount of beautiful music, but always to indifferent librettos, so that none of his music was publicly performed. It was not until 1827 and 1828 that his continual practice in orchestral writing resulted in the production of real masterworks. In this year the unfinished symphony in B minor was produced, in which the 2 movements that we have are among the most most beautiful and poetic that the treasury of orchestral music possesses. The other was the great symphony in C, which was first performed in Leipsic 10 years after Schubert's death, through the intervention of Schumann. During all these years, since leaving his father's school, Schubert had been living in a very modest manner, with an income which must have been very small and irregular. He was very industrious, usually rising soon after 5 in the morning, and after a light breakfast of coffee and rolls, writing steadily about 7 hours. The amount of work which he got through in this way was something incredible. Whole acts of operas were composed and beautifully written out in score within a few days. Upon the same morning from 3 to 6 songs might be written, if the poems chanced to attract him. He scarcely ever altered or erased, and rarely curtailed. All his music has the character of improvisation. The melody, harmony, the thematic treatment, and the accompaniment with the instrumental coloring all seem to have occurred to him at the same time. It is only a question of writing it down. Very little of his music was performed during his lifetime. Of the songs, first and last, many of them in private circles, and the last 2 or 3 years of his life perhaps 20 or 25 in public. A few of his smaller orchestral numbers were played by amateur players, where he may have heard them himself, but his larger works he never heard. All that schooling of ear which Beethoven had as an orchestral director in youth, Schubert lacked. His studies in counterpoint had never been pursued beyond the rudiments, and the last engagement he made before his death was for lessons with Sechter, the contrapuntal authority in Vienna at that time. In spontaneity of genius Schubert resembles Mozart more than any other master who ever lived. His early education and training were different from those of Mozart, and musical ideas take different form with him. While Mozart was distinctly a melodist, counterpoint and fugue were at his fingers' ends, and his thematic treatment had all the freedom which comes from a thorough training in the use of musical material. Schubert had not this kind of training. He never wrote a good fugue, and his counterpoint was indifferent. But on the other hand, he had several qualities which Mozart had not, and in particular a very curious and interesting mental phenomenon, which we might call psychical resonance or clairvoyance. Whatever poem or story he read immediately called up musical images in his mind. Under the excitement of the sentiment of a poem, or of dramatic incidents narrated, strange harmonies spontaneously suggested themselves, and melodies exquisitely appropriate to the sentiment he desired to convey. He was a musical painter whose colors were not imitated from something without himself, but were inspired from within. Schubert was a great admirer of Beethoven, and upon one occasion called upon him with a set of works which he had dedicated to the great master. Beethoven had been prepared for the visit by some admirer of Schubert's, and received him very kindly, but when he began to compliment the works the bashful Schubert rushed out of doors. Upon another occasion, during his last illness, Beethoven desired something to read, and a selection of about 60 of Schubert's songs, partly in print and partly in manuscript, were put in his hands. His astonishment was extreme, especially when he heard that there existed about 500 of the same kind. He pored over them for days, and asked to see Schubert's operas and piano pieces, but the illness returned, and it was too late. He said, "Truly, Schubert has the divine fire in him." Schubert was one of the torch bearers at Beethoven's funeral. In March, 1828, he gave an evening concert of his own works in the hall of the Musikverein. The hall was crowded, the concert very successful, and the receipts more than $150, which was a very large sum for Schubert in those days. For several months before his death Schubert's health was delicate. Poverty and hard work, a certain want of encouragement and ease, had done their office for him. He died November 19th, 1828. He left no will. His personal property was sold at auction, the whole amounting to about $12. Among the assets was a lot of old music valued at 10 florins. It is uncertain whether this included the unpublished manuscript or not. In personal appearance Schubert was somewhat insignificant. He was about 5 feet 1 inch high, his figure stout and clumsy, with a round back and shoulders, perhaps due to incessant riding, fleshy arms, thick, short fingers. His cheeks were full, his eyebrows bushy, and his nose insignificant. His hair was black, and remarkably thick and vigorous, and his eyes were so bright that even through the spectacles which he constantly wore they at once attracted attention. His glasses were inseparable from his face. In the Konvikt he was the little boy in spectacles. He habitually slept in them. He was very simple in his tastes, timid and never really at ease but in the society of his intimates and people of his own station. His attitude toward the aristocracy was entirely different from the domineering, self-assertive pose of Beethoven, but he was very amiable and dearly beloved. His place in the history of music, aside from the general fact of his possessing genius of the first order, is that of the creator of the artistic song. While his pianoforte sonatas are extremely beautiful and very difficult, and anticipate many modern effects, his string quartets and other chamber music worthy to be ranked with those of any other master, and his symphonies exquisitely beautiful in their ideas, orchestral coloring, and in the entire atmosphere which they carry, his habitual attitude was that of the writer of songs. Some of these are of remarkable length and range. One of them extends to 66 pages of manuscript. Another occupies 45 pages of close print. A work of this kind is a cantata, and not merely a song. Many of the others are 6 or 8 pages long, and in all the music freely and spontaneously follows the poem, with a delicate correspondence between the poetic idea and the melody, with its harmony and treatment such as we look for in vain in any other writer, unless it be Schumann, who, however, did not possess Schubert's instinct of the vocally suitable. For with all the range which these songs cover, their vocal quality is as noticeable as that of Italian cantilenas. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of the Pianoforte. The popular instrument of the 19th century has been the pianoforte, the result of an evolution having its beginning more than 6 centuries back. It is impossible in the present state of knowledge to trace all the steps through which this remarkable instrument has reached its present form. In the Assyrian sculptures discovered by Layard there are instruments apparently composed of metal rods or plates touched by hammers, upon the same general principle as the toy instrument with glass plates, or the xylophone, composed of wooden rods resting upon bands of straw. In these the use of the hammer for producing the tone is obvious. In the Middle Ages there was an instrument called the psaltery, apparently some sort of a 4-sided harp strung with metal strings. The evidence upon this point is rather indistinct. Still later there is the Arab santir. This was a trapeze-shaped instrument composed of a solid frame, sounding board, and metal wires struck with hammers. This instrument still exists in Germany under the name of Hackbrett, or the dulcimer. As now made, each string consists of 3 wires tuned in unison. It is played by means of leather hammers held in the hand. The difficulty of adapting this instrument to the keyboard consisted in the fact that if the hammers were connected with the keys they would be under the strings instead of above them, and this difficulty for a long time proved insurmountable. Figure 68, spinet, showing the disposition of the strings, bridges, etc. Dresden, 1590. 2 forms of instruments were at length developed, composed of a wire-strung psaltery, played from a chromatic keyboard like that of the organ. The first of these was one called in England spinet, or in Italy espinetto, and in Germany the clavier. The essential characteristic of this instrument was the manner of producing tones. Upon the ends of the keys were brass pieces called tangents, of a triangular shape, of such form that when the key was pressed the tangent pushed the wire and so produced the tone. As it remained in contact with the wire as long as the key was held down, there was nothing like what we now call a singing tone. The instruments were very small, in shape like a square piano, but of 3 or 4 octaves compass. The wires were of brass and quite small. In several representations which have come down to us from the 17th century, the number of strings shown is smaller than the number of keys, from which some writers have inferred that it might have been possible to obtain more than one tone from the same string, through a process of stopping it with one tangent and striking it with another. This, however, is highly improbable. The discrepancies referred to are undoubtedly due to carelessness of the engraver. The clavier, or spinet, was a better instrument than the lute, which at length it superseded, having more tones and a greater harmonic capacity, besides which it was a step toward something much better still. In England they made them with pieces of cloth drawn through between the wires, to deaden the already small tone still further. These were sometimes called virginals, and seem to have been used as practice pianos, where the noise of the full tone might have been objectionable. The oldest form of the clavier known to the writer was that shown in Fig. 69, which was so small that it might be carried under the arm, and when used was placed upon the table. They were sometimes ornamented in a very elaborate manner. Fig. 69, keyboard and fretwork of spinet shown in Fig. 68. Fig. 70, richly ornamented spinet, made for the Princess Anna of Saxony about 1550. Contemporaneously with the spinet, and of almost equal antiquity, was an instrument in the form of a grand piano, called in Italy the clavicembalo, and in England the harpsichord. In Germany it was called the Flügel, or wing, from its being shaped like the wings of a bird. These also, in the earlier times, were made very small, and were rested upon the table. The essential distinction between the cembalo and the spinet was in the manner of tone production. In the cembalo there was a wooden jack resting upon the end of the keys, and upon this jack a little plectrum made of raven's quill, which had to be frequently renewed. When the key was pressed, the jack rose and the plectrum snapped the wire. The tone was thin and delicate, but as the plectrum did not remain in contact with the string, the vibration continued longer than in the clavier. The cembalo was the favorite instrument in Italy during the 17th century, and in England it had a great currency under the name of harpsichord. Many attempts were made at increasing the resources of this instrument, one of the most curious being that of combining 2 harpsichords in one, having 2 actions, 2 sounding boards and sets of strings, and 2 keyboards, related like those of the organ. This form seems to have been exclusively English. The form of the harpsichord is shown in Figure 71. Figure 71, Mozart's concert grand piano, now in the Mozart Museum at Salzburg. Its compass is 5 octaves. Far back in the 16th century an attempt was made at a hammer mechanism to strike down upon the strings. For this purpose the strings were placed in a vertical position, the same as in our upright pianos of the present day. Mr. B.J. Lang of Boston has an upright spinet of this kind, which he bought in Nuremberg. It is a small and rude affair, having about 4 octaves compass and a very small scale. Figure 72, Cristofori's action, according to his original diagram. A is the string, B the bottom, C the first lever or key. There is a pad, D, upon the key to raise a second lever, E, which is pivoted upon F. G is the hopper, Cristofori's linguetta mobile, which, controlled by the springs I and L, effects the escape or immediate drop of the hammer from the strings after the blow has been struck, although the key is still kept down by the finger. The hopper is centered at H. M is a rack or comb on the beam S, where H the butt, N of the hammer, O is centered. In a state of rest the hammer is supported by a cross or fork of silk thread, P. On the depression of the key C, the tail, G, of the second lever, E, draws away the damper, R, from the strings, leaving them free to vibrate. (Hipkins). The pianoforte proper was not invented until 1711, when a Florentine mechanic named Cristofori invented what he called a fortepiano, from its capacity of being played loud or soft. The essential feature of the pianoforte mechanism is in the use of the hammer to produce the tone, and the necessary provision for doing this successfully is to secure an instantaneous escapement of the hammer from the contact with the wire, as soon as the blow has been delivered, while at the same time the key remains pressed in order to hold the damper away from the strings and allow the tone to go on. These features were all contained in Cristofori's invention. The above diagram, figure 72, illustrates the mechanism employed. It is from Cristofori's published account of his invention, dated 1711, but there is in Florence a pianoforte of his manufacture still existing, dated 1726, in which the action is more perfect, as shown in figure 73. Figure 73. Action of Cristofori's fortepiano. Date 1726. Besides several minor improvements over his first idea, the later instrument has a hammer check, P, and the hammer is more developed. The invention of Cristofori was taken up in Germany almost immediately, and a Dresden piano maker, Silbermann, became very celebrated. It was the pianofortes of his manufacture in the palace at Potsdam which Frederick the Great made Bach try, one after another. The form of these instruments was the same as that of Mozart's piano, shown in figure 71. The square-formed piano began to be made about 1750, but the instrument involved no application of new principles, being merely a clavier with pianoforte mechanism. The new form, so much more compact and inexpensive, began to be popular, and was soon the standard form for private families, as that of the clavier had been before, and as the square piano remained until as late as about 1870, when the inherent mechanical difficulties of the upright were for the first time satisfactorily overcome. Pepys, in his diary, tells of having purchased a virginal which pleased him very much. It cost 5 guineas, about $26. Figure 74. Improved action of the Erard Concert Grand, 1821. C is the key, D is a pilot, centered at double D, to give the blow, by means of a carrier, E, holding the hopper, G, which delivers the blow to the hammer, O, by the thrust of the hopper, which escapes by forward movement after contact with a projection from the hammer covered with leather, answering to the notch of the English action. This escapement is controlled at X. A double spring I, L, pushes up a hinged lever, double E, the rise of which is checked at double P, and causes the second or double escapement. A little stirrup at the shoulder of the hammer, known as the repetition, pressing down double E at the point, and by this depression permitting G to go back to its place and be ready for a second blow before the key has been materially raised. The check P in this action is not behind the hammer, but before it, fixed into the carrier E, which also, as the key is put down, brings down the under damper (Hipkins). The instruments were still small and strung with small wires. Nevertheless, there was a tendency toward increased compass, which by the beginning of the 19th century led the Broadwoods of London to attempt a grand piano with 6 octaves compass. But they found that the rest plank, in which the tuning strings are placed, was so weakened by the extension that the treble would not stand in tune. In order to strengthen the instrument, he introduced the iron tension bar. This, like nearly all of the English improvements of the piano during the first quarter of the 19th century, was in the direction of greater solidity and better resisting power to the pull of the strings. Upon the artistic side, Sebastian Erard in 1808 patented his grand action, which with very slight improvements still remains the model of what a piano action should be. Figure 74 shows this action and its parts. Figure 75, the Steinway iron frame, showing the disposition of the sounding board, bridges, etc. Between 1808, when the Erard action was perfected, and 1832 or 1834, when Thalberg and Liszt began to revolutionize the art of piano playing, the instrument was the subject of a great number of improvements in every direction. The damper mechanism was perfected between 1821 and 1827. The stringing had been made heavier, the hammers proportionately stronger, and the power of tone had become greater. Thus the instrument had become ready for the great pianists, Liszt having made his first appearance in Vienna in 1823, and within 7 years after having become generally recognized as a phenomenal appearance in art. Meanwhile, great improvements were continually carried on for the purpose of rendering the instrument impervious to the forcible attacks made upon its stability by these new virtuosi. In the early appearances of Liszt it was necessary to have several pianos in reserve upon the stage, so that when a hammer or string broke, which very often happened, another instrument could be moved forward for the next piece. The most important improvement in the solidity of the piano came from the iron frame, which was introduced tentatively somewhere about 1821 in the form of what is now called a hitch pin plate, or half iron frame. About 1825, an American, Alpheus Babcock of Philadelphia, patented a full iron frame, but it was imperfect and nothing came of it. Conrad Meyer of Philadelphia, in 1833, patented an iron frame, and manufactured pianos with it, which are still in existence. In 1837, Jonas Chickering of Boston perfected the iron frame by including in the single casting the pin bridge and damper socket rail. This improvement still remains at the foundation of the piano making of the world. Previous to this invention, some of the American piano makers had constructed their cases upon a solid wooden bottom plank 5 inches thick. In 1855 the firm of Steinway and Sons exhibited their first overstrung scale, in which the bass strings were spread out and carried over a part of the treble strings, thus affording them more latitude for vibration without interfering and bringing the bridges nearer to the center of the sounding board. The idea of overstringing was not new at this time, Lichtenberg of St. Petersburg having exhibited a grand piano with overstringing at the London Exposition in 1851, and Theodor Böhm, the celebrated improver of the flute, having invented an overstrung system for square pianos as early as 1835. In 1853 also Jonas Chickering combined an iron frame with an overstrung system in square pianos, the instrument having been completed and exhibited after his death. The Steinway system of overstringing, however, was more extended and solved the acoustical difficulties of cross vibrations more successfully by spreading the long strings, and this, therefore, is the system now generally followed. The superiority of this principle was immediately acknowledged, and it has since been applied to grands and uprights, and few makers in the world but follow it in their work. Many minor improvements have been introduced in America by Steinway and Sons and others, whereby the artistic qualities and the durability of the best American pianos are now generally acknowledged throughout the world. The solidity of construction is such that with a compass of 7 1/3 octaves the tension of the strings amounts to about 50,000 pounds avoirdupois. The hammers are larger and heavier, the action more responsive, and the singing quality and sustaining power has reached remarkable perfection. Perhaps the most curious and important of all American improvements in this direction is the so-called duplex scale of Steinway and Sons, patented in 1872, in which a fraction of the string is made to vibrate sympathetically, thereby strengthening the super octave harmonic, and imparting to the tone a brightness and sweetness not so well secured in any other way at present known. If space permitted, it would be interesting to follow the course by which the difficulties of the upright piano have at length been surmounted, and the tone of this form of instrument rendered nearly equal to that of the grand. This was first accomplished by Steinway and Sons between 1862 and 1878, by a succession of improvements having for their object, first, the solidity of the instrument, then its prompt action, together with as much of the tone quality of the grand as possible. Many other American builders have taken part in this development, whereby the American pianoforte today is the strongest, the fullest toned, and the most expensively constructed of any in the world. Still later, quite a number of more or less successful attempts have been made to increase the stability of the tuning of the pianoforte by a different system of stringing, the tension of the strings being regulated by means of a tuning pen of set screw pattern, working through a collar of steel instead of being thrust into a wooden rest plank, where it holds fast by friction alone, as has been the universal way previous to these inventions. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of A Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. German opera. Weber, Meyerbeer, and Wagner. Part 1. German opera reached an extraordinary development during the 19th century, the distinguishing characteristics being an extremely full and dramatically conceived treatment of the orchestra, and a mode of delivering the text partaking of the character of melody and recitative in about equal proportions, the entire object being to present the action to the inner consciousness of the beholder in the most impressive manner possible. In Italian opera, as we have seen, there was a large development of arias and vocal pieces, whose value lay in their beauty as melodies and as concerted effect, the action of the drama being meanwhile delayed sometimes for an entire half hour, while these pieces were going on. In Germany, the effort to improve the delivery of the text and to bring it into closer union with the orchestra, and to develop the music from a dramatic standpoint exclusively, led to the vocal form known as arioso, or, to use Wagner's term, endless melody, in which the successive periods follow each other to the end of the paragraph or the end of the piece, without a full stop at any point until the end of the sense is reached. The great master of this form of composition was Richard Wagner, who may be regarded as the exponent of the extreme development yet reached by German opera. Wagner's endless melody proposed to itself the same ideal as that of Gluck, but it is only at rare moments that one will find in the music of the later master the symmetrical periods of the Gluck and Mozart epoch. Italian opera, as we have already seen, carried forward the dialogue mostly in recitativo secco, that is to say, in a recitative following more or less successfully the modulations of speech, and accompanied only by detached chords marking the emphatic moments. This form of vocal delivery has the slightest possible musical interest, and the Germans almost immediately endeavored to improve it, as also did some of the Italian masters. The first result being recitativo stromentato, or instrumented recitative, viz., recitative in which the text is accompanied by a flowing and more or less descriptive orchestral accompaniment. This differs essentially from the descriptive recitative in the works of the Mozart or Gluck period, or even in those of Haydn's later time. In the Creation, for example, the descriptive recitative consists of vocal phrases with instrumental phrases interspersed in dialogue form. The voice announces a certain fact, and the orchestra immediately answers with a musical phrase corresponding to it, as, for example, in the recitative describing the creation of the world, where the phrase relating to the horse is immediately answered by an orchestral gallop, that of the tiger by certain slides and leaps in the melody remotely answering it, while the roar of the lion is immediately answered by a vigorous snort of the bass trombone. This is by no means of the same nature as the dramatic arioso of German opera during the 19th century. Handel came nearer to this type of musical formation, for example, in the Messiah, at the recitative describing the appearance of the angels to the shepherds, where after a phrase of unaccompanied recitative the appearance of the angels is signified by an accompanied and measured strain, and lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them. This development of opera in the 19th century has been carried forward by the successive efforts of a considerable number of masters, among whom the three most important are Weber, Meyerbeer, and Wagner, each of whom created a type of opera peculiar to himself, and left something as an addition to the permanent stock of musical dramatic ideas. Part 2. Carl Maria von Weber, 1786-1826, was the son of a very musical family. He was born at Eutin, and fulfilled his father's desire, which had always been to have a child who should correspond to the youthful promise of Mozart. The father was an actor, and the director of a traveling troupe, largely composed of his own children by a former marriage. This mode of life continued for a number of years, while the future master was quite small. In 1794 Carl Maria's mother was engaged as a singer at the theater at Weimar, under Goethe's direction. Presently, however, the boy became a pupil of Heuschkel, an eminent oboist, a solid pianist and organist, and a good composer. Under his careful direction Weber developed a technique which very soon passed far beyond anything that had previously been seen. Still later he became a pupil of Michael Haydn, a brother of Joseph. As early as 1800 the boy gave concerts at Leipzig and other towns in central Germany. At this time an opera book was given him, Das Waldmädchen, and the opera was composed and produced in November. 5 years later it was highly appreciated at Vienna, and was performed also at Prague and St. Petersburg. Young Weber was of a most active mind, and interested himself in all questions of art. In 1803 he made the acquaintance of the famous Abbe Vogler, and became his pupil. Vogler commissioned him to prepare the piano score of a new opera of his. He still continued his practice as pianist, but when he lacked some months of being 18 years of age, he was made director of the music of the theater at Breslau. This was his first acquaintance with practical life as a musician. He showed great talent for direction and organization, and here he composed his first serious opera, Rubezahl, 1806. His next position was at Stuttgart, where he became musical director in 1807. After composing several short pieces, he led a somewhat irregular life for several years, concerting as a pianist, writing articles for the papers, at which he was very talented, beginning a musical novel, and at length, in 1810, producing his opera Abu Hassan. Then followed about 3 years of roving life as a concert player, and occasionally as composer, until 1813, when he was appointed musical director at Prague. The opera here was in very bad condition, and the company incapable, but Weber engaged new singers in Vienna, and entirely reorganized the affair, and conducted himself so prudently that he gained the goodwill of nearly everyone. As an example of his quickness, it may be mentioned that upon discovering that certain musicians in the orchestra, who were not disposed to yield to his strict ideals of discipline, were conversing with each other in Bohemian while the music was going on, he learned the language himself sufficiently to rebuke them in their own tongue. His next position was at Dresden, in 1816, and here he remained 9 years, until his death. His position at first was somewhat ambiguous. There were two troupes of singers in the opera, an Italian and the German. The grand operas were given in Italian by the Italian company, and the light operas in German by the German company. It was Weber's task to change this by producing new works of a distinctly higher character than the foreign works of the Italian company. The second year he was able to produce a few good operas of other schools in German versions. But it was not until 1821, when his Preziosa was produced at Berlin, and 1822, when Der Freischütz was produced in the same theater, that the reputation of the young master was established beyond question. It is impossible at the present time to describe the enthusiasm which the latter work created. It was a new departure in opera. It united two strains very dear to the German heart. The simple peasant life and the people's song are represented in the choruses, and in the arias of the less important people. Agatha, the heroine, has a prayer of exquisite beauty, which still is often heard as a church tune. And in contrast with these elements was the weird and uncanny music of Samiel, the satanic spirit of the wood, and the strange incantation scene in the Wolf's Glen at midnight, where the magic balls are cast. The story was thoroughly German, and the music not only German and well suited to the story, but distinctly original and charming of itself. In this work, perhaps first of any opera, Weber made use of what has since been known as leading motives, characteristic melodic phrases appropriate to Samiel and Agatha. The instrumentation was very graphic, and as Weber had been brought up on the stage, there were many novelties of a scenic kind. In fact, the work marked as distinct an epoch as Wagner's Nibelungenring. And what is more to the point, it was one of the operative influences affecting the young Wagner, as he tells with considerable care in his autobiography. His next effort was a comic opera, The Three Pintos, which was never finished. Then came Euryanthe, performed at Vienna in 1823, with the most extraordinary success. This work is said to have been the model upon which Wagner created his Lohengrin. When it was produced in Berlin in 1825, the enthusiasm was yet greater and more remarkable than in Vienna. In 1825 he composed Oberon, the first of the operas in which the fairy principle has prominent exemplification. This was produced in London early in 1826, but by this time Weber's health had become completely broken, and he died there of overwork and fatigue. He was laid to his rest to the music of Mozart's Requiem in the chapel at Moorsfield in London. Weber was the first of the romantic composers, the first at least to gain the ear of the public. These operas, with their beautifully descriptive music, in which voices and orchestra cooperate with the action and scene as one, were composed at the same time that the young Franz Schubert was improvising his beautiful songs in Vienna. From one end of Germany to the other, and in all Europe, these operas made their way. Der Freischütz has lasted 50 years and is still presented with success. More than that, as already noticed, Weber furnished the model or point of departure for a multitude of smaller composers who developed the opera in various side directions, and last but not least for Richard Wagner himself. Moreover, in the department of piano playing, Weber was no less epoch-marking than in that of opera. In 1812 his Sonata in C, opus 24, was produced, a work which is distinctly in advance of those of Clementi or any other writer before that time. The finale of this work is the well-known rondo Perpetual Motion, which indeed contains no new principle of piano playing, but is an elegant example of melodiousness and real musicianly qualities displayed at the highest possible speed. His next sonata, opus 39, in A flat, 1816, is still more remarkable. The piano playing here is of an extremely brilliant and picturesque description. Here also, in the Andante, we have the tricks which he afterward made so effective in the Concertstück of the legato melody accompanied by the chords pizzicati. Equally significant in this way is the sonata in D minor, opus 49, published in the same year as the preceding. Here we have very strong contrast and an enormous fire and vigor. The romantic impulse, however, had been displayed yet earlier in his Momento Capriccioso, opus 12, in B flat, 1808. This extremely rapid piece of changing chords, pianissimo, is like a reminiscence from fairyland, and the second subject contrasts with it to a degree which would have satisfied Schumann. It is a choral-like movement, with intervening interludes in the bass, upon which Rubinstein must have modeled his Carmenoi Ostrov, No. 22. But the most decided token of the romantic movement is seen in the Invitation to the Dance and the Polacca Brilliant, both of which were published in 1819. 2 years later came the concert piece, which for 70 years has remained a standard selection for brilliant pianists, and for 15 years was Liszt's great concert solo. It marks a transition from Moscheles, Dussek and Clementi to Thalberg and Liszt. The Invitation to the Dance, moreover, was the first salon piece idealized from a popular dance form. Part 3. Yet another distinguished name might well have been enrolled among those of the great virtuosi of the first part of the 19th century. Jakob Liebmann Behr, better known as Giacomo Meyerbeer, 1791-1864, was born at Berlin, the son of a rich Jewish banker. The name Meyer was prefixed to his own later, as a condition of inheriting certain property from a distant relative. As the boy showed talent for music at a very early age, he was put to the study of the pianoforte, and it was his ambition to distinguish himself as a virtuoso, which his talent undoubtedly permitted, if he had not been diverted from it by the success of his early attempts at opera. He was taught by a pupil of Clementi, and for a while by Clementi himself, as well as by other distinguished teachers; and if reports are to be believed concerning his playing, he must have become, by the time he was 20 years old, one of the very first virtuosi in Europe. His studies in theory were carried on under Abbé Vogler at Darmstadt, where he was a schoolmate with C.M. von Weber and Gansbacher, and later with Salieri at Vienna. At Darmstadt he wrote an oratorio, God and Nature, which was performed by the Singakademie of Berlin in 1811, and an opera, Ali Melek, the Two Caliphs, which also was successfully given at Munich in the Grand Opera House in the same year, 1811. Both works were anonymous. The opera made considerable reputation, and was played in several other cities. Upon Salieri's direction he went to Venice, where he arrived in 1815 to find Rossini's star in the ascendant, and all Venice and Italy as well wild over the bewitching melodies of Tancredi. Meyerbeer, having that vein of cleverness and adaptability so characteristic of his race, immediately became a composer of Italian operas, and produced in Venice Romilda e Costanza, Padua, 1815; Semiramide riconosciuta, Turin, 1819; Emma di Resburgo, Venice, 1820, the latter also making a certain amount of reputation in Germany as Emma von Leicester. Then followed Margherita d'Anjou, Milan, La Scala; Le Zulle di Granata, Milan, 1822; Il Crociato in Egitto, Venice, 1824. All of these were Italian operas with melody in quite the Rossini vein, with the same attention as Rossini to the light, the pleasing, and the vocal, but with a certain added element of German cleverness of harmony and thematic treatment. He now returned to Berlin, but his opera Das Brandenburger Tor, which he had written for Berlin, was not performed owing to opposing intrigues. Nevertheless, for about 6 years Meyerbeer remained in his native city, married, and presently lost 2 infant children. In 1830 he took his abode in Paris, where already his Il Crociato had been performed in 1826, and in that city, as the leading composer for grand opera, he lived 6 years, and finally died there. For the Paris stage he produced a succession of large and sensational operas, following to some extent the footsteps of Spontini in respect to the heroic, the spectacular, and the theatrical. Up to the time of his going to Paris, Meyerbeer had figured as an Italian composer in grace of melody, German in his harmony, and now he became a French composer in refinements of rhythm. His first work in Paris was Robert le Diable, 1831, and it made his reputation, and at the same time made an epoch in operatic construction. It was followed by Les Huguenots, 1838, which played in Berlin. In 1842 so pleased the king Friedrich Wilhelm IV that he created Meyerbeer general musical director for Prussia, and Meyerbeer came to Berlin to reside. Here in 1842 he wrote his Das Feldlager in Schlesien, which Jenny Lind made a great success. Later, however, he made over a great part of this music for his opera of L'Étoile du Nord, 1854, for the Opéra Comique in Paris. His remaining works were L'Africaine, performed after his death in 1865, Le Prophète, 1843, and Dinorah, 1859. He died in Paris while superintending the production of his L'Africaine. In his will he left a fund of 10,000 thalers, the interest of which to be used as a prize for the support of a young German composer during 18 months' study in Italy, Germany, and France, 6 months in each. Besides the operas above mentioned, Meyerbeer wrote a quantity of other music for orchestra, cantatas, and occasional pieces for festival purposes, of which the Schiller March is an example. The music of Meyerbeer is extremely sensational. His instrumentation is rich, at times bizarre, and strongly contrasted. His knowledge of stage effect, such that he knew by intuition what would do and what not. He was to some extent created by circumstances, a striking instance of which is told in connection with the opera of the Huguenots, where the parting with Valentine at the end of the fourth act was originally without important music, but the tenor declined to take the part unless suitable music could be furnished him at this point, whereupon Meyerbeer wrote the impassioned duet, since so celebrated, and which in fact is generally recognized as one of the most suitable, not to say most effective, incidents of the whole opera. Meyerbeer's operas follow the lead of Spontini in their fondness for military glory and spectacle. They partake of the virtuoso spirit of the other great geniuses mentioned in a later chapter, all of whom wrote for the sake of an effect to be arrived at, rather than from any inner necessity of carrying out their tone poems in such and such a way. Meyerbeer's influence about 1830 to 1840 was supreme upon the stage. It was to consult him that young Wagner undertook his journey to Paris, bringing with him his splendid spectacular opera Rienzi, quite in the Meyerbeer vein. This feature in the work, most likely, was the one chiefly concerned in preventing its acceptance at Paris under Meyerbeer's direction. Wagner was very much influenced by Meyerbeer in all his earlier works, particularly in the matter of splendid appointments for the stage. With all the splendid brilliancy of Meyerbeer's music, there is something insincere about it. It rarely touches the deeper springs of feeling. This is true of the greatest of his pieces, no less than of the smaller numbers. Part 4. The most interesting story in the history of opera, and one so resplendent that it is impossible not to regard the others as merely in some degree preparatory to it, is that of Richard Wagner (1813 1883). This remarkable man was born in Leipzig in 1813, the son of a superintendent of police. His mother was a woman of refined and spiritual nature. After the death of his father, his mother married again an actor named Geyer, a circumstance having an important bearing on the future of the composer. His brother Albert and his sister Rosalie became actors, and Wagner himself was familiar with the stage from earliest childhood. He studied music while a boy, but his ambition was to become a poet. He translated the 12 books of the Odyssey. He made the acquaintance of Shakespeare's plays, first in German, afterward in English. He made a translation of Romeo's soliloquy, and began to compose music for it. At the age of 18 he copied Beethoven's Ninth Symphony in score, for the purpose of knowing it more thoroughly. His musical progress was such that at the age of 21 he was able to accept a position as the conductor of the opera at Magdeburg. In 1836 this failed, and he accepted a place at Königsberg. He had then written one opera called "The Love Veto." In 1837 he was much interested in Bulwer's Rienzi, and immediately made a libretto from it. He was now musical director at Riga, and his wife had leading feminine roles in opera. His favorite composer in opera just then was Meyerbeer. For some reason he lost his place at Riga, and resolved to visit London, taking ship across the Black Sea. It was a sailing vessel of small burden, and they encountered a very violent storm. He heard the legend of the Flying Dutchman, and the next year made a poem of it, and commenced to write the opera. He spent some time in Paris, where he hoped to get his Rienzi accepted at the Grand Opera. This opera he had written on a large scale, in the hope of pleasing Meyerbeer, whose influence at Paris was very strong at this time. This, however, he failed to do, very possibly because his opera was too good. He was reduced to great straits, and had to write potpourri for the cornet and piano at a beggarly price, in order to gain a living. In 1843 his Rienzi was accepted at Dresden, through the influence of Meyerbeer. It was performed with great success, and Wagner was called there as conductor. Here he had an important position, having to produce the best operas of all schools. He brought out his own Flying Dutchman, and had already finished Tannhäuser. He read the Arthur Legends and conceived the idea of an opera upon a subject connected with the Holy Grail. This was Lohengrin, completed in March, 1848. It was in a fair way to have been produced under his own direction if he had had the good sense to let politics alone, but in some way he mixed himself up in the revolutionary attempt of that year, and was obliged to flee the country. He went to Zurich, where he lived in great poverty at first, but afterward with a certain moderate income, for nearly 10 years. This circumstance was evidently providential, as will appear in the sequel. Franz Liszt was now conductor at Weimar, and he brought out Lohengrin in 1850. From this moment a friendship was established between these two remarkable men. Liszt sent Wagner a handsome honorarium, and from this time on was his financial guardian. By this time Wagner's art theories had become pretty well defined. From his standpoint, the three great arts of music, poetry, and drama had been independently explored to their limit. Music by Beethoven, poetry and the drama by Shakespeare and Goethe, and the only remaining thing of importance to do was to unite them all in one homogeneous mass, and by their combined operation accomplish a more profound and overwhelming effect than had been made before, or indeed would have been possible to them separately. In his autobiography, speaking of his early experiences as conductor, he says: "The peculiar gnawing feeling that oppressed me in conducting our ordinary opera was often interrupted by an indescribable enthusiastic feeling of happiness when here and there, in the performance of nobler works, I became thoroughly conscious, in the midst of the representation, of the incomparable influence of dramatic musical combinations, an influence of such depth, fervor and life as no other art is capable of producing; that such impressions, which with the rapidity of lightning made clear to me undreamed of possibilities, could constantly renew themselves for me. This was the thing which bound me to the theater, much as the typical spirit of our operatic performances filled me with disgust." Among especially strong impressions of this character, I remember the hearing of an opera by Spontini in Berlin, under that master's own direction. I felt myself, too, thoroughly elevated and ennobled for a time. When I was teaching a small opera company Mathews' Noble Joseph, and when 20 years old I spent some time in Paris, the performances at the Grand Opera could not fail by the perfection of their musical and dramatic mise en scène to exercise a most dazzling and exciting influence upon me. But greatest of all was the effect produced upon me in early youth by the artistic efforts of a dramatic singer of, in my eyes, entirely unsurpassed merit, Schroeder Devrient. The incomparable dramatic talent of this woman, the inimitable harmony and strong individuality of her representations, which I studied with eyes and ears, filled me with a fascination that had a decisive influence upon my whole artistic career. The possibilities of such a performance were revealed to me, and with her in view there grew up in my mind a legitimate demand, not for musical dramatic representation alone, but for the poetic musical conception of a work of art to which I could hardly continue to give the name of opera. Soon after his removal to Zurich, he commenced to compose the libretto of the Nibelungsring. This work was founded on the famous old German poem, Die Nibelungenlied, but with very important modifications of Wagner's own. It is divided into 4 works. In the first, Das Rheingold, the gold of the Rhine is stolen, and a curse is laid upon it. The second opera of the series is Die Walküre. In this work the remarkable character of Brunhilde is the central figure. She is one of the wish maidens of Odin, whose duty it was to conduct the souls of slain heroes to Valhalla, the dwelling place of the gods. The entire conception of this character is unique, and still more unique in the musical way in which it is worked out. We find in this work also the mother and father of Siegfried, and the opera closes when Brunhilde is thrown into the magic slumber with the fire around her. The third opera of the series is that of Siegfried, the half divine, half human hero who knows no fear, who slays the dragon that captures the gold of the Rhine, awakens Brunhilde from her magic sleep, etc. The fourth opera is called The Twilight of the Gods, or The Death of Siegfried. I will not consume space by describing this poem in detail, since this material is easily accessible in every encyclopedia. I have already treated it at considerable length in the second volume of my How to Understand Music. These works are especially remarkable upon a musical side. The opera of the Rheingold is a little monotonous, but the orchestral score contains many points of beauty, and the Valkyrie is beautiful throughout, conceived in a very masterly and poetic vein. The instrumentation also is extremely noble and beautiful. In the whole of these two works there is scarcely a single piece which can be played apart from the rest as a concert number. The drama moves straight on from one thing to another. There are no melodies of the conventional type, and the music is closely woven together, like the effects of an April day, with storm, sunshine, and shadows following each other without any perceptible break. So great has been the advance in musical taste since these were first composed, that the Ride of the Valkyries, a famous descriptive piece for orchestra, forming the prelude of the second act, has been played in all parts of the world, as also the magic fire scene, which closes the opera. These are given over and over again by Thomas, and arrangements of them are often played at the piano. Directly he had finished Die Walküre, Wagner sent it to Liszt, and a letter with it, in which he modestly admitted that he thought it was very fine, or words to that effect. Liszt, on his part, was delighted with it. He wrote a most beautiful and noble letter to Wagner about it, and a little later he speaks of Hans von Bülow having been with him when he could not refrain from giving him a sight of Walhalla. So he brought out the score, and he said that Hans pounded at the piano, and he himself hummed and howled as well as he could, and they had a great time over it. Wagner then set to work upon the opera of Siegfried, which interested him very much indeed. This character also is a genuine conception of Wagner's, the wild forest boy who knows no fear, who has the most marvelous strength, and is described in music as wild and powerful as himself. When Sieglinde, Siegfried's mother, was married, an old man appeared at the wedding with an ashen staff, his hat brim drooping over one eye, and in the midst of the festivities he drew a mighty sword, and with a great blow thrust it into the stem of the ash tree which grew in the center of the house, saying that it was the sword of a hero, and that whoever was strong enough to draw it should wield it in the service of the gods. All the strong men tugged at this weapon, but none were able to draw it. When Siegmund, Siegfried's father, comes there, he draws the weapon amid a splendid burst of music. This sword is broken on Wotan's spear, but the pieces are saved for Siegfried. And one of the great scenes in the opera of Siegfried is where he welds anew the broken sword, and at the end cleaves the anvil with one mighty stroke. The opera of Siegfried closes with the awakening of Brunhilde and a splendid duet with Siegfried. The composition of this work was interrupted at the end of the second act, and here we come to one of the most curious circumstances in Wagner's career. He says that he felt it necessary to stop now and write a practical opera for the stage, as it then was, in order to re-establish his connection with the German theater, for he did not believe that these works would be performed in his own time. Accordingly he wrote Die Meistersinger, and the opera of Tristan and Isolde. They were finished in 1865, and Hans von Bülow, who was then director of the opera at Munich, took them both for rehearsal. They had there about 160 rehearsals of Tristan and Isolde, but gave it up as impossible, the singers forgetting from one day to another the music they had learned the previous day. The other work, Die Meistersinger, fared better. They had 66 rehearsals, and finally brought it to a dress rehearsal, which was as far as they got toward performing it. Nothing shows the increased growth that Wagner had made, as well as his unconsciousness of this growth, like this experience of his operas at Munich, under so enterprising and able a director as Hans von Bülow, who was undoubtedly the most competent man in Germany, as well as the most courageous, for the task of producing this kind of work. Although these operas were not successful at the time, Die Meistersinger has since become highly appreciated upon large stages, and it is, in my opinion, the most beautiful opera that has ever been written. The music throughout is in a noble and dignified strain, with melodies beautiful and highly finished, almost suitable for church music, yet comedy in the best sense of the term. The famous prize song in this work is sufficiently well known. There is a most delightful finale in the third act, where Beckmesser's serenade occurs as one of the incidents. The other work, Tristan and Isolde, is the most difficult opera that has ever been written, and will have to wait a generation yet, most likely, before its beauties are fully appreciated. After composing these two enormous works, Wagner went on to finish Siegfried, and then completed the work by writing Die Götterdämmerung, the Twilight of the Gods, or the Death of Siegfried, as he had originally intended to call it. This work contains one number which is stupendous in its pathos, the funeral march of Siegfried. Nothing like it exists elsewhere. These four operas have a very remarkable peculiarity, that throughout the four there are certain leading motives which repeatedly occur. There is the motive of the magic fire, which cuts a great figure in the first opera of the series, where Loki, the fire god, appears, and is ushered in by this motive. It occurs again in the magic fire scene at the close of Die Walküre, where Wotan surrounds Brunhilde with shrieking flames, in order that their terrors may deter cowards from waking her. There is the sword motive, which is heard in the first opera, when this sword is first spoken of. It is finally developed where the sword is drawn, and again in the opera of Siegfried, where it is freshly welded. There is the Valhalla motive, the Siegfried motive, and the Valkyrie motive, and many others, to the number of nearly 100. These are woven together, especially in the last opera of the series, in a most astonishing and wonderful way, yet without impairing the musical flow of the work. The scores are also extremely elaborate, from an orchestral point of view, requiring a large number of instruments, most of them having a great deal to do. This great trilogy, as Wagner called it, which was at first supposed to be beyond the ability of the public to appreciate, has now been given in all parts of Germany with great success, and it is no longer beyond the ability of an audience to enjoy. By the time he had completed this work, Wagner had conceived the idea of a national theater, to be completed regardless of cost, and with appointments permitting it to produce great works in a faultless manner. At first he thought of building it at Munich, but the Munich public proved fickle. He resolved to build it in an inland town, where all his audience would be in the attitude of pilgrims who would have come from a distance to hear a great work with proper surroundings. The sum required to complete this was about $500,000. It is sufficient compliment to Wagner's ability to say that he secured it, King Louis of Bavaria having contributed more than $100,000. Large sums also were sent in by Wagner's societies all over the world. The house was completed at Bayreuth. It was a little theater holding about 1,500 people. with a magnificent stage, which at that time was far in advance of any other, but has since been surpassed by many, notably by that of the Auditorium in Chicago. Here he proposed to have what he called a stage festival, the singers to contribute their services gratuitously, the honor of being selected for this place, and the advantage of the experience, being regarded as ample compensation. The orchestra, likewise, in great part was to be composed of virtuosi, and also to play without pay. All these expectations were realized. Leading the violins for several years was the famous virtuoso Wilhelm, and the singers of the Bayreuth festival were the best that the German stage possessed. The festival is now carried out upon a more rational basis, the singers receiving something for their services. Wagner completed his achievements by the opera of Parsifal, a work nearly related to Lohengrin, in some respects more beautiful. This is entirely like church music, and the whole effect of the performance at Bayreuth, for it has never been given elsewhere, is noble and beautiful. It leaves an impression like a church service. The peculiarities of Wagner's operas are many. The plays, from a poetic side, are in the vein of magic. Irresistible causes work together for irresistible ends. They are somber and primeval, like the voice of the forest. The music fits the poem exactly, without making any attempt at being beautiful on its own account. It is extremely elaborate and richly scored for orchestra, and full of beautiful science, not intended to be recognized as such by the average hearer. From a dramatic point of view the works are very consistent, and the stage effects are of a remarkable kind. Wagner was fortunate enough to make the acquaintance of a mechanic able to carry out some of his most impracticable suggestions. Wagner left a large number of pamphlets and treatises, which are likely to remain among the classics of musical literature. The most important is his Opera and Drama, written in 1851. This is a full discussion, in singularly vigorous and clear language, of the entire nature of opera as poetically conceived and as practically carried out by the previous masters, and as proposed to be carried out by Wagner himself. Many of Wagner's writings have now been translated into English. His opera texts are highly esteemed by his admirers and respected by all. As a poet, the general opinion seems to be that he was given to magnificent phraseology rather than to delicacy of fancy or humor. He is most at home with the grand, the gigantic, the superhuman, and in nearly all that he writes the primeval undertone of the minor makes itself felt. It is entirely uncertain whether opera will continue to follow the lines he laid down with the same severity, but there can be no question that his influence upon the course of art will be very great. In musical discourse, especially in the harmonic side of it, Wagner has made very great variations from the practices of his predecessors, even the most free of the instrumental writers, Schumann. His modulations are carried into more remote keys, and the tempered scale is taken as a finality of our tonal system. All the keys are brought near as he treats them, and in any key any chord whatever can be introduced without affecting a modulation, provided it be so managed that the sense of tonality is not unsettled. Personally, Wagner was rather small, very fastidious in his attire and surroundings. In 1869 Madame Cosima, daughter of Liszt and wife of von Bülow, left him and became the wife of Wagner. During the last 10 years of his life they had an elegant residence at Bayreuth, where Madame Wagner still has her home. Wagner died in Venice, whither he had gone for the mild climate. No musician in the entire history of art has occupied the attention of the whole contemporaneous world to anything like the same degree as did Richard Wagner from the performance of Lohengrin in 1850 until his death in 1883. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of A Popular History of the Art of Music, from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Virtuosity in the 19th Century. Paganini, Berlioz, Chopin, Liszt. Part 1. Strictly speaking, there was no break in the continuity of art development represented in the virtuoso appearances recorded in Chapter 30 and those with which we have presently to deal. In point of chronology, many of those recorded in the present chapter were contemporaneous with some of those in the former. Nevertheless, the artists with whom we are now concerned represent principles more decidedly belonging to the Romantic, and hence to the 19th century, than did those whose operations have already been discussed as part of the record of the 18th. This is seen in the quality and the novelty of their playing, and still more in the influence which they exercised upon the musicians who came after. Earliest of these in point of time, and most influential in other departments than his own, was the famous Italian violinist, Niccolò Paganini (1784–1840), perhaps the most remarkable executant upon the violin who has ever appeared. His father, a clever amateur, had him taught music at an early age, and when only 9 years of age he played in a concert at Genoa with triumphant success. He had already practiced diligently, and with the intuition of genius had found out his own ways of accomplishing things, so that when at the age of 11 he was taken to Parma to the teacher Rolla, he was told that there was nothing to teach him. Returning home he continued his practice, applying himself as much as 8 or 10 hours a day, and producing a number of compositions so difficult that he alone could play them. His first European tour took place in 1805, and astonished the world. The most marvelous stories were told of him. It was popularly supposed that he could play upon anything, provided only the catgut and the horsehair were furnished him. His first appearance in France was in 1831, and in the same year he played in London. The height of his fame was reached in 1834, at which time Berlioz, the French composer, presented him with a beautiful symphony, Harold en Italie. Notwithstanding the fact that Paganini lost money in Paris, he presented Berlioz with 20,000 francs, in order to enable him to pursue his career as a composer unhampered by financial distress. This act was greatly to Paganini's credit, and entirely contrary to the prevalent opinion concerning him, which was that he was very miserly. Among the works which Paganini produced was a set of caprices for the violin, which were essentially novelties for the instrument. He enlarged the resources of the violin in every direction, employing double stopping, harmonics, and the high positions with a freedom previously unknown, notwithstanding Spohr's modest remark that upon a certain evening when playing for some amateurs he delighted them with all the Paganini juggles. It is certain that he did nothing of the kind. It is impossible, after this lapse of time, to realize the sensation which Paganini's appearances made. His tall, emaciated figure and haggard face, his piercing black eyes, and the furor of passion which characterized his playing, made him seem like one possessed, and many hearers were prepared to assert of their own knowledge that they had seen him assisted by the evil spirit. His caprices remain the sheet anchor of the would-be virtuoso. The entire art of violin playing rests upon 2 works, the Bach sonatas for violin solo and the great Paganini caprices. Everything of which the violin is capable, or which any virtuoso has been able to find in it, is contained in these works. Upon 2 composers of this century Paganini's influence was extremely powerful. Schumann took his departure from the Paganini caprices, seeking to perform upon the piano the same kind of effect which Paganini had obtained from the violin, or to discover others equivalent to them. and Liszt set himself to do upon the piano the same kind of impossibilities which Paganini had performed upon the violin. Both these masters accomplished more than they planned for. Schumann enriched the current of musical discourse by his experiments, having their departure from Paganini, thereby accomplishing something which Paganini did not, for while the great violinist's works are of astonishing value for the violin, they are not particularly significant as tone poetry. They are pleasing and sensational, and at times passionate, show pieces for the virtuoso. Part 2. Hector Berlioz (1803 1869), for whose genius Paganini had such admiration, was perhaps the most remarkable French personality in music during the 19th century, and one of the most commanding in the whole world of music. He was born at Grenoble, in the south of France. His father, a physician, intended that the son should follow his own profession. But when the young Berlioz was sent to Paris to study medicine at the age of 18, music proved too strong for him, and he entered the conservatory as a pupil of Le Sueur. His parents were so incensed by this course that the paternal supplies were cut off, and the young enthusiast was driven to the expedient of earning a scanty living by singing in the opera chorus at an obscure theater, La Gymnase Dramatique. The daring originality of the young musician, and his habit of regarding every rule as open to question, rendered him anything but a favorite with Cherubini, the director of the conservatory, and it was only after several trials that he carried off the prize for composition. The second instance of this kind occurred in 1830, the piece being a dramatic cantata, Sardanapole, which gained him the prize of Rome, carrying with it a pension sufficient to maintain the winner during 3 years in Italy. On his return to Paris he found it extremely difficult to secure a living by his compositions, their originality and the scale upon which he carried them out placing them outside the conventional markets for new musical works designed for public performance. In this strait he took to writing for the press. In the Journal des Débats, for which his talent was little if any less marked than for musical production upon the largest scale. As a writer he was keen, sarcastic, bright and sympathetic, a man of the world, and at the same time an artist. He touched everything with the characteristic lightness and raciness of the born feuilletoniste. Very soon, in 1834, he produced his symphony Harold en Italie, which Paganini so much admired that he presented Berlioz with the very liberal, even princely, douceur of 20,000 francs ($4,000). Meanwhile Berlioz was unable to secure recognition in Paris. His compositions were regarded as extravagant and fantastic, and Parisians were curiously surprised at the reception the composer met with in Germany, when he traveled there in 1842 and 1843, and again in 1852, bringing out his works. The Germans were by no means unanimous regarding his merits. Mendelssohn, who found Berlioz most interesting as a man, had no admiration for his music. To him it appeared crazy and unbeautiful. The sole recognition which Berlioz had in France was the librarianship of the Conservatoire, with a modest salary and the Cross of the Legion of Honor. In spite of the small esteem in which this clever master was held by his countrymen during his life, he produced a succession of remarkable works, without which the art of music would have missed some of its brightest pages. Among these we may mention his dramatic legend of the Damnation of Faust, for solos, chorus and orchestra, which marks one of the highest points reached by program music. This great work is now generally accepted as one of the best of the romantic productions, and the orchestral pieces in it have become part of the standard repertory of orchestras everywhere. Berlioz was above all the composer of the grandiose, the magnificent. This appears in his earliest works. In 1837 he composed his Requiem for the funeral obsequies of General Damremont. This work is of unprecedented proportions. It is scored for chorus, solos and orchestra, the latter occasionally of extraordinary appointment. In the Tuba Mirum, for example, he desires full chorus of strings and 4 choirs of wood wind and brass. The wood wind consists of 12 horns, 8 oboes and 4 clarinets, 2 piccolos and 4 flutes. The brass is disposed in 4 choirs as follows, each at one of the corners of the stage. The first consists of 4 trumpets, 4 tenor trombones, and 2 tubas; the second of 4 trumpets and 4 tenor trombones; the third the same; the fourth of 4 trumpets, 4 tenor trombones, and 4 ophicleides. The bewildering answers of these 4 choirs of brass give place at the words, "Hear the awful trumpet sounding," to a single bass voice, accompanied by 16 kettle drums, tuned to a chord. The movement of similar sonority is the Rex Tremendae Majestatis. At other times the work is very melodious. It is indeed singular that a young composer should commence his career with a piece so daring, but to Berlioz's credit it must be said he never makes a mistake in his calculations of effect, when he desires contrast and blending effect of different masses. These results always follow whenever his work is performed according to his directions. All the music of Berlioz belongs to the category of program music, that is to say, everywhere there is an attempt at painting a scene or representing something by means of music, that something being habitually suggested and explained by the text, if the work be vocal, or by explanatory notes, if the work be instrumental. This is as true of his symphonies, Romeo and Juliet and Harold in Italy, as in the vocal works themselves. The list of these contains an oratorio, The Childhood of Christ, 1854; The Damnation of Faust, 1846; the operas Benvenuto Cellini, produced at the Académie, 1838; The Trojans, 1856; Béatrice et Bénédict, 1863. The first was performed under the direction of Liszt at Weimar about 1850, but with indifferent success. Berlioz instrumented several pianoforte compositions for orchestra, the best known of them being Weber's Invitation to the Dance and Polonaise in E flat. His treatise upon instrumentation, published in 1864, remains standard until since the appearance of the elaborate and more systematic work upon this subject by F.A. Gevert. The greatest of Berlioz's works is his splendid Te Deum, written during the years 1854 and 1855 for some kind of festival performance. He planned this composition as part of a great trilogy of an epic dramatic character in honor of Napoleon, the first consul. At the moment of his return from his Italian campaigns he was to have been represented as entering Notre Dame, where this Te Deum is sung by an appointment of musical forces consisting of a double chorus of 200 voices, a third choir of 600 children, an orchestra of 134, an organ, and solo voices. The entire work was never completed, and the Te Deum had its first and only representation in Berlioz's lifetime at the opening of the Palace of Industry, April 30th, 1855. The work is full of splendid conceptions, and is freer from eccentricities than any other of the author. It is extremely sonorous, and is destined to be better known as festival occasions upon a large scale become more numerous. The whole effect of Berlioz's activity was that of a virtuoso in the department of dramatic and descriptive music, and in the art of wielding large orchestral masses. It is curious that between him and Wagner the relations should never have been cordial, although the ends proposed by both were substantially identical, and the genius of both incontestable. Berlioz had no confidence in Wagner's endless melody, and when he writes about music he does so in the attitude of a humble follower of the old masters. Part 3. The progress in piano playing in the course of the 19th century has been most extraordinary. The music of Beethoven and Schubert, composed during the first quarter of this century, and the influence of the virtuosi prominent during that time, whose activity has been told in connection with those of the century previous, the operative principles of which were the ones mainly influencing them, and the continual strife of the piano makers to increase the resonance, singing quality, and artistic susceptibility of the tone, and the strength and elasticity of the action, as recounted in the chapter devoted to the history of this, the greatest of modern instruments, were concentrating influences having the effect of calling attention to the new instrument in a very remarkable manner. Add to these causes the meteor-like appearance of Paganini, with his stupendous execution upon the violin, and its novel possibilities. All these together seem to have led four gifted geniuses at about the same time to make independent investigations into the tonal possibilities of the piano, and the mode of producing effects upon it, in the hope of creating a new art, and of rivaling the weird successes of the highly gifted Italian, who apparently had exhausted the possibilities of the violin. The artists thus occupied in developing the art of piano playing were Chopin, Liszt, Thalberg, and Schumann, and it is far from easy to determine exactly which one it was who first brought his influence to bear upon the public, or which one it was who first arrived at the successful application of the principles of the new technique, whose essential divergences from the old consisted in a more flexible use of the fingers, hand, and arm, and the cooperation of the foot for promotion of blending and bringing into simultaneous use the tonal resources from all parts of the instrument. In this case, as in so many others of remarkable invention, the improvements seem to have been made by several independent investigators acting simultaneously, each one ignorant of the work of the others. The impulse in the direction of greater freedom had already found expression in the pianoforte pieces of the great master Von Weber, whose sonatas and caprices had been published between 1810 and 1820. These contain several novelties, which I have found it more convenient to discuss in connection with a personal history of the composer. Liszt has generally been held as a little the earliest of the four in point of time, his arrangement of Berlioz's Herald Symphony having been published, according to the dates in Weitzmann's History, in 1827, but according to more accurate information in 1835, while he had published his arrangement of the Paganini Caprices in 1832, 1 year after hearing Paganini. In these works Liszt makes demands upon the hands which were not recognized as among the possibilities of the old technique. But for all this, it is apparently certain that the honor of having developed a style distinctly original and with peculiarities easily recognizable by the average listener belongs to the great virtuoso Thalberg. Sigismund Thalberg (1812 1871) was the illegitimate son of Prince Dietrichstein, a diplomat then living at Geneva. His mother was the Baroness von Wetzlar. Thalberg was carefully educated and accustomed to high-bred society from childhood. His father intended him for a diplomatic career, but the boy's talent for the piano was irresistible, and so well had his education been advanced by his teacher, the first bassoonist of the Vienna Opera, that by the time he was 15 he made a brilliant success at a concert in Vienna. His first composition in the style, which he afterward made so famous, was the Fantasia on Themes from Euryanthe, which was published in 1828. Later, in 1835, he entered upon his public career as virtuoso, with concert tours to all parts of the world, everywhere greeted with admiration and astonishment. He appeared in Paris late in 1834 or early in 1835, finding Liszt there in the plenitude of his powers. Then there was a rivalry between them, and opposing camps were instituted of their respective admirers. The dispute as to their relative excellence ran high, and, as usually happens in personal questions of this sort, victory did not belong entirely to either party. Nevertheless, at this distance it is not easy to see why the question should have been raised, since in the light of modern piano playing Liszt's art had in it the promise of everything which has come since, while Thalberg's had in it only one side of the modern art. Thalberg had a wonderful technique, in which scales of marvelous fluency, lightness, clearness, and equality intervene between chord passages of great breadth and sonority, so that all the resources of the piano were open to him. But his specialty was that of carrying a melody in the middle of the piano, playing it by means of the two thumbs alternately, the other hand being occupied in runs and passages, covering the whole compass of the piano, crossing the melody from below or descending upon it from the highest regions of the treble, and continuing down the keyboard with perfect equality and lightness, without in the slightest degree disturbing the singing of the melody. This of its own accord went on in the most artistic manner, as if the pianist had nothing at all else to do than to sing it. The perfection of Thalberg's melody playing was something wonderful, as well it might be, for in order to master the art of it he studied singing for 5 years with one of the best teachers of the Italian school, the eminent Garcia. This, however, was later, after he had located in Paris. This trick of treating the melody was not new with Thalberg. It had previously been done upon the harp by the great Welsh virtuoso, Parish Alvars (1808 1849), whose European reputation had been acquired by a succession of great concert tours, and who at length closed his days in Vienna, where Thalberg lived. There was also an Italian master, Giuseppe Francesco Pollini (1763 1846), who in 1809 became professor of the piano in the Conservatory of Milan. Pollini had been a pupil of Mozart, and dedicated to that great master his first work. Early after being appointed professor, he published a great school for the pianoforte (1811), in which the art is fully discussed in all its bearings, and minute directions given for touch and all the rest appertaining to a concert treatment of the instrument. He was the first to write piano pieces upon 3 staves, the middle one being devoted to the melody, a proceeding afterward followed in some cases by Liszt and Thalberg. Pollini surrounded his melodies thus placed in the middle of the instrument, where at that time the sonority and singing quality of the pianoforte exclusively lay, with runs and passages of a brilliant and highly ingenious kind. This was done in his Una de 32 esercizi in forma di toccata. But he had already in 1801 published several brilliant pieces in Paris, in which novelties occur. I have never seen a copy of these works of Pollini, nor any other account of them than those in Riemann's dictionary and in Weitzmann's history of the pianoforte, but it is altogether likely that when they are examined we shall find in this case, as in many others of progressive development, that the final result was reached by a succession of steps, each one short and apparently not so very important. The chain of technical development for the piano extended from Bach in unbroken progress, and the discovery of Pollini, who was less known in Western lands than others of the great names in the list, enables us to fill in between Moscheles and Thalberg. Pollini's work anticipates the Clementi Gradus by about 6 years. To return to Thalberg. In 1856 he visited America, where his success was the same as in all other parts of the world. Having accumulated a fortune, he retired from active life and bought an estate near Naples, where he spent the remainder of his life. There were reasons of a purely external and conventional kind why the playing of Thalberg should have attracted more attention, or at least been more admired, than that of Liszt in Paris and in aristocratic circles everywhere. His manner was the perfection of quiet. Whatever the difficulty of the passages upon which he was engaged, he remained perfectly quiet, sitting upright, modestly, without a single unnecessary motion. Moreover, the general character of his passages, which progressed fluently upward or downward by degrees, instead of taking violent leaps from one part of the keyboard to another, permitted him to maintain this elegant quiet with less restriction than would have been possible in such works, for instance, as the great concert fantasias of Liszt. It is to be noticed, further, that the peculiar sonority of Thalberg's playing depended upon the improvements in the pianoforte made just before his appearance and during his career. His method of playing the melody, moreover, while perhaps not distinctly so recognized by him, employed a noticeable element of the arm touch, while his passage work was a ringer movement of the lightest and most facile description. His chords, also, were often struck with a finger touch, and he was perhaps the originator of the peculiar effect produced by touching a chord with the fingers only, but rebounding from the keys with the whole arm to the elbow. A chord thus played has a delicacy peculiar to finger work, but in the removal from the keys the muscles of the arm are called into action in such a way that the finger stroke is intensified to a degree somewhat depending upon the height to which the rebound is carried. Part 4. François Frédéric Chopin (1809 1849) was one of the most remarkable composers of this epoch, and in some respects one of the most precocious musical geniuses of whom we have any record. He was born at Zelazowa Wola, a village 6 miles from Warsaw, in Poland, the son of a French merchant living there, who had married a Polish lady. Later, in consequence of financial reverses, his father became a teacher in the university. The boy, François, was brought up amid refined and pleasant surroundings, and his education was carefully looked to. Although rather delicate in appearance, he was healthy and full of spirits. His precocity upon the piano was such that at the age of 9 he played a concerto in public with great success, from which time forward he made many appearances in his native city. He early began to compose, and by the time he was 13 or 14 had undertaken a number of works of considerable magnitude. After having received the best instruction which his native city afforded, he started out at the age of 19 for a visit to Vienna, where he appeared in 2 concerts, and to his own surprise was pronounced one of the greatest virtuosi of the day. This, however, is not the point of his precocity. When he started upon his tour to Vienna, he had with him certain manuscripts which he had composed. His opus 2 consisted of variations upon Mozart's air, Lacidarem la mano, of which later Schumann wrote such a glowing account in his paper at Leipzig. These variations were enormously difficult, and in a whole novel style. There were several mazurkas and 3 nocturnes. Opus 9, of which the extremely popular one in E flat stands second, the 12 studies, opus 10, dedicated to Franz Liszt, and a concerto in F minor, and all or nearly all of that in E minor. These were the works of a boy then only 19, the pupil of a comparatively unknown provincial teacher. When we examine these works more minutely, our astonishment increases, for they represent an entirely new school of piano playing. New effects, new managements of the hands, new passages, beautiful melody, exquisitely modulated harmonies. In short, a new world in piano playing was here opened. So difficult and so strange were these works that for nearly a generation the more difficult ones of them were a sealed book to amateur pianists, and even virtuosi like Moscheles declare that they could never get their fingers reliably through them. Much pleased with his success in Vienna, Chopin returned to Warsaw, and after some months set out for London by way of Paris. Here his fortune varied somewhat. At first he found it impossible to secure a hearing, his only acquaintances being a few of his exiled fellow countrymen who were there. At length, one evening, a friend took him to a reception at the Rothschilds', and in this cultivated society he found appreciative listeners to his marvelous playing. From that time on he remained in Paris, only leaving it when his health made it necessary to visit the south of France. He very seldom appeared in public. His touch was not sufficiently strong to render his playing effective in a large hall. The whole of the Chopin genius is summed up in his early works, which he took with him on his visit to Vienna. All his later works are in some sense repetitions. The ideas and the treatment are new, but the principles underlying are the same, and rarely, if ever, does he reach a higher flight than in some of these earlier works. His most celebrated innovation was that of the Nocturne, a sentimental cantilena for the pianoforte, in which a somewhat Byronic sentiment is expressed in a high bred and elegant style. The name Nocturne was not original with Chopin, the Dublin pianist John Field having published his first nocturnes in 1816. Field himself derived the name from the prayers of the Roman Church, which are made between midnight and morning. The name therefore implies something belonging to the night, mysterious, dreamy, poetic. In Field's there is little of this, aside from the name. The melodies are plain and the sentiments commonplace. With Chopin, however, it is entirely different. In some instances the treatment for the piano is very simple, as in the popular nocturne in E flat already mentioned, but in other cases he exercises the utmost freedom, and very carefully trained fingers are needed to perform them successfully. This is the case, for example, in the beautiful nocturne in G, Opus 37, number 2, where the passages in thirds and sixths are extremely trying; also in the very dramatic nocturne in C minor, Opus 48. Chopin's place in the pantheon of the romantic school is that of the popularizer of pianoforte sentiment. His compositions, by whatever name they may be called, are essentially lyric pieces, songs, ballads, and fanciful stories in rhyme. The subjects are frequently tender or sad, sometimes morbid, in short, Byronic. The treatment is always graceful and high bred, and the contrasts strong. The melodies are embroidered with a peculiar kind of fioratura, which he invented himself, founded upon the Italian embellishment of that kind, a delicate efflorescence of melody, which when perfectly done is extremely pleasing. The names applied to the different compositions, such as ballade, scherzo, prelude, rondo, sonata, impromptu, have only a remote reference to the nature of the piece. Occasionally the entire composition is morbid and unsatisfactory to a degree. These belong to the later period of his life, when he was in poor health. He is a woman's composer. In his strongest moments there is always an effeminate element. In this respect he is exactly opposite to Schumann and Beethoven, whose works, however delicate and refined, have always a manly strength. Chopin made the most important modifications in the current way of treating the piano. In this part of his activity he seemed to realize the possibilities of the instrument, in the same way that Paganini had recognized those of the violin. His passages, while based upon those of Hummel, nevertheless produced effects of which Hummel was totally incapable. Chopin is the originator of the extended arpeggio chord, of the chromatic sequences, of the diminished sevenths, with passing notes, and cadenza forms derived from them. He is thoroughly French in his views of changing notes, as for instance in the accompaniment to the impromptu in A flat, Opus 29. His influence upon the general progress of musical development is to be traced in the works of Liszt, especially in the later pianoforte works, and in a large number of less gifted imitators like Döhler. Part 5. Aside from Wagner, the most remarkable figure of this century is that of Franz Liszt, who was born at Reiding in Hungary, 1811, and died at Bayreuth, 1886. His father, Adam Liszt, was an official in the imperial service, and a musical amateur, capable of instructing his son in piano playing. At the age of 9 he made his first public appearance, with so much success that several noblemen guaranteed the money to enable him to pursue his studies for 6 years in Vienna. Here he became a pupil of Czerny, Salieri and Randhartinger. He made the acquaintance of Schubert, and upon one occasion played before Beethoven, who kissed him with the prophecy that he would make his mark. His first appearance as a composer was in a set of variations on a waltz by Diabelli, the same for which Beethoven wrote the 33 variations, opus 120. Liszt's variation was the 24th in the set, to which Beethoven did not contribute. It was published in 1823, when he was 12 years old. The same year he went to Paris, his father hoping to enter him at the Conservatory, in spite of his foreign origin. But Cherubini refused to receive him, so he studied with the other composers. His operetta of Don Sanche was performed at the Académie Royale in 1825, and was well received. At this time he was in the height of his youthful success in Paris, tall, slender, with long hair and a most free and engaging countenance, with ready wit and unbounded tact. He performed marvels upon the piano, such as no one else could attempt. His repertory at this time seems to have consisted of pieces of the old school. In 1827 he lost his father, and being thrown upon his own resources, he began his concert tour. He appeared in London in 1827, his piece being the Hummel concert. 3 years later he played in London again, his number being the Weber Concertstück. There was something weird and magnetic about his playing. He was very tall, about 6 feet 2 inches, slender, with piercing eyes, very long arms, but small hands. He played without notes, and amid the most frightful difficulties of execution kept his eyes fixed upon this, that, or the other person in the audience. He moved about at the piano very much in the exciting passages, not apparently on account of the difficulty of overcoming technical obstacles, but simply from innate fire and excitement. As for technical difficulties, they did not exist. Everything that the piano contained seemed to be at his service, and the only regret was that the instrument was not better able to respond to his demands. In the fortissimo passages his tone was immense, and his pianissimos were the most delicate whispers. In these his fingers glided over the keys with inconceivable lightness and speed, and the tone fell upon the ear with a delicate tracery with which no particular was lost by reason of speed or lightness. This wonderful control of the instrument stood him in equal stead with his own compositions, especially adapted to his own style of playing, or with the works of the old school, which he transfigured as they had never been played before, or the last sonatas of Beethoven, which at that time were a sealed book to most musicians. These, indeed, he did not play in public, but in private. The essential novelties of the Liszt technique were the bravura cadenzas. The other sensational features, such as carrying the melody in the middle range of the piano with surrounding embroidery, the rapid runs, and the extravagant climaxes, were all more or less common to the three representative virtuoso piano writers of this epoch, Liszt, Chopin and Thalberg. A careful study of the circumstances and influences surrounding Liszt at the time leads to the conclusion that his ideas of the possibilities of the pianoforte were matured very gradually, not reaching their complete expression in the operatic fantasies before about 1834 or 1835. His early appearances were in pieces of the old school, and there is nothing more to be found in contemporary accounts of his playing than admiration for its superior fire and delicacy. Upon the appearance of Paganini, however, this was changed. The temporary eclipse which this brilliant apparition made of the rising Liszt led him to new studies in original directions. Thus arose the transcriptions of the Paganini Caprices in 1832, and the composition of his own Studies for Transcendent Execution in the same or the following year. Farther sensational improvements were probably the result of the Thalberg contest in Paris during 1835. Liszt's influence may be inferred from such incidents as the following. In 1839 there was a movement on foot to erect a monument to Beethoven at Bonn, but after some months' solicitation the committee found it impossible to realize the desired sum or anything approaching it, whereupon Liszt wrote them to give themselves no further uneasiness, for he himself would be responsible for the entire amount, about $10,000. This large sum he raised by his own exertions and paid over, and a monument was unveiled with brilliant ceremonies in 1845. One of the performances upon that occasion was that of the Beethoven Fifth Concerto, which Liszt himself played. Concerning this memorable performance Berlioz himself writes: "The piano concerto in E flat is generally known for one of the better productions of Beethoven. The first movement, and the adagio above all, are of incomparable beauty. To say that Liszt played it, and that he played it in a fashion grand, fine, poetic, yet always faithful, is to make a veritable pleonasm." And there was a tumult of applause, a sound of trumpets and fanfares of the orchestra, which must have been heard far beyond the limits of the hall. Liszt immediately afterward mounted the desk of the conductor to direct the performance of the symphony in C minor, which he made us hear as Beethoven wrote it, including the entire scherzo, without the abridgment, as we have so long been accustomed to hear at the Conservatory at Paris, and the finale with the repeat indicated by Beethoven. I have always had such confidence in the taste of the correctors of the great masters that I was very much surprised to find the symphony in C minor still more beautiful when executed entirely than when corrected. It was necessary to go to Bonn to make this discovery. In 1849 a new epoch was opened in the history of this remarkable man. The Grand Duke of Weimar invited him to assume the direction of his musical establishment, including the opera. The salary was absurdly small, $800 or $1,000 a year. This, however, cut no figure in Liszt's mind, for he had always been singularly open-handed, yet at the same time prudent. For his successful concert tours he had put by funds, 20,000 francs for his aged mother, and 20,000 francs for each of the 3 children he had by the Countess d'Agoult, known in literature as Daniel Stern, and he considered that the position would afford him an opportunity of developing his own talent for composition, and at the same time of affording a hearing for important new works, which, on account of their novelty and originality, were impossible of performance in the theaters of large cities. The repertory of the Weimar opera from this time on was most extraordinary. Here were produced for the first time Wagner's Flying Dutchman, Tannhäuser and Lohengrin, Benvenuto Cellini of Berlioz, Schumann's Genoveva and Manfred, and Schubert's Alfonso and Estrella. Here were produced also the best of the operas of previous generations. Every master work of this sort Liszt revised with the greatest care, giving endless patience to every detail, and supplementing the resources of the theater when insufficient by guests from the great operas in the capital. Thus the musical establishment at Weimar became a sort of Mecca, to which all the musicians of the world gathered, especially the young and energetic in the pursuit of knowledge, and creative artists seeking a hearing or fresh inspiration. From an artistic standpoint, nothing more beautiful than the life of Liszt at Weimar could be desired. Besides these operatic performances and his symphony concerts, he gathered about him a succession of young virtuosi pianists. These had lessons more or less formally, some of them for many years. Liszt never received money for lessons, and took no pupils but those whom he regarded as promising, or who were personally attractive to himself. About 1850 the American Dr. William Mason was there, and for 2 years following. The class at this time contained the well-known names of Rubinstein, Karl Klindworth, Bruckner, Tausig, Joachim Raff, and Hans von Bülow. From this time on there is scarcely a concert pianist in the world who did not spend a few months or longer with Liszt at Weimar. Nor did his influence stop there. He produced a constant succession of important works, and conducted concerts and festivals in Hungary and in different parts of Germany and France. Everywhere his inspiring presence and his keen insight were prized above all ordinary resources. There is not space here to sketch in detail his singular and trying relations to that self-conscious genius, Wagner, who, when absconding to Zurich, sent the score of Lohengrin to Liszt. It can be imagined with what force the elevated and noble beauty of this epoch-making work appealed to a genius so sensitive as Liszt. He not only produced the opera with great care, but prepared the public for it by means of extended articles in important journals in Leipzig, Berlin and Paris. From this time on, Liszt became the good angel of Wagner. There are few records in the annals of music more creditable than the letters of Liszt to Wagner. He took charge of his business in Germany, exercised his wholly unique and commanding influence to secure performances of Wagner's operas, sent him money out of his own purse, and secured some of his friends. More than this, he greeted every new work of Wagner's with an appreciation as generous and noble as it was intelligent and fine. About 1852 Liszt commenced his symphonic poems. In these he avails himself of 2 of Wagner's suggestions. Much is made of the leading motive, and the orchestration is handled in a sonorous and brilliant manner, which Berlioz and Wagner first introduced. The works are very effective and original. Certain ones of them have become almost classic, like the Preludes and Tasso. He also wrote a number of large choral works, among them his Legend of the Holy Elizabeth, the Graner Mass, etc. There is hardly a province of musical composition in which Liszt did not distinguish himself. The orchestral compositions number about 20. There are several important arrangements, such as Schubert's marches, Schubert's songs, Rákóczi March, and a variety of arrangements for pianoforte and orchestra, including 2 concertos, the Weber Polacca in E and the Schubert Fantasia. The pianoforte compositions are extremely numerous. Of the original pieces there are perhaps 100. Of important arrangements, such as the Etudes from Paganini, the organ preludes and fugues from Bach, Schubert marches, etc., there are 30 or 40. Of the operatic fantasias there are perhaps 100 or more. There are 15 Hungarian rhapsodies, and a large number of transcriptions of vocal pieces. Of songs alone there are upward of 100. Of masses and psalms about 20. 2 oratorios, several cantatas, about 60 original songs for single voice and piano, and very many other writings of a literary and musical kind. In 1865 Liszt left Weimar for several years and resided in Rome, where he began to take holy orders. In the closing years of Wagner's life, after the Bayreuth Festival Theater had been inaugurated, Liszt was a central figure, and there are few large cities in Europe which he did not visit for the sake of encouraging important productions of the Wagnerian works. Thus, taken as a composer, a performer, a conductor, and an appreciative friend of art, his name is one which deserves to be revered as long as the history of music in the 19th century is remembered. Figure 84 represents him as he appeared in the last years of his life. The portrait of Liszt as abbé is taken from Grove's Dictionary. Neither of these last pictures gives an adequate idea of the sweetness of his expression. While the profile in middle life was sharp and clearly cut, as we see it in the abbé picture, and while in old age the mouth assumed a stern and set expression in repose, his smile was extremely winning, and the habitual expression of his face in conversation one of amiability and kindness. End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mendelssohn and Schumann, Part 1. One of the most fortunate personalities among modern composers was Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy (1809–1847), who was born in Berlin, the grandson of Moses Mendelssohn, the famous Jewish philosopher. The father of Felix was a banker, and his mother a woman of a very sweet and amiable disposition. The children of Abraham Mendelssohn were baptized in the Christian faith in order to escape in some degree the prejudice against the Jewish race. Felix, having a strong inclination to music at an early age, made progress in it. His first concert appearance was made at the age of 10, in which he played the piano part in a trio by Wöffel, and was very much applauded. As early as his 12th year he began systematically to compose, and being naturally of methodical habits, which were still further encouraged by his father and mother, he kept an accurate record of his works, which at the last filled 44 folio volumes, the most of the pieces being dated, and the place given where they were written. In the year 1820 he composed between 50 and 60 movements of almost every sort: songs, part songs, pieces for organ, piano, strings, and orchestra, as well as a cantata and a little comedy for voices and a piano. In the summer of 1820 the whole family made a tour of Switzerland, and a very large number of pieces were composed at this time. In this same year he made a more important concert appearance with Aloys Schmidt, in which he played with Schmidt a duet for 2 pianos. This continued exercise in composition was not entirely of an abstract nature, for the Mendelssohn family were accustomed to have reunions on Sunday evenings, when these pieces were played. For occasions like this he wrote several small operas, and his talent was encouraged in every way by his parents, and by his very judicious teacher, the celebrated Zelter. When he was scarcely more than 12 years old, Zelter had him play before Goethe, and a trio of the boys was also played, after which he was sent to play in the garden while his seniors discussed his prospects. Thus the boy grew up under the most favorable circumstances possible, his father being a wise and careful man who, although not a musician, thoroughly sympathized with the artistic aims of his son, and his mother also encouraged him to more serious efforts. Even at this early age he was a prolific composer of orchestral music, the year 1824 being that of the composition of the symphony in C minor now known as Number 1, but in Mendelssohn's catalogue marked the 13th of his compositions. In this year Moscheles passed through Berlin on his way to London, and made the acquaintance of Mendelssohn. At the Sunday morning music in the Mendelssohn house, Moscheles recalls the performance of Felix's C minor quartet, D major symphony, a concerto by Bach played by Fanny, and a duet for 2 pianos. In the same year Spohr came to Berlin, and a little later Hiller, both of whom speaking of Mendelssohn's playing as something very remarkable. His celebrated octet for strings, opus 20, was composed in 1825. This was the first of his works which has retained its popularity. The year following he composed the overture to The Midsummer Night's Dream, one of the most remarkable pieces of the early romantic school. In this the fairy-like music of Titania and her elves is charmingly contrasted with the folk songs and the absurd bray of the transformed bottom. He had already written an opera, Camacho, which had been submitted to Spontini, the musical director of Berlin, but it was never performed. He entered at the university and attended the lectures of Hegel and Carl Ritter, the geographer, but for mathematics he had no talent. Two folio volumes of notes of the lectures of Hegel and Ritter are preserved, from the years 1827 and 1828. His Overture to the Calm Sea and Prosperous Voyage was written in 1828. In the year following he started on a long journey of 3 years, carefully planned by his father, in which all the countries of Europe were to have been visited successively, and observations made on civilization and society. His first appearance before an English audience was at a Philharmonic concert, May 25, 1828, when he conducted his symphony in C minor and improvised on the piano. He was received with the utmost applause. 5 days later he played the Concertstück of Von Weber, and which was a great innovation at that time, with no music before him. His letters from London are very charming indeed. At a concert later, his overture to The Midsummer Night's Dream was performed with great success. This was the beginning of his English popularity, lasting all the rest of his life. The first of his Songs Without Words was published in 1830, having been originally composed for his sister Fanny. In this simple act he opened a new chapter of the literature for the piano. The form of the Song Without Words had already been given in Field's Nocturnes, the first of which were published in 1816, but Mendelssohn, by giving it the title Song Without Words, put the hearer in a different relation to the composition, that of seeking to find in the work a poetic suggestion in addition to the pleasing melody and finely modulated harmony. This also is extremely characteristic of the Romantic epoch, in which music has its origin in poetry. He had already written a number of those charming capriccios, in which the piano is treated with light staccato changing chords, such as Von Weber had suggested nearly 20 years earlier in his Moment Capriccio, but which no writer brought to such perfection as Mendelssohn. These two styles of pianoforte writing, the fairy-like scherzo and the Song Without Words, are Mendelssohn's specialties, in which no other writer can be compared with him. He also wrote a number of concertos for piano and orchestra, and one for violin, in which these two elements are very strong features. Without having the effective passage work of Thalberg, Liszt, or Chopin, or the bold originality of Schumann, Mendelssohn was an extremely original and pleasing pianoforte writer. During his life, especially in the later part of it, he was somewhat overestimated, but at the present time, through the emergence of Schumann from the obscurity into which Mendelssohn's reputation cast him, the works of Mendelssohn are often underestimated. He opened a new chapter in tone poetry, popularizing pianoforte sentiment. The famous G minor concerto for the piano was first produced in Munich in 1831. In the same year he went to Paris, where many of his works were performed and others were composed. The next year he was in London again, when the Hebrides overture was produced and the first book of Songs Without Words was published. He also played the organ at several of the churches, and excited general admiration by his vigorous style. He is said to have been the first to play a Bach pedal fugue in England, certainly the first to play any of the important ones. In 1833 he was settled at Düsseldorf as musical director of the church and 2 associations. There he immediately instituted a reform in the music of the church and in the character of the selections for concert. In the church there were masses by Beethoven and Cherubini, motets by Palestrina, and cantatas by Bach. The next year his oratorio of St. Paul was begun. In 1837 he was married to a very charming lady, Miss Cecilia Jean Renaud, daughter of the clergyman of the Reformed Church at Frankfurt. Very soon after the wedding he was in London and Birmingham, where he conducted St. Paul, and commenced to prepare the libretto for his oratorio of Elijah. Among the Bach fugues which he played in London on the organ at this time were the D major, the G minor, the E major, the C minor, and the short E minor. His pedal playing was very highly esteemed. In 1835 he commenced to conduct the Gewandhaus concerts at Leipsic, and the celebrated conservatory there was founded in 1843. The first professors were Hauptmann, David, Schumann, Pohlenz, and C.F. Becker. Ferdinand David (1810–1873) was the greatest master of the violin during the third quarter of the century. Moritz Hauptmann (1792–1868), originally a violinist, was one of the most original theorists of this century. His greatest work, Harmony and Meter, was published in 1853. Soon afterward Moscheles became associated with them. The city of Leipsic remained his home during the remainder of his life. The founding of the conservatory may have been hastened by certain plans which Mendelssohn had endeavored 3 years before to get adopted in Berlin, where there was a project for founding a royal music school upon a different basis from any at that time existing. From some change in the ministry, or temporary political disturbance, the plan fell through, but in Leipsic it was carried out. This famous school, from that time forward, for nearly 50 years, exercised an influence greater than that of any other music school in the world. Among its graduates are a very large number of the most successful teachers and celebrated professional musicians. They had been drawn to Leipsic by the reputation given the conservatory by the possession of such masters as Mendelssohn, Schumann, Hauptmann, Moscheles, Plaidy, Dr. Paul Becker, Brendel, Reinecke, and others. After Mendelssohn's death, indeed, the tradition of his ideas hampered the efficiency of the school to some extent, but very thorough work has always been done there. During his 4 years' connection with the conservatory, Mendelssohn conducted the Gewandhaus concerts and superintended the entire educational operations of the school. In addition to this, he conducted a succession of important festivals in all parts of Europe, producing new works of his own and the greatest works of the masters before him. He made a great reputation as a concert pianist, playing his own concertos and those of Beethoven, as well as the Concertstück of von Weber. Everywhere he improvised upon the organ or the piano, and through all the admiration which he received, remained the same simple, unaffected, sincere artist that he was when a boy. His home life was very happy. In Ferdinand Hiller's Reminiscences many charming pictures of it are given. The greatest of Mendelssohn's works was Elijah, which was produced at Birmingham, August 26, 1846. Staudigl, the famous baritone of Vienna, was Elijah. The work went extremely well at the first performance, better, Mendelssohn says, than any former work of his. The continual anxiety of producing the new work, the travel, and the many responsibilities belonging to his position finally undermined his health, and at length, November 4th, 1847, he died at Leipsic. It is doubtful whether any musician ever left a warmer or a more distinguished circle of friends than Mendelssohn. In all parts of the musical world his death was regarded as a calamity. In Elijah and in the first part of St. Paul, Mendelssohn made an addition to the world's stock of oratorios scarcely second to any other works except Handel's Messiah. Elijah, in particular, had the advantage of an extremely dramatic and picturesque story, and a text well selected from the Scriptures. There are many moments in this work of rare and exquisite beauty. The choruses, when contrapuntally developed, have themes somewhat too short, whereby the effect of the words is lost in the intermingling of voices coming in at later moments. But there are other parts of the work which are extremely beautiful. There is a lovely chorus, "He watching over Israel," in which the gentle Mendelssohnian melody is accompanied by soft triplets in the strings, whereby a most delightfully light and spirituelle effect is produced. Near the end of the work there is a very graphic recitative to the words, "And one cherub cried to another." Then a soprano voice with grand phrase sings, "Holy, holy is God, the Lord," three other soprano voices joining in the last words. These are very lightly accompanied. Immediately thereupon the entire chorus, orchestra, and organ, with the utmost power, come in with the same melody, "Holy, holy is God the Lord," this antiphon being the full chorus, and the female quartet continues in varying style throughout the chorus, and the result is thrilling in the extreme. Extremely dramatic also is the great chorus, "Thanks be to God, for he laveth the thirsty land." There are many solo numbers in the work, all of them remarkable for the care with which the text is treated, and the clearness with which the musical utterance expresses the words. The famous tenor song, "If with all your hearts ye truly seek him," the alto song, "O rest in the Lord," the angel trio, "Lift thine eyes," the great soprano song, "Hear ye Israel," and the bass aria, "It is enough," and especially the prayer of Elijah, "Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," are scarcely surpassed in the entire range of oratorio music. There is very remarkable instrumentation also in the scenes on Mount Carmel, and especially at the series of choruses where "God the Lord passed by." During his life Mendelssohn was very highly esteemed as a composer of orchestral music, symphonies, and overtures. While his works in this department contain many beauties, and are carried out with elegant clearness of form, and with that refinement and taste which characterized everything which Mendelssohn did, they have not maintained their reputation at the high level where it formerly stood. It was Mendelssohn's fortune to be one of the masters instrumental in introducing the Romantic school, but upon principle and education he was classical in his taste and instincts, and while his works had a very important use in cultivating an appetite for novelty, whereby the other masters of the Romantic school profited later, he went so short a distance in the new path that the march of events has since left him somewhat behind. Part 2. If it were asked to name the two masters most representative of the 19th century, one could scarcely go amiss, the names of Robert Schumann and Richard Wagner immediately occurring. Robert Schumann, 1810 1856, the son of a very intelligent bookseller, was born at Zwickau in Saxony, and was intended for the law. He received lessons in music at an early age, and his talent was unmistakable. When he was about 11, he accompanied a performance of Friedrich Schneider's Weltgericht. At home, with the aid of some musical companions, he got up performances of musical compositions, and had a small orchestra. He entered at the Leipzig University as a student of law, but devoted the most of his time to playing the piano and to reading Jean Paul, for whom he had a great fondness. He immediately attached himself to the musical circles, entering himself as a pupil with Wieck, the father of his future wife. A year later he transferred his attendance to the University of Heidelberg, attracted thither by the lectures of the famous teacher Thibaut, the same whose work upon the purity of musical art had only recently been published. Here, as in Leipzig, his principal occupation was practicing upon the piano, which he did to the extent of 6 or 7 hours a day. Notwithstanding his fondness for music, his mother was violently opposed to his entering the musical profession, and as his father was now dead, her wishes naturally had much weight. He had already commenced to write songs, quite a number of which belong to the year 1830, when he was living in Heidelberg. He made a tour to the north of Italy, and heard the Italian musician Paganini, which fired him with so much ardor that he immediately set himself to transcribe his caprices for the piano, and to accomplish upon this instrument similar effects to those which Paganini produced upon the violin. At length, after much difficulty with his guardian and his mother, it was agreed that he might fit himself for a musician, so in 1830 he was back again in Leipsic, studying diligently with Master Wieck. In his ardor for great results in a short time, he undertook some kind of mechanical discipline for the fourth finger of his right hand, the effect of which was that the tendons became overstrained, the finger crippled, and for a long time he was utterly unable to use it in piano playing. In composition he now entered upon regular instruction with Heinrich Dorn, at that time conductor of the opera in Leipsic. Dorn recognized the greatness of Schumann's genius, and devoted himself with much interest to his improvement. In 1832 a symphony of his was produced in Zwickau, but apparently with little success, for the work was never heard of afterward. At this same concert Wieck's daughter, Clara, who was then 13 years of age, appeared as a pianist, and Zwickau, Schumann says, was fired with enthusiasm for the first time in its life. Already he was very much interested in the promising girl, and expresses himself concerning her with much ardor. He seems to have been singularly slow in composition. At this time, 1833, he had written the first and third movements of the G minor sonata, had commenced the F minor sonata, and completed the toccata, which had been begun 4 years before. He also arranged the second set of Paganini's caprices, opus 10. He found a faithful friend in Frau Voigt, a pianist of sense and ability. Schumann usually passed his evenings in a restaurant in company with his friends, after the German fashion, but while the others talked he usually remained silent. Frau Voigt told W. Taubert that one lovely summer evening, after making music with Schumann, they both felt inclined to go upon the water. They sat side by side in the boat for an hour in silence. At parting, Schumann pressed her hand and said, "Good day. We have perfectly understood one another." The immediate result of the musical associations of Schumann in Leipsic was the project for a musical journal devoted to progress and sincerity. In opera, Rossini was then the ruling force; at the piano, Herz and Hünten; and musical journalism was represented by Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung, published by Breitkopf and Hertel, which praised almost everything upon general principles. In 1834 the first number of the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik saw the light. The editors were Robert Schumann, Friedrich Wieck, Ludwig Schunk, and Julius Knorr. Schumann was the ruling power, and he proceeded to develop his literary faculty in a variety of forms. He writes under many pseudonyms, and has much to say about the "David League against the Philistines," a society existing in his imagination only. One of the famous early articles in this paper was that upon Chopin's variation Lacidarem, greeting the work of the talented young Pole as a production of rare genius. Schumann himself thought so well of this article that he placed it at the beginning of his collected writings. It will be impossible, within available limits, to define the influence of this journal. During the 10 years when Schumann was editor, many of the most important productions of the modern school first saw light, and all come in for discussion, from a point of view at the same time sympathetic and intelligent. As an example of the musical life at Leipsic in this time, Moscheles mentions an evening in 1835, when Mendelssohn conducted his first concert in the Gewandhaus. The day before this there had been a musical gathering at Wieck's, at which both Mendelssohn and Schumann were present, perhaps the first time that these two great geniuses were brought together. The next day Mendelssohn, Schumann, Moscheles, and Banck dined together, and the next day there was music at Wieck's house, Moscheles, Clara Wieck, and L. Reitman from Bremen playing Bach's D minor concerto for 3 pianos, Mendelssohn putting in the orchestral accompaniments on the 4th piano. With Mendelssohn he contracted quite an intimacy. In 1836 he found himself very much devoted to Clara Wieck, and in order to secure a more favorable opening for his career resolved to transfer himself and the paper to Vienna. But after a year he returned again to Leipsic, and then the course of true love became more difficult, for Papa Wieck was resolutely opposed to the match. But after some months his consent was given, and they were married in 1840. During this year he had an extraordinary activity as a song writer. The Woman's Love and Life, The Poet's Love, and various other cycles of songs were all produced under the stress of his happy prospects with Clara. It is not easy to ascertain the order of his compositions, since, as we have already seen, the sonatas and some of the other works appearing late in the list of opus numbers were composed very early. The romantic tendency is the most marked of all Schumann's characteristics as a composer. He is above all others the composer of moods. His long pieces are invariably aggregates of shorter ones. The typical forms of Schumann's thought are two, and two only, the song and the fantasia. He made diligent efforts to master counterpoint and fugue, and manly attempts in these provinces can be found among his writings. But counterpoint and fugue remained to him a foreign language. The smoothness of Mendelssohn, the readiness of Bach, of Beethoven, or even Mozart are impossible to him. On the other hand, when he follows his own inclination, he creates forms that are clear, concise, and original. One scarcely knows which to admire more, the graphic correspondence of the music with the suggestive title placed at the head, or the original style of the music itself, which is entirely unlike anything by any former composer. His opus 2 is a set called Papillons, Butterflies, or Scenes at a Ball, consisting of 12 short movements in different style, without explanatory titles. Some are fantastic, others are sentimental, all original and striking. The 11th number of this is a short but magnificent polonaise in D major, an extremely spirited and beautiful movement which has since been very popular. The transcriptions of the Paganini caprices were undertaken as studies for the composer himself in the direction of unexplored pianoforte effects. But Schumann had also the intention of providing in music new discipline for piano students. In my opinion, the technical value of these works has not yet been realized, and it is quite possible that a later generation may esteem them more highly than the present. However this may be, the practice of writing gave Schumann a greater freedom, the effect of which is seen upon the next set of pieces, the 6 intermezzi. These, however, are vague and mystical rather than clear. With the David's League dances, the Schumann nature appears more plainly. The style is freer, and these new combinations are very charming, although they must undoubtedly have been fatal stumbling blocks to the fingers of a pianist trained in Dussek and Hünten. The Carnival, a series of fanciful scenes, belongs to an earlier period, having been composed in 1834 and 1835. The different numbers, of which there are 21, are provided with explanatory titles, such as Pierrot, Harlequin, Valse Noble, Eusebius, Chopin, etc. Of all the earlier works, the fantasy pieces opus 12 are the most successful. These 8 pictures, In the Evening, Soaring, Why, Whims, In the Night, Fable, Dreams, and the end of the song, or peroration, are extremely characteristic and beautiful, and it is not easy to assign the preeminence of one number over the others. Of the same general class, only upon a smaller scale, are the Scenes from Childhood, Opus 15, of which there are 13 little pieces, each with an explanatory title, such as Playing Tag, Happy Enough, Dreams, Träumerei. In this direction Schumann often composed at a later period of his life. There is the Album for the Young, Opus 68, containing 43 short pieces, all with titles; the 20 Album Leaves, Opus 124, and the Forest Scenes, with titles like The Entrance, The Hunter on the Lookout, Solitary Flowers, Prophetic Bird, Hunting Song, etc. Schumann's greatness as a composer for the pianoforte, both from a technical and poetic standpoint, is shown in such works as the Études symphoniques, the Kreisleriana, and the Concerto in A minor. The first of these works is regarded by many as the most satisfactory of any of this author's works. It consists of an air, 9 variations, and a finale, which is in rondo form. The variations, however, are fantasies rather than variations, the theme itself appearing very little in any of them, and in some of them not at all. It would be impossible to find within the same compass a similar number of pages covering so wide a range of beautiful pianoforte effects and highly suggestive and poetic music. In the Fantasia in C, Schumann's fancy takes on a more serious mood. He treats the piano with great freedom, requiring of the player a powerful touch and much refinement of tone color, as well as a style of technique which he himself has largely created. The second movement of this, the March tempo, represents Schumann's imagination in a forcible light in 2 directions, its bold, strong moods, and its deeply subjective, meditative activity. The Kreisleriana consists of 8 fantasies named after an old schoolmaster near Leipzig, noted for his eccentricities. This work was coldly received when first produced, but later has become very popular. The best movements are the first and second, but the entire work is strong. The Concerto in A minor is by no means a showpiece for the piano, but an extremely vigorous and poetic improvisation, in which the solo and orchestral instruments answer each other and work together in a furor of inspiration. The entire art of modern piano playing is indebted to Schumann for some of its most impressive elements. He was fond of playing with the dampers raised, and might well contest the honor with Liszt of having originated the modern style of pedal legato, as distinguished from the finger legato of Chopin and all the early writers. He seems to have discovered the touch which Mason called elastic, that made by shutting the hand and at the same time allowing the wrist to remain flexible. In quite a number of his pieces this effect is very marked, as the first number of Kreisleriana, the first of the night pieces, and especially the fourth of these, where the chords are purposely spread beyond the octave in order to necessitate their being struck with the finger and arm touch combined in the same manner as that illustrated on a larger scale in the 11th study of Chopin's Opus 10. Indeed, if one were to attempt to characterize the Schumann technique by some one of its more prominent features, the free use of the arm would be perhaps the one best representing the depth and sonority of tone required for these effects. But while Schumann demands broad, deep, elastic tone color for the stronger moments in his work, there is no other writer so desirous as he of the soft, full, mysterious tone, representing what he was fond of calling Innigkeit (inwardness). There are many minor mannerisms which have been diligently cultivated by later composers, the most prominent among them being perhaps what might be called the accompaniment upon the off beat. In many of his works Schumann occupies the middle ground of the piano, with soft chords which are felt rather than heard, and which always come in upon the half beat or the quarter beat, and rarely or never upon the full accented part of a measure. The differentiation of the melody from its harmonic and rhythmic background is accomplished by this great master in a beautiful manner. Take, for instance, the Romanze in F sharp, Opus 28, number 2. The melody of the first strophe of this exquisite music might have been written for church. It is a duet for baritones, the voices being represented by the thumbs of the player. Against this melody, the quarter notes and eighths, there is an accompaniment in sixteenths, covering 2 octaves and a third, the entire effect being soft and distant. In the second strophe, the soprano voice takes the melody, which is supported by rare harmonies and a lovely figuration in the alto. The third strophe brings back again the principal subject, and a splendid climax is made, after which an elaborate coda concludes the work. It is impossible to play this lovely piece with good effect without the Schumann technique. Played with the Mozart technique, it would be simply insipid, and with a Beethoven technique it would still be dry and harsh. It is only by the combination of the arm touch for the melody, the very obscure, unobtrusive finger touch for the accompaniment, and the constant use of the pedal for promoting blending of tones, that the vague and poetic atmosphere of this piece can be realized. Schumann might also be credited with the invention of a new style of composition, or of music thinking. The element of canonic imitation occurs in his works in wholly new form. A single phrase or motive is repeated through nearly an entire movement, in 1,000 different forms and transformations, so that the whole movement is made up from this single germ, and yet with such mastery of rhythm and of harmony as to conduct the thought to a powerful climax without any impression of monotony interfering with it. One can hardly go amiss in the large works of Schumann for illustrations of this style of composition. Take, for example, the Novelette in B minor, Opus 99, the Novelette in E major, Opus 21, number 7, the first of the Kreisleriana, and many other parts of the same work. This style I have elsewhere called the thematic, as distinguished from the lyric, in which a flowing melody is a distinctive trait. Beethoven, in a number of cases, employs a style of thought development somewhat similar, but the results accomplished are tamer than with Schumann. One of the most striking examples is found in the finale of the Sonata in D minor, Opus 31, number 2, and in the first movement of the Sonata in C minor, Opus 111. In this point of view Schumann appears as the predecessor of Wagner, who almost certainly took his departure for thematic work from Schumann. If it were not for these numerous, highly poetic, and masterly compositions for pianoforte solo, and for the chamber pieces, the symphonies, and other large works, Schumann would have been entitled to a very eminent place among composers by his songs alone. These are as different as possible from those of previous writers, excepting Schubert, and the voice itself is not always well considered in them, but there are no other works in this department in which the poetic sentiment is so thoroughly reproduced in the music as Schumann has done it in his Woman's Love and Life, and in Poet's Love, and in many single songs of other sets. The Spring Night being a very marked example. If the future should chance to produce a race of poetic and intelligent singers, these songs will be found among the most effective which the whole literature of music can show. Some of them are already well and favorably known in all parts of the world. The excellencies of Schumann as a songwriter are only in part reproduced in his larger works, in the form of cantatas, and in the opera of Genoveva. He was without the technique of chorus construction, and writes injudiciously for voices in mass. His instrumentation, although graphically conceived, is not cleverly worked out, in consequence of which we find in such works as The Pilgrimage of the Rose, Paradise and the Peri, the Faust music, and the opera of Genoveva some extremely brilliant suggestions and contrasts, and occasionally fine moments intermingled with many others which fail for want of technical skill in the use of the performing material. The same restriction may be applied to the orchestral and chamber works, in spite of the inherent force and beauty of the ideas they contain. In the symphony, for example, he writes badly for the violins, the very soul of the orchestra. The phrases are short, staccato notes abound, and scarcely in an entire score have the violinists the long, sustained phrases, where the singing power of this beautiful instrument appears. The best of the chamber pieces are those in which the piano is the principal instrument, especially the great quintet. This is a master work of a very high order, and while the strings do not have the consideration that belongs to them, the pianoforte is treated with so much freedom and power as in a great measure to compensate for this lack. Of the Schumann works as a whole, the most striking characteristic is the spontaneous, improvistic effect. Every Schumann piece, that is to say, every successful Schumann piece, has the character of an improvisation, in which the power and fancy of the composer are as marked as his deep tenderness and sentiment, fine instinct for poetic effect, and a delicate ear for tone color. For this reason, the popular appreciation of the Schumann works upon a large scale is only a question of an educated generation. There are many indications of progress in this direction on the part of musical amateurs the world over. In Schumann's lifetime, and immediately after his death, the neglect of his compositions was extreme. Dr. William Mason narrates that when he visited Leipzig in 1850, one of the first symphonies he heard was Schumann's in B flat, the first composition of this writer he had ever heard. The beauty and force of the work took complete possession of him. A new world of tone was opened to him. He dreamed of the Schumann symphony all night, and at early morning went down to Breitkopf and Hertel's to inquire whether this man Schumann had written anything for the piano. The salesman laid before him a few dusty compositions off the shelves. The young American asked, "Is that all?" More were produced. "Is that all?" he asked again, whereupon the salesman, discovering that he had a Schumann enthusiast to deal with, took advantage of the moment, and in the cellar showed him whole editions of Schumann pianoforte pieces tied up in bundles, exactly as they had come from the printers. Liszt, in some of his earlier concerts, attempted to patronize the Schumann compositions. Their style, however, was so different from the sensationalism of his own pieces or the sentiment of Chopin that the public failed to appreciate them, and the pianist dropped them. Nevertheless, there were reasons why Liszt ought to have played these works. The Schumann technique is not sensational like that of Liszt, but it has with it one element in common, already referred to, the pedal legato, and no pianist at that time was so well prepared to recognize and interpret this element as Liszt, if he had realized his opportunity. In person, Schumann was of medium height, inclining to corpulency, with a very soft and gentle walk, and a most invincible habit of silence. Old residents of Leipzig remember his visits to the rehearsals at the Gewandhaus, where for a whole evening he would sit with his handkerchief held over his mouth, never speaking a word to anyone from the beginning to the end, and going away as silently as he came. Nevertheless, it was universally recognized that upon these occasions Schumann heartily enjoyed himself, and to use his own words again, he and the music perfectly understood one another. His mind was intensely active and fanciful. This is seen in all his pieces. The rapidity of the musical thought, the strong contrasts of mood, the proximity of remote chords and modulations are all indications of this mental trait. It was this also which finally destroyed him. His mind became unbalanced, and after intermittent attacks of melancholy his life ended with 2 years' almost entire oblivion of reason. In spite of his comparative unpopularity in his own day, no one of the Romantic masters has left so strong an impression upon the composers who came after him. In my opinion, the 4 great names which have been most operative in establishing forms of musical thought, and in creating wholly original and highly poetic and masterly tone poems by means of those forms, are Bach, Beethoven, Schumann, and Wagner, and each one of the earlier masters has in his work the prophecy of most of the qualities of those who come after, while each of the later reflects the characteristic traits of his predecessors. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Italian Opera during the 19th Century. The strongest personality of the Italian composers, though by no means the loveliest, at the beginning of the 19th century was that of Gasparo Spontini (1774–1851). He was born of peasant stock in the Roman States and educated at Naples, where his boyish successes were made. In 1803 he went to Paris, where he composed several operas with very poor success. Nevertheless, having full confidence in his own powers, he was not discouraged, and in 1804 his one-act opera of Milton was performed successfully at the Théâtre Feydeau. He had already begun his La Vestale, which was brought out in 1807, and immediately achieved a remarkable success. Spontini was appointed compositeur particulier to the Empress Josephine, in spite of which an oratorio of his was hissed from the stage in Holy Week of the same year that his Vestale had been so favorably received. The popularity of the Vestal continued to grow, so that it had been performed more than 200 times in Paris before 1824. In Italy and Germany, where its career began in 1811, its popularity was similar. His next opera was Fernand Cortez, 1809, afterward materially improved. These 2 works mark the highest point reached by Spontini. They are brilliant, martial, vigorous, and spectacular, and the legitimate predecessors of the Meyerbeer grand operas. Spontini's smaller works failed, and in 1819 negotiations were concluded with King William III, who had been impressed with La Vestale when he had visited Paris, whereby for 20 years Spontini was made director general of the opera in Berlin. In this position he produced a number of other works, the best being Nur Mahal, 1822, Alcidor, 1825, and Agnes von Hohenstaufen, 1829. Spontini was a vigorous director, but unprincipled, vain, and narrow. Nevertheless, at his concerts he produced the Fifth and Seventh Symphonies of Beethoven for the first time in Berlin, as well as parts of the great Bach Mass in B minor, and much other great music. Opposition to his tyranny culminated in 1842 by his dismission from the directorship, Meyerbeer being his successor. His popularity paled from the production of Weber's Der Freischütz in 1821. Spontini died in his native town of majolitat. The Italian composer most famous in the earlier part of the century was Gioacchino Antonio Rossini (1792 1868), a native of Pesaro, a small town on the Adriatic. After a short course at the Conservatory of Verona, the boy commenced to compose, and no less than 13 short pieces preceded his first really popular opera, Tancredi, which was produced at La Fenice in Venice in 1813. The success of this work led to many others, among which the best known are The Italian in Algiers, The Turk in Italy, and in 1816 no less than 5 operas in 1 year, Torvaldo e Dorlisca, The Barber of Seville, La Gazzetta, and Otello, his first serious opera. He composed with the utmost facility. The Barber, one of the most successful operas ever performed, and one of Rossini's works which bids fair to outlast the rest, was composed and mounted within a month. For this work he received £80 sterling. It was not at first successful. In 1823 he brought out Semiramide, which was only moderately successful at first. The next turn in Rossini's fortune found him in London, where he had accepted an engagement with the manager of King's Theater, and here he produced a number of his former works with moderate success. Rossini himself appeared upon the stage and sang the solos in a cantata which he had composed in honor of the king, George IV. He turned many honest pennies during his London engagement by acting as accompanist at private soirees for a fee of £50. At the end of 5 months he found himself in possession of £7,000, with which he made a graceful retreat to Paris, where he accepted the musical direction of the Théâtre Italien at the salary of £800 per year. This was in 1826. After the expiration of his engagement at this theater, several of his works were produced at the Grand Opera, among which were the Siege of Corinth and Moïse, March 27, 1827. This work, which is given in England as an oratorio, was a revised edition of his opera of Mose, which he had written for Naples 5 years before. The most taking number in it is the famous prayer, which has been played and sung in every form possible for a popular melody. The operatic career of Rossini ended in 1829 with the production of his opera of William Tell at the Paris Académie, with a brilliant cast. In this work he forswears florid writing and makes a serious effort at dramatic characterization. The opera is extremely melodious, and a very great advance over any of his former productions. Having now accumulated a fortune, he retired from the stage and lived the remainder of his life near Paris in elegant leisure, composing a solemn mass and a few other sacred works, but no other operas. In reviewing the career of this singularly gifted Italian melodist, it is impossible to resist the conclusion that his talents were worthy of a nobler development. Among his sacred works, the Stabat Mater is the most popular. It contains some very beautiful chromatic writing, and is really an art work of distinguished merit. His latest work was the Messe Solennelle, 1864. Rossini was fond of good living, very witty in conversation, and his house was frequented by the most brilliant wits and the best artists of the 30 years between William Tell and his death. Upon the whole, the most brilliant master of Italian opera during this period was Gaetano Donizetti (1797–1848), who was born at Bergamo and educated at Naples. His first opera was produced in Vienna in 1818, but his first complete success was Anna Bolena, which was written for Milan in 1830, the principal parts having been taken by Pasta and Rubini. Soon after this followed L'Elisir d'Amore, 1832, Lucia di Lammermoor, Naples, 1835, Lucrezia Borgia, 1834, Belisario, 1836, Poliuto, 1838, La Fille du Régiment, 1840. La Favorita. Linda di Chamounix, 1842. Don Pasquale, 1843. Besides these well-known works, there were many others, the total number reaching 63, brought out in various Italian theaters and in Paris. Donizetti's traits as a composer are pleasant melody, effective concerted pieces, as for instance the sextet in Lucia, which is perhaps the best concerted piece in Italian opera, and a good constructive ability. Like Rossini, he was a writer of florid music, and Lucia remains one of the favorite numbers of coloratura singers to the present day, which, considering that more than 50 years have intervened since it was composed, is a great compliment. Vincenzo Bellini (1802–1835) was born at Catania in Switzerland, the son of an organist. He was educated at Naples under Zingarelli, his first opera having been composed in 1826, while he was still a member of the Conservatory. It was Bianca e Fernando, produced at San Carlos. His next work, Il Pirata, was written for La Scala in Milan, the tenor part having been especially designed for the celebrated Rubini. Among the other successful operas of this composer were I Capuletti e I Montecchi in 1830, La Sonnambula, 1831, at La Scala, Norma, and I Puritani. It was this latter work which contains a brilliant duet for two basses, Suona la tromba, of which Rossini wrote from Paris to a friend at Milan: "It is unnecessary for me to write of the duet for two basses. You must have heard it." Bellini was essentially a melodist, a lyric composer of idealic naivete. Of dramatic power he had very little. His orchestration is simple, although frequently very sonorous. If he had lived to the age of Donizetti or of Rossini, it is not impossible that much greater works would have emanated from his pen, for in his next great successor we have an example of such a growth, under conditions less favorable than those promised in Bellini's case. The most vigorous of all the Italian composers of this epoch is Giuseppe Verdi, who was born at Roncole October 9, 1813, his father having been a small innkeeper. The boy was of a quiet, melancholy character, with one passion, music, and when he was 7 years of age his father purchased a spinet for his practice. When he was 10 years old he was appointed organist of the church in his native town. At this time his necessary expenditures amounted to about $22 per year, and his salary as organist $7.20, which, after many urgent appeals, was increased to $8. In addition, he had certain perquisites from weddings and funerals, amounting to about $10 per year. In this way he continued until he was 16, having by this time become conductor of a philharmonic society, and the composer of quite a number of works, at the little town of Dusseto. He went to Milan, where he was refused admission to the conservatory on the ground of his showing no special aptitude for music. Nevertheless, he persevered in his chosen vocation, receiving lessons from Rolla, the conductor of La Scala. He studied diligently for 2 years, Mozart's Don Giovanni being a part of his daily exercise. After this he returned for 5 years to his country life, and by the time he was 25 he was back again in Milan, in the hope of securing the performance of his opera Oberto. This for quite a long time he was unable to do, but at length, in 1839, it was performed at La Scala. The moderate success of this work secured him an engagement to produce an opera every 8 months for Milan or Vienna. But his first work, a comic opera which the managers demanded, Un giorno di regno, was a dead failure, and disgusted the composer to such a point that he declared that he would never write again. At this time Verdi was the victim of most severe affliction. In addition to poverty, within the space of about 2 months he experienced the loss of his 2 children and of his wife, to whom he was devotedly attached. After living some time in Milan, he received a copy of the libretto Il Proscritto, and in 1842 it was performed. It was well staged, and achieved an unqualified success. Then followed I Lombardi, 1843, Ernani, 1844, I Due Foscari, 1844, Attila, 1846, Macbeth, 1847, Rigoletto, 1851, Il Trovatore, 1853, La Traviata, 1853, Les Vepres Sicilienes, 1855, Un ballo in maschera, 1859, La forza del destino, 1862, Don Carlos, 1867, Aida, 1871, Otello, 1887. In addition to these works, he has written a great Requiem Mass and many smaller works. Besides the operas above mentioned, there were several others now mostly forgotten, the total number being 29, and there is not one of them that does not contain more or less of striking melody, with effective concerted pieces and choruses. Verdi's melody was much more vigorous than that of either of his predecessors. In Trovatore there are 10 or 12 numbers which have become famous in the barrel organ repertory. His instrumentation was very full and sonorous, and his dramatic instinct excellent. We do not find the long roulades and ornamental passages according to the taste of his predecessors, but instead of them, clear, sharp, concise, manly melodies. Unfortunately, however, they are so near the line of the vulgar that only a refined treatment on the part of the singer can save them for poetry and beauty. Beginning with Aida, a very important change can be seen in Verdi's style. By the time this work was undertaken, the Wagnerian theories were attracting general attention, and it was impossible that a man of Verdi's intellectual force should have failed to be affected by them. Aida is much more refined and dramatically truthful than any of those before it. As the composer was now an old man, nothing farther was expected from his pen. Nevertheless, in Otello he has given the world a masterpiece of a still higher order, the music throughout being subservient to the story, while the dramatic handling of the work is masterly in the extreme. For this he was in part indebted to his librettist, the distinguished poet and composer Signor Arrigo Boito. The strangest thing in regard to Verdi is that at the present writing, 1891, he is engaged upon a comic opera, Falstaff, a subject which he says has interested him for about 40 years, but which until now he has never had time to undertake. As a man and a patriot, Verdi is held in the highest possible honor in Italy, and for his own original genius, as displayed in his works, and especially in his aptitude for progress, no less than for his dignified and simple private life, he deserves to be admired as the foremost Italian master of the present century. One of the most earnest among Italian composers and musicians is Arrigo Boito (1842), who from an origin which is German from his mother's side, possesses an earnestness and force in music not usual in southern lands. After composing 2 cantatas which had a good success, his grand opera of Mefistofele was produced at Milan in 1868, and later in other leading cities. 2 more operas, Hero and Leander and Nero, are not yet published. Monsieur Boito is equally celebrated in his own country as musician and as poet. In the latter capacity he prepared his own librettos, besides furnishing that of Otello to Verdi and La Gioconda to Ponchielli. He has published several books of poems and other operatic works. As composer he partakes much of the spirit of Wagner. He has yet another opera nearly completed, but in 1891 little is known of it. It is called Orestiade. Amilcare Ponchielli (1834–1866) is generally regarded in Italy as having been the most distinguished Italian composer after Verdi. He was educated at Milan, but his early triumphs were made elsewhere, his famous I Promessi Sposi having been performed there only in 1872. His principal works are the preceding, which was composed in 1856, La Savoiarda, 1861, Roderico, 1864, La Stella del Monte, 1867, La Gioconda, his masterwork produced at La Scala, 1876, and Marion Delorme, 1885. His music occupies a middle ground between the melodiousness of the Italian composers of the early part of the century and the seriousness of later German opera. In spite of the few examples reaching foreign countries, there is a continuous and rather abundant production of light and serious operas in Italy, every principal theater making it a point to bring out one or more new works every season. The best of these, after a long interval, become known abroad. It is a great mistake to suppose that the few Italian operas of recent date performed in England and America adequately represent the present state of Italian art. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. French operatic composers of the 19th century. In the earlier part of the 19th century, the operatic stage of Paris shared with those of Berlin and Dresden the honor of producing brilliant novelties by the best composers. In France there had been a persistent cultivation of this province of musical creation, and many talented composers have appeared upon the scene of the grand opera and that of the opéra comique. French opera has developed into a genre of its own, rhythmically well regulated, instrumented in a pleasing and attractive manner, and staged with considerable reference to spectacular display. The oldest of these masters to achieve distinction, and the one most successful in gaining the ear of other countries than France, was Daniel François Esprit Auber, 1782-1870. He was born in Caen, in Normandy, of a family highly gifted and artistic in temperament. Nevertheless, his father intended him for a merchant, and sent him to England in 1804 in the hope that the study of commercial success there might wean him from his love of music. But the boy came back more musical than ever. After composing several pieces, a little opera, a mass, etc., his first opera to be publicly performed was Le Séjour Militaire. During the 15 years next following he wrote a succession of light operas for the smaller theaters of Paris, most of them with librettos by Scribe. No one of these works had more than a temporary success, and the names are not sufficiently important to be given here. At length, in 1828, he produced his masterwork, La Muette di Portici, otherwise known as Masaniello, which at once placed its author upon the pinnacle of fame. This was an opera upon the largest scale, and was the first in order of the three great master works which adorned the Paris stage during this and the 3 years following. The others were Rossini's Tell in 1829 and Meyerbeer's Robert in 1831. The subject was fortunately related to the spirit of the times, Masaniello having been leader of the insurgents in Naples. The work well deserved its success, since for melody and pleasing effects it has rarely been surpassed. The overture is still much played as a concert number, but the opera itself has nearly left the stage, excepting in Germany, where it still has a distinguished place. All his later works were lighter than Masaniello. They were La Fiancée, 1829, the extremely melodious and popular Fra Diavolo, 1830, and many others, for more than 20 years still. Among them were The Bronze Horse in 1835, Le Domino Noir in 1837, and The Crown Diamonds, 1831. Auber was elected member of the Institute in 1829, and in 1842 succeeded Cherubini as director of the conservatory. He was an extremely witty and charming man, beloved by all. Contemporaneous with Auber, but more allied to the genius of Boieldieu, was Louis Joseph Ferdinand Hérold (1791 1833). After studying at the Conservatory and composing a number of operas which failed, or had but moderate success, he brought out Zampa in 1831. This work had an extraordinary success, and its overture is still often heard. Another work, Le Pré aux Clercs, 1832, is generally esteemed in France more highly than Zampa, but outside his native country public opinion universally regards the latter as his best work. Hérold's operas are extremely well conceived from a dramatic point of view, and his melody has much of the sweet and flowing quality of the best Italian. His concerted numbers also are well made, and in all respects he is to be regarded as a master of high rank within the province of light opera, verging indeed upon the confines of the romantic type, like that of Weber. The true successor of Boieldieu, with perhaps somewhat less of originality, was Adolphe Charles Adam (1803 1856), son of a piano teacher in the Conservatory at Paris. His most lasting work was Le Postillon de Longjumeau (1836), in which the German tenor Wachtel made himself so famous. Most of the other productions of this clever but not deep composer are now forgotten. In their day they pleased. The most important work of the last half century of French opera was the Faust of Charles François Gounod (1818), produced in 1859. Gounod was born and educated at Paris, took the prize of Rome in 1837, after composing quite a number of works of a semi-religious character, in which direction he has always had a strong bias. His first opera was produced in 1854, La Nonne Sanglante. In 1852 he was made director of the Orphéonistes, the male part singers of Paris, numbering many thousands, somewhat answering to the organization of the tonic sol fa in England. Faust made an epoch in French opera. Its rich and sensuous music, its love melodies of melting tenderness, and the cleverness of the instrumentation, as well as its pleasing character, combine to place it in a category by itself. This was the beginning and the end of Gounod, for in his other works, while there is much cleverness and melodiousness, there is also much reminder of Faust. Perhaps the best of his later operas are Roméo et Juliette (1867) and Mireille (1864). Among the others were Saint Mars, Polyeucte, Le Tribut de Zamora. He has also written an oratorio, The Redemption, produced at Birmingham in 1882, many numbers in which are truly imposing. As a whole the work is mystical and sensuous rather than strong or inspired. A continuation of this work, Mors et Vita, was given at Birmingham in 1885, and the following year several times in America, under the direction of Mr. Theodore Thomas. In this work, a part of the text of which consists of the Latin hymn Dies Irae, Gounod contrives to repeat certain of the sensational effects of Berlioz's work. Both these oratorios belong to an intermediate category in oratorio, sensational effects possible only in the concert room, intervening with others planned entirely in a devotional and mystic spirit. As a composer, Gounod has two elements of strength. He is first of all a lyrical composer of unusual merit, as can be seen in his "Oh, that we two were Maying," "Nazareth," "There is a green hill far away," etc. His second element of greatness is his talent for well sounding and deliciously blending instrumentation, in which respect he is one of the best representatives of the French school. This quality is happily shown, upon a small scale, in connection with the other already mentioned, in his famous Ave Maria, with violin and organ obbligato superimposed upon the first prelude in Bach's Well Tempered Clavier. Unfortunately, his structural ability is not equal to the strain of elaborate dramatic works, in which the interest greatly depends upon the music following the complications of the drama. In Faust, and in all his other operas, the songs are the main attraction, the songs and the choruses. The finales are poorly constructed, with little invention and less progress of dramatic intensity. Among the better composers of the later French school was Félix Marie Victor Massé (1822 1884), who experienced the usual fortunes of the better class of French composers, having taken the prize of Rome in 1844, and produced his first opera, La Chanteuse Voilée, in 1850, which was followed by his Galatea in 1852, and The Marriage of Jeanette in 1853. Encouraged by these successes, he produced a large number of operas in Italy, of which the best were La Reine Topaz (1856) and Les Saisons (1855). In 1860 he became chorus master at the Academy of Music, and in 1866 professor of composition at the Conservatory. In 1872 he was elected to the Institute as successor of Auber. In addition to the works already mentioned, he produced Paul and Virginia (1866), and several others, besides a number of songs. His last opera, Le Mort de Cléopâtre, was written during his long sickness, and on the whole was not a success. Another pleasing French composer is Jules Émile Frédéric Massenet (1842), who took the prize of Rome in 1863, and in 1867 produced his first opera, La Grande Tante. In addition to this he composed a number of operas, Le Roi de Lahore (1877), Marie Madeleine (1873), an oratorio, and Ève in 1875. He has also written a number of orchestral suites, which have been very popular in all countries. His latest work, L'Hommage, was produced at the Grand Opera, Paris, March, 1891. One of the most brilliant and versatile of the French musicians of this generation is Monsieur Camille Saint-Saëns (1835), a virtuoso upon the piano and organ, and an orchestral tone poet of very rare quality. Educated in the Conservatory, he composed his first symphony when he was 16, and was organist of the Church of Sainte Marie at the age of 18. In 1858 he became organist at the Madeleine. He has produced a number of operas, of which Le Timbre d'Argent (1887), Samson and Delilah (1877), and Etienne Marcel (1879), Henry VIII (1883), and Ascanio, produced in 1890 at the Grand Opera. In addition to these, Saint-Saëns has produced a large number of orchestral pieces, including Le Muet d'Omphale, Le Danse Macabre, and other symphonic poems of the programme character. He has also written several oratorios, of which The Deluge is the most important, and a large amount of chamber and pianoforte music. He is a brilliant writer about music. He is favorably known in Germany and all the rest of Europe as a virtuoso upon the piano and organ. His second concerto for piano is one of the best virtuoso pieces for that instrument. In his Mélodie et Harmonie, a collection of newspaper essays, he discusses many interesting questions. His fame with posterity is more likely to rest upon his orchestral pieces, which are extremely clever and interesting, than upon his operas. Personally, he is said to be very witty and entertaining. He has been a member of the Institute since 1874. Another French composer, versatile and well gifted in orchestral composition, is Clément Philibert Léo Delibes (1848). After his education at the Conservatory and his service as an accompanist at the Grand Opera, he received in 1866 a commission to compose a ballet, "La Source," in which he displayed such a wealth of melody and such fortunate rhythm that his talent was henceforth unmistakable. He has since composed a large number of ballets, many of which are known in all parts of the world, such as "Sylvia," also a large number of songs. His principal opera was "Lakmé" (1883). He is a professor at the Conservatory, a member of the Legion of Honor, and the successor of Victor Massé at the Institute. Still another very talented composer of orchestral music is Édouard Victor Antoine Lalo (1823), who was originally a violinist in a favorite string quartet. He has composed a large amount of orchestral music, a violin concerto in F (1874), Symphonie Espagnole (1875) for violin and orchestra, a Rhapsody, Norvégienne, and many other orchestral works, besides several operas, of which the Roi d'Is (1888) is the most important. He received the Cross of the Legion of Honor in 1880, and is one of the best of the French composers. Many of his works have been played by Theodore Thomas. Georges Bizet (1838 1875) is best known as the composer of Carmen (1875). He had previously produced a considerable number of smaller works, which had been but moderately successful. In Carmen, however, he showed qualities of rhythmic and harmonic coloration which promised brilliant results in the future. His career was prematurely cut short by death. He was a fine pianist. The Nestor of still living French composers is Monsieur Charles Ambroise Thomas (1811), born at Metz in the same year as Liszt, and only 1 and 2 years after Schumann and Chopin. This venerable and highly gifted master early succeeded in catching the ear of the French public, and between 1837, when his La Double Échelle was performed at the Opéra Comique, until 1848, he produced a succession of charming light pieces in the taste of the day. There was a sort of middle period in which he wrote several very witty works for the same stage, but the time of his greatest career dates from the production of Mignon (1866), Hamlet (1868), and Francesca da Rimini (1882). He was elected to the Institute in 1851, and at Auber's death in 1871 was made director of the Conservatoire, in which important position he has accomplished much toward systematizing and deepening musical education. Monsieur Thomas is a highly cultivated man of the world, tall, slender, fond of physical exercise. He has retained the faculties of an active and very versatile mind to an old age. His opera of Mignon is probably the one of his productions which will last longest. Of French opera as a whole during this century, the general characterization may be made that it has gained in cosmopolitan quality, nearly all the composers mentioned in the present chapter having gained a world-wide fame. The distinguishing feature of this class of opera is its sprightly rhythm and the clearness of the melodic forms. The instrumentation also is generally clever. The music is pleasing rather than deep, and the popularity of French opera in Germany, for example, is mainly due to its value as a relief to the often undue elaboration of the original German article. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times Until the Present, by W.S.B. Mathews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Later composers and performers. Before summing up the remaining names of musical history, a brief retrospect over the present century may be in place. The first quarter of the 19th century was distinguished by two composers of the first order, Beethoven and Schubert, and by a large number of highly gifted lesser artists, some of whom, such as Spohr and Weber, bid fair to remain long enrolled in the list of immortals. The second quarter of the century was made memorable by the rise and blossoming into full glory of the romantic school, all the works of this school, excepting a few of the earlier of Mendelssohn, having been produced during this period. Mendelssohn, Schumann, Chopin, and the young Wagner were the active spirits of this time, and their productions not only enriched the store of the world's tone poetry, but changed the general direction of musical ideals in many ways. The great feature of the third quarter of the century was the conception and execution of the Wagnerian music drama, with its wealth of sense incitation, and its somber appeal to accumulated experiences of the race. The Ring of the Nibelungen was completed during this period and received its first performance at Bayreuth in 1876. During the same period Franz Liszt had conceived a modification of the symphony form, bringing its four movements into a single one, or uniting the different movements, if such there were, by means of motives common to all or several of them. In this way a certain novelty was attainable in the most important province of instrumental music, and while the new compositions generally acknowledged their indebtedness to external incitation by titles, such as What One Sees from a Mountain, The Battle of the Huns, Romeo and Juliet, and the like, there was nothing to prevent them being in the fullest sense musical works, having a musical life, as such wholly independent of the suggestion given by the title. Berlioz had been the founder of program music, and his leading works had been produced during the second quarter of the century, but their full force was not recognized until later. It was a follower of Liszt, the brilliant Frenchman, Camille Saint-Saëns, who stated the central thesis of the whole romantic school when he said that a composer had the same right to affix a title to his work in order to give it a pleasing standpoint for judging it as a painter had to name his picture. And in the case of music, he added, as in that of painting, the real question finally was not whether the suggestion of the title had been fully satisfied, but whether the picture were good painting and the composition good music. If it were good music, no flaw in the title and no disagreement between the title and the work could impair its value and lasting quality. When carefully scrutinized, the progress of music during the present century has been governed by certain leading principles which are not contradictory, although at first glance they might appear so. Since the time of the Netherlandish contrapuntists, the primary impulse in musical creation has been the musical ideal, the creation of tonal fancies, novel, inspiring, musical, satisfactory. Out of this desire has arisen the entire fabric of fugue, sonata, symphony, and the whole world of free music. And at every period there have been those also who sought to connect these tonal fancies with the inner life of the spirit, to awaken feeling, inspire imagination, deepen dramatic impression. In short, to give us in place of irresponsible tonal crystallizations a poetically conceived discourse, operative upon the feelings and stimulative to the entire mind. This was the ideal of the new movement in Italy at the beginning of the 17th century, and opera has steadily worked along this ideal. Sebastian Bach had moments when he himself attempted the program music, and Beethoven made many attempts of the same kind, some of which are significant and lasting. Hence, the romantic impulse was not something new in the history of music, but the blossoming of buds from seeds planted long before. The program music of Berlioz was simply larger and more flamboyant than the little exercises of Bach in the same direction. Wagner's idea of bringing together the entire resources of musical, dramatic, and scenic art into a single highly complex work was merely the idea of the unity of all the arts, upon which Aeschylus worked 2000 years earlier, and upon which Jacopo Peri and Claudio Monteverdi worked at the beginning of the 17th century. In short, the art of music, while in this century being enriched by a multitude of new creations representing a variety of subordinate ideals, is nevertheless still a unity, constantly becoming more elaborate and masterly upon the tonal side, and continually more and more in touch with the deeper springs of duration in art, the intuitively realized correspondence between certain art forms and modes of expression and human feeling. The composers of the last quarter of the century are very numerous indeed, so numerous that a catalogue even of their names would occupy too much space. Moreover, their proximity to our own times brings them too near for successfully estimating their places in the pantheon of art, or even for the much simpler task of deciding upon certain names which undoubtedly should occupy places in the list. For present purposes it will be more convenient to notice them by nationalities, since every racial stock has certain individualities and ideals which the national composers eventually bring into art, as we see brilliantly illustrated in the case of the Russians, both in music and in painting. There are, however, certain names which stand out above all others, and at the present writing appear destined for place among or very near the immortals of the first order. These great names are those of Johannes Brahms, Camille Saint-Saëns, Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky, Antonin Dvorak, and Edvard Grieg. Part 1. Music in Germany. In Germany, very naturally, the activity in the higher departments of music remains more intense than in any other country, and the seat of musical empire may be said to still abide in southern Germany, where it was established by Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. The most eminent living composer in the higher department of the art, Johannes Brahms, resides at Vienna since these many years. There also Max Bruch long resided, and there the greatest of the light opera composers, the Strauss family and von Suppé, have lived and worked. It is in the provinces of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, moreover, that the Bohemian composer Dvorak has his home. In Johannes Brahms (1833) we have still living a musical master of the first order, whose quality as master is shown in his marvelous technique, in which respect no recent composer is to be mentioned as his superior, if any can be named since Bach his equal. This technique was at first personal at the pianoforte, upon which he was a virtuoso of phenomenal rank. But this renown, great as it is in well-informed circles, sinks into insignificance beside his marvelous ability at marshaling musical periods, elaborating together the most dissimilar and apparently incompatible subjects, and his powers of varying a given theme and of unfolding from it ever something new. These wonderful gifts, for such they were, rather than laboriously acquired attainments, Brahms showed at the first moment when the light of musical history shines upon him. It was in 1853, when the Hungarian violinist, Eduard Remenyi, found him at Hamburg and engaged him as accompanist, and having ascertained his astonishing talents, brought him, a young man of 20, to Liszt at Weimar, with his first trio and certain other compositions in manuscript. The new talent made a prodigious effect upon Liszt, who needed not that anyone should certify to him whether a composer had genius or merely talent. The Liszt circle took up the Brahms cult in earnest, played the trio at the chamber concerts, and the members, when they departed to their homes, generally carried with them their admiration of this new personality which had appeared in music. Johannes Brahms was born at Hamburg, May 7, 1833, the son of a fine musician, who was player upon the double bass in the orchestra there. The boy was always intended for a musician, and his instruction was taken in hand with so much success that at the age of 14 he played in public pieces by Bach and Beethoven, and a set of original variations. At the age of 20 he was a master, and it was in this year that he accompanied Remenyi, made the acquaintance of Joachim and Liszt. and had a rarely appreciative notice from a master no less than Robert Schumann himself, who in his new Journal of Music said, "He has come a youth at whose cradle graces and heroes kept watch. Sitting at the piano, he began to unveil wonderful regions. We were drawn into more and more magical circles by his playing, full of genius, which made of the piano an orchestra of lamenting and jubilant voices. There were sonatas, or rather veiled symphonies, songs whose poetry might be understood without words, piano pieces both of a demoniac nature and of the most graceful form, sonatas for piano and violin, string quartets, each so different from every other that they seem to flow from many different springs. Whenever he bends his magic wand, there, when the powers of the orchestra and the chorus lend him their aid, further glimpses of the magical world will be revealed to us. May the highest genius strengthen him. Meanwhile, the spirit of modesty dwells within him. His comrades greet him at his first entrance into the world of art, where wounds may perhaps await him, but bay and laurel also. We welcome him as a valiant warrior." The next few years were spent by Brahms in directing orchestra and chorus at Detmold and elsewhere, and in Switzerland, which has always had great attraction for him. In 1859 he played in Leipsic his first great piano concerto. Most of the criticisms thereon were, however, such as now excite mirth. Lately he has played in Leipsic again, conducted several of his works, and was greeted with the reverence and enthusiasm due the greatest living representative of the art of music. In 1862 Brahms located in Vienna, where he has almost ever since resided. Mr. Louis Kestelborn, in Famous Composers and Their Works, says, "About 30 years ago the writer first saw Brahms in his Swiss home. At that time he was of a rather delicate, slim-looking figure, with a beardless face of ideal expression. Since then he has changed in appearance. Until now he looks the very image of health, being stout and muscular, the noble, manly face surrounded by a full gray beard." The writer well remembers singing under his direction, watching him conduct orchestra rehearsals, hearing him play alone or with orchestra, listening to an after-dinner speech or private conversation, observing him while attentively listening to other works, and seeing the modest smile with which he accepted or rather declined expressions of admiration. The most important works of Brahms, aside from his German Requiem, are 4 symphonies for orchestra, 2 concertos for piano, a concerto for violin and cello with orchestra, a violin concerto, many songs, a variety of compositions for chamber, embracing a number for unusual combinations of instruments, such as clarinet and horn with piano, sonatas for piano solo, etc. In the songs he attains a simple and direct expression, not surpassed in musical quality since Schubert and Schumann. In the concertos he is more for music than for display, which is merely to say that in conceiving the display of his solo instrument he has sought rather to display it at its best, in a musical sense, than to exhibit its peculiar tricks of dexterity. As a symphonist he follows classic form, and is more successful than any other writer in the slow movements, a department in which most of the later writers are distinctly weak, since in an idealized folk song, which is the essential ideal of the symphonic slow movement, poverty of imagination cannot be concealed by dexterity of thematic treatment and modulation. As a writer for the pianoforte he has made important enlargements of the technique, not alone in his arrangement of easier compositions by earlier writers, but still more by original demands upon the fingers, as illustrated in his great sets of variations. Distinguished among German composers is Max Bruch (1838), who was born at Cologne and educated there and almost everywhere else in Germany. Bruch is best known by his works for chorus with orchestra, of which Frithjof, A Roman Song of Triumph, The Song of 3 Kings, Odysseus, Arminius are best known. His concerto for violin is also played in all parts of the world. But his opera of Hermione made but a moderate success at Berlin in 1872. Riemann considers his greatest works for mixed chorus to be Odysseus and Arminius, the Song of the Bell, and for male chorus Frithjof, Salamis and the Normans. His style is closely wrought, musical, full of deep and natural musical expression, and well colored instrumentation. Anton Bruckner (1824), a highly gifted organist and composer, has written 7 symphonies, in which the style is very modern and shows the influence of the theatrical style of Wagner. He is a composer of considerable vigor. Part II. Music in Russia. The awakening of musical art has been remarkable in all parts of the civilized world, and in many countries not previously distinguished in music composers have arisen who have embodied the rhythms and spirit of the national songs in their works, composed dramatic works upon national subjects, and so have created a national school of music. In some cases the works of these men have proven of world-wide acceptance; in others they have set in operation musical life in their own country, and have been followed quickly by younger composers working in a more cosmopolitan vein, who have created works which have been taken into the current of the world's music and bid fair to hold an honorable position in the Pantheon. One of the most brilliant cases of this kind is Russia, that country so vast, so powerful, so mysterious. The first composer in Russia to distinguish himself and to create a national opera was Mikhail Ivanovich Glinka (1803 1877). Reader's note: another source shows the dates as 1804 to 1857. Born near Selna, his first schooling was at the Adels Institute in St. Petersburg, where he distinguished himself in languages; but presently, under the teaching of Böhme upon the violin and Karl Mayer in pianoforte and theory, he showed the musical stuff which was in him. Leaving Russia for his health, he resided 4 years in Italy, constantly studying and incessantly composing. On his way back to Russia he placed himself for a time under the teaching of the distinguished S. Dehn in Berlin in theory. Dehn recognized his originality and encouraged him to write Russian music. His first opera, A Life for the Czar, December 9, 1836, was a great triumph. The subject was national. The contrast between Polish and Russian subjects in the music was brilliant, and actual or simulated folk songs gave a local coloring highly grateful to the Russian audience. The work received innumerable repetitions, and still remains one of the most popular operatic works upon the Russian stage. His next work, Ruslan and Ludmilla, was also successful, and Liszt, who happened to be in Russia at the moment of its production, accorded the young composer distinguished praise. Berlioz took up the pen in honor of Glinka and his new Russian school of music, and so the composer's powers were widely celebrated. During the remainder of his life Glinka made long residences in the south, especially in Spain, and several orchestral works with Spanish coloring represent this portion of his creative career. His last years were spent in rural life near St. Petersburg, busy with new opera projects, and especially seeking some rational manner of harmonizing the Russian popular songs. Riemann calls Glinka the Berlioz of Russia, in the originality of his invention and his clever technique, and something more, namely, that he created a national school of music for his country. The list of his works is very long, embracing compositions in almost every province. There are 2 symphonies, both unfinished, several dances for orchestra, a number of chamber compositions of various combinations of instruments, a tarantella for orchestra, with song and dance, La Kamarinskaya, etc. His operas, however, are his lasting monument. Anton von Rubinstein. The next great name in the role of Russian music is that of the pianist Anton von Rubinstein (1830 1895), who was born at Vekvotinets in Bessarabia His father presently removed to Moscow, where he carried on a manufactory of lead pencils. The boy Anton showed such talent for music under the skillful and affectionate teaching of his mother that at the age of 10 he was brought before various musical authorities in Paris for opinions concerning his talent. His concert life began almost immediately from this period. His mother went with him, and wherever there were pauses of a few days the studies were resumed, exactly as had been the case with Mozart long before. In 1848 he found a friend and appreciative companion in the Princess Helene, and then he wrote several operas upon Russian subjects, of which two were published, Dmitri Donskoy and Toms der Narr. The success of these works was such that in 1854 the composer was given a subvention for further foreign study by the Princess Helene and Count Wielhorski, upon which followed 4 brilliant years of incessant activity as virtuoso pianist and composer, extending as far as London and Paris. Rubinstein had already lived some years in Berlin, where he was as well known as at home. Returning to Russia in 1859, he received important appointments as musical director, founded the St. Petersburg Musical Conservatory, of which he remained the director until 1867, when ensued a new series of concert journeys covering Europe, and in 1872-1873 extending to America, where he had a wonderful success, carrying back to Russia, as proceeds of the American tour, the at that time unprecedented sum of $54,000. As pianist, Rubinstein was distinguished for his grand style, broad and noble mastery of the instrument, and his consummate sympathy and innate musical quality. He was a player of moods, at times playing like a god, at other times his work disfigured by many errors, but always interesting, commanding and noble. He played best the compositions of Beethoven and Schumann, their innate depth and intense musical expression appealing to his richly gifted musical nature irresistibly. His personality was commanding and attractive. Saint-Saëns relates how Rubinstein played in Paris the concertos of Beethoven and of Rubinstein, while Saint-Saëns conducted the orchestra. At the close of the concerts Rubinstein desired to give yet another, in which he himself would direct the orchestra, while Saint-Saëns should play. It was for this occasion that the Saint-Saëns second concerto was written. In his later life Rubinstein lived like a prince in a beautiful estate near St. Petersburg. The list of his works is something enormous. Of operas and dramatic works there are 12, several of which, such as The Tower of Babel, Paradise Lost, and Moses, are biblical operas, a type of dramatico-mystical work created by Rubinstein. It contains the gravity and depth of oratorio, combined with the intense realism of the stage. There are 6 symphonies, of which the famous and several times enlarged Ocean Symphony is perhaps best known. A heroic fantasia for orchestra, 3 character pieces for orchestra, Faust, Don Quixote, and Ivan, 3 concerto overtures, a quantity of chamber music, compositions for piano, songs, and the like. In everything of Rubinstein beautiful melodies are found. His weakness lies in the development, which occasionally is carried too far, and with insufficient vitality of thematic work. Even greater than Rubinstein as composer was the brilliant Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky (1840–1893). Tchaikovsky was intended for the profession of the law, in which he took his degree, but his love for music asserted itself, and after a short career as pupil in the St. Petersburg Conservatory he was appointed teacher of harmony in that institution, and entered upon his career as composer. Here he remained but a short time, resigning in 1877, after which he lived by turns at St. Petersburg, in Italy, and in Switzerland. Tchaikovsky was of a lyric musical nature, and in his early life his taste was entirely for Italian music. This shows to a remarkable degree in all his earlier productions, even if he had not himself published the fact so often and unmistakably. In 1869 he produced his first Russian opera, Der Voivode, which was followed by 8 others, of which the best known are Eugene Onegin and Macula the Smith. Several of these are now played throughout Europe. It was in his orchestral compositions, however, that Tschaikowsky most illustrated his unexampled powers. Besides a number of brilliant and highly sensational overtures, he composed 6 symphonies of unexampled sonority, rich coloring, and strange musical expression. The 5th Symphony of Tschaikowsky met with almost universal recognition at the hands of the leading orchestral conductors of the world, and the last, the so-called Tragic, only deepened the impression of the composer's powers. Several points are unusual. The themes themselves are original, forceful, and lend themselves easily to elaboration. The harmonic treatment is highly original, as if the author had found, as Bülow said, new harmonic paths. The instrumentation is richly colored, and the climaxes are of vast power and effect. The whole is a grandly composed tone poem, which, even if regarded as surpassing the proper reserve of symphonic form, must nevertheless be counted as one of the most valuable enrichments of the world's orchestral repertory. In several places in his works Tschaikowsky introduces peculiarities of Russian folk music, as, for example, in the movement in 5/4 measure in the 5th Measure Symphony. Nevertheless, the works belong to the world's music, being in no sense provincial, narrow, or limited. Aesthetically considered, they illustrate the quick technique and overmastering energy of the race to which the composer belonged. Part 3. Music in Bohemia. Another country in which a notable musical revival has taken place during the latter part of the present century is Bohemia, where 2 names are to be mentioned. Bedřich Smetana (1824–1884) is to be remembered as the creator, or at least the awakener, of Bohemian music. After short education at the Prague University, Smetana entered diligently upon the study of music, becoming a brilliant pianist, and as such forming one of the circle of enthusiastic and advancing souls surrounding Liszt at Weimar between 1850 and 1860. His first position as musical director was at Gothenburg, 1856. Here he lost his wife, the brilliant pianist Katharina Kolar. In 1861 he made a long concert tour to Sweden. In 1866 he was appointed director of the music at the National Theater in Prague, a position which he held until obliged to give it up on account of loss of hearing in 1874. Smetana wrote 8 operas upon Bohemian subjects, with music in the Bohemian spirit. One best known is The Bartered Bride, which was the last composed. He also wrote about 10 symphonies, or symphonic poems, and a great variety of chamber music. Of his symphonic poems, those most often played are in Wallenstein's Camp, Moldau, Zarka, and Visegrad. In all these the titles are mainly suggestive, although in Sarka a program is quite closely followed. Smetana was a brilliant composer, but his value lies in his awakening of the Bohemians to musical creation. Anton Dvorak, the most brilliant name in Bohemian music, and the one most valued by the world in general, is that of Anton Dvorak, 1841, who was the son of a butcher at Mulhausen. The boy early applied himself to the violin, and after some years playing in small orchestras, found a place as violinist in the orchestra of the National Theater at Prague. This was at the age of 19. About 10 years later he first attracted attention as composer by means of a hymn for mixed chorus and orchestra. The attention of his countrymen thus gained, Dvorak fastened still more by a succession of compositions of varied scope, ranging from the Slavic dances and Slavic rhapsodies to symphonies, chamber music, and choral works of great brilliancy. In 1892 Dr. Dvorak was called to New York as director of the so-called National Conservatory of Music. In 1895 he returned to Bohemia. The choral works of Dvorak were generally first written for English musical festivals: The Spectre's Bride, Stabat Mater, Saint Ludmilla, The list of his works includes 5 symphonies for full orchestra, several concert overtures, a very beautiful air, and variations for orchestra, and 7 operas upon Bohemian subjects. Dvorak is one of the most gifted composers of the present time, especially in the matter of technique. His thematic treatment is always clever, his orchestral coloring rich and varied, and his style elegant. If deficiency is to be recorded concerning him, it is in invention or innate weight of ideas. During his residence in America he promulgated the idea that an American school of music was to be created by developing the themes and rhythms of the Negro melodies, and he wrote a symphony, From the New World, in order to illustrate his meaning. The second or slow movement of this work attained a distinguished success almost everywhere, but the themes of the first and last movement are not sufficient for the treatment they receive. This work has been more successful in Europe than in this country. Perhaps the most notable quality of Dr. Dvorak's personality is his naïveté, which shows well in his music. He is quite like a modern Haydn, who has learned and remembered everything of musical coloration which has been discovered, but who applies his knowledge in a simple and direct manner, without straining after effect. Part 4. Music in Scandinavia. Foremost of Scandinavian composers is Edvard Hagerup Grieg, 1843, who was born at Bergen, Norway. He received his early musical education from his mother, who was an excellent pianist and very musical. By the advice of the celebrated violinist Ole Bull, Grieg was sent in 1858 to Leipzig for further instruction, where he became a pupil of Moscheles, Hauptmann, Reinecke, Richter, and Wenzel. In 1863 he pursued further studies under Gade at Copenhagen. In companionship with a talented young composer, Richard Nordraak, Grieg set himself, as he says, against the faded Scandinavianism of Gade and Mendelssohn, intermingled, and undertook to put into tones the real beauty, strength, and inner spirit of the northern folk's life. He composed in many varieties of work, and in 1879 attained German recognition by playing his own piano concerto at the Gewandhaus in Leipzig. Grieg's works are full of poetry, easy and natural expression, and are pervaded by northern coloring so decided as in some cases to approach what in speech is called dialect. Nevertheless, it is indubitable that his music has distinctly enriched the world's stream of tone poetry, and introduced a new accent and voice. He has distinguished himself in almost every department, in songs, choral work, chamber music, symphonies, sonatas for piano and violin, and orchestral suites, of which perhaps his 2 Peer Gynt are the most celebrated. In person Grieg is slight, fair-haired, with lovely deep blue eyes and a charming manner. He is subject to pulmonary weakness, and is compelled to reside much of his time in warmer climates than those of his native land. An older composer than Grieg is Niels Wilhelm Gade, 1817-1890, of Copenhagen, who, after a thorough musical education received in his native city, attracted wider attention in 1841 by taking the prize for his concert overture Night Sounds from Ossian, the judges being Fr. Schneider and Spohr, the violinist. This gave Gade a royal stipendium, with which he immediately betook himself to study at Leipzig, where he came under the personal influence of Mendelssohn, an influence which he never outgrew. At the death of Mendelssohn he was appointed director of the Gewandhaus, but not proving in all respects satisfactory, he held the position only a part of 1 season. After the death of Gläser in 1861, Gade was made royal music director at Copenhagen, a position which he filled many years. He was active as composer in every direction, his published works embracing 8 symphonies, 5 overtures, 2 concertos for violin and orchestra, 3 violin sonatas, several cantatas for mixed voices, soli and orchestra, and many other works. The ultimate judgment of Gade as a tone poet is likely to be that, while distinctly talented, he never attained imagination of the first order. Among the younger composers, Christian Zindig (1856) is to be mentioned. Besides many works for chamber, he has written one symphony which, while not very original, gives promise of better productions later. Part V. Music in England. The relation of England to the higher art of music has been peculiar. In the 16th century and earlier it was one of the most musical countries in Europe. But from the appearance of Handel about 1720, German music and German composers absorbed public attention to the exclusion of the natives, no one of whom, it may be added, evinced creative powers of any high order. England was a liberal patron of all the leading German masters, from Haydn, who wrote 12 symphonies for the London Philharmonic, to Beethoven, whose 9th symphony was written for the same society; Mendelssohn, whose Elijah was written for the Birmingham Festival; and Wagner, who received handsome compensation for conducting a series of concerts in London. A little past the middle of the present century, however, more creative activity began to show itself among English composers, until at the present time there are excellent English composers in all the leading departments of musical production. The more celebrated names follow. One of the most graceful and talented of English composers was Sir William Sterndale Bennett (1816 1875), who came of a musical stock and was duly trained as a choir boy in King's Chapel and at the Royal Academy of Music. In 1836 he went to Leipsic, in order to profit by the Gewandhaus concerts there and the friendship of Mendelssohn. Here he produced a number of orchestral compositions which were so highly esteemed that in 1853 the directorship of the Gewandhaus concerts were offered him. After a short sojourn at Leipsic he returned to London, where he ever after lived, highly honored as composer, pianist, teacher and man. In 1856 he became the conductor of the London Philharmonic concerts, and in 1866 principal of the Royal Academy of Music. He was knighted in 1871, having previously been honored by degrees from Cambridge and Oxford. He was professor of music in Cambridge University from 1856 until his death. As a composer, Bennett was influenced by Mendelssohn, but he had much delicacy of fancy and a certain originality of his own. His compositions embrace 4 concertos for piano and orchestra, several concert overtures for orchestra, 1 symphony, much chamber music, a cantata, The May Queen, 1858, The Woman of Samaria, 1867, and a number of occasional odes, anthems, and part songs. The successor of Sterndale Bennett as principal of the Royal Academy of Music was Sir George A. Macfarren (1813 1887), who, although totally blind for many years before his death, produced a greater number of important compositions than any other English composer of the century. He was educated in London, and in 1834 became one of the professors in the Royal Academy of Music. His first opera was produced in 1838, Devil's Opera. Don Quixote, 1836, Jessie Lee, 1863, and Helvellyn, 1864. He wrote a number of cantatas for chorus and orchestra, oratorios, St. John the Baptist, 1873, The Resurrection, 1876, Joseph, 1877, and other works of less importance. There are also many anthems, several overtures, and other pieces for chamber. Personally, he was kind-hearted, intelligent, helpful, and public-spirited. The amount of work that he accomplished under the greatest of disadvantages is wonderful, as well as its generally superior quality. As a lecturer and teacher he was the foremost musical Englishman of his time. His compositions are strong and respectable, but not especially inspired. The successor of Sir George Macfarren in the principalship of the Royal Academy of Music was Alexander Campbell Mackenzie, 1847, the youngest eminent English composer, but also the most successful and promising. He was educated as a violinist, and resided at Edinburgh as a teacher of the pianoforte and violin until his compositions attracted the attention of his countrymen, and induced his being called to London. The most important compositions of Dr. Mackenzie up to the present time are the operas Colomba (1883), The Troubadour (1886), and the oratorio The Rose of Sharon (1884). There are several cantatas, Jason, The Bride, The Story of Said (1886), and a considerable number of orchestral pieces, of which two Scotch rhapsodies and the overture to Twelfth Night are the best known. He has also produced a violin concerto played by Mr. Sarasate, and much chamber music and songs. On the whole, Dr. Mackenzie seems the most gifted English composer who has yet appeared. End of Chapter 39. End of A Popular History of the Art of Music from the Earliest Times until the Present. Reading by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico, May, 2013.